Championship matches before the season closes on Saturday late afternoon, early evening. The state of play is that Hampshire, replying to the Surrey all-out total of 147, are 154 for 3, so they have a slender lead of just 7 runs. Surrey, of course, are trying to keep pace with Nottingham at the top of the Championship. Hampshire are making sure there's a little bit of daylight between themselves and Durham, and therefore, if they do that, come Saturday, they will avoid the drop. Your commentary team today, a little later, Amelia Clark is still with us. Sanjay Murthy is with us today. But you're stuck once more with myself, Kevin James, and Mark Church. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Yes, I think arrived yesterday morning saying all the right things. There's only a 14-point gap. Will Mother Cricket make something happen? And then Surrey had probably their worst day of the season yesterday, and they'll put their hands up and say they weren't very good with the bat to be rolled over for 147 yesterday on a good deck, having won the toss and batted first. Yes, I think all the talk now of miracles and Mother Cricket can go out the window, because all Notts need to do is pick up a couple of batting points and they will be crowned quite rightly the county champions, because they'll end up with the most wins this season. They'll have ended up beating Surrey in the one game between the two sides, and I don't think anyone can argue with Notts being the champions. As I say, from a Surrey perspective now, it's about get back into this game. It's going to be tough on a pretty flat deck with a different looking bowling attack as well for Surrey. I think from a Hampshire perspective, and we talked about it yesterday with yourself, Michael Carberry and Amelia, cash in. Make sure you cash in, because the sun's shining. It's a very, very nice day. As I say, it's a different looking Surrey bowling attack. You need to cash in here. And from a Hampshire point of view, look to bat once. Just look to bat once. Get yourselves a massive lead. Still be batting by stumps tonight, ideally. Get yourself a massive lead. And then if you can, put Surrey under pressure second time round. There is no way that Hampshire really should be getting themselves into any sort of trouble on this surface, in the position that they're in, with a lead of 7 on the second day. Hampshire should just be making perfectly sure everything's all right for next season, and some of the batters that still have an opportunity, as Michael Carberry said, last game in the season, always nice to walk off with 250 not out, because it doesn't do your average any harm at all. So we'll see what happens, but I think at around about 3 o'clock today, Nottinghamshire will be crowned the champions, and they will deserve to be crowned champions in the fact they've won the most games this season, and in that one game between the two sides, they beat Surrey last week.
Well, yes, I haven't seen Hampshire in too many positions like this going into the second day, if I'm honest. I think the slight worry is that they are in a great position, 7 ahead with 7 wickets in hand, but their batting has not been good this year. Will they make good what is a potentially very good situation? We'll have to wait and see, but the stats for this season suggests that they perhaps might not get as far ahead as ideally they should, or might, or ideally, as I say, to really put pressure on Surrey. The other thing about this wicket is it was an interesting toss to win and actually bat first, but there was a little bit there, being September, but this wicket will get slower and get a little lower. This game will start to. It went forward yesterday quickly, but it will start to drag. It will start to drag.
I think I can understand the Surrey thinking yesterday. Win the toss, bat first, bat well. That's the key thing. Bat well, and get a score on the ball quickly to try and give yourselves enough time to force something. The unfortunate thing was they didn't bat very well, and that sort of threw that game plan
What did they put it down to?
Out the window.
You spoke to them last night. What did they put yesterday down to? Because it was a big day for them.
Yeah, it was a big day for them. Do you know what? I think actually that loss against Notts, and if you're being realistic, you can say all the right things, but you're suddenly needing the other side to get it wrong, and you're needing Warwickshire to do something for you. Win that game last week and it's in your hands. They would have come here this week. I think it would have been a 14-point turnaround. To get the title's in your own hands. And I think as well, probably they've not been at their best all season in terms of the championship. They've given it a good old go. But what's worked for them the last 3 years, and it is, it's a remarkable achievement. Had they beaten Notts last week and come here and got over the line 4 on the trot, I think in the modern day as well, with players going off to play in other competitions and international cricket and all the other distractions that are going on around cricket, it would have been a remarkable achievement to do it. So they haven't become, you're sort of looking at it, and I'm hearing people saying, they've become a bad side. No, they haven't become a bad side. They've probably just not been as good as they have been over the last 3 years, and that's fair enough. And what Notts have done is they played some very good cricket, and in the key moment last week, they beat Surrey, and that means that Notts have it in their hands, and that's fair enough. That's absolutely fair enough. So to answer your question again, I think probably got here for this game saying all the right things with all the right intentions, but deep down probably thinking to themselves, we're going to need a miracle to do this.
Right, here we go, start of day 2. It's Matt Fisher from the Pavilion Inn, comes in and bowls to Albert, who edges that one, and he's out. First delivery of the morning, caught at first slip by Rory Burns. And that 48-run overnight partnership for the 4th wicket has gone the very first delivery of the morning. Good length ball, regulation edge, good catch. And Albert has gone for 37, and Hampshire are 154 for 4.
Well, that is why Matt Fisher, in recent weeks, has been the pick of the bowlers for Surrey, because there's no warm-up ball there at all. He is right on the money. So, as I say, the only thing that Surrey can do here is be better today and try and get themselves back into this game. But as first balls go for Albert, that is right on the money from Matt Fisher. Good catch from Rory Burns, low down. But there you go. Albert goes first ball of the morning. The lead is 7. And a certain Mr. Dawson strolls out to the middle.
Yes, a bit of experience and... Well, as I said, that the top order batting for Hampshire this year, which has been reliant on promising youngsters. And Toby Albert, to be fair to him, has had a very good year, especially in the T20, not so much in the Championship, but whether Hampshire can press home this advantage that they have built at the end of play, well, there's an example of perhaps not being able to really apply the pressure. It's only 1 wicket, but immediately Hampshire are under pressure this morning. Dawson back in the side after being with England over in Ireland.
I think as well there you have to give a lot of credit to Fisher, because Albert's got to start again on 37. And as I say, what you really want is one nice on your pads, just tuck it away into the leg side, or one that you can let go. But he's had to play at that, and it's in the perfect spot.
Yes,
from Fisher.
The slips are very wide there, actually. The 2 slips, probably occupying what 4 would do. Dawson's forward, that's another good length ball. It's gone out for outside half of the bat, out to backward a point. So the situation, because I am the live table correspondent, as you know, and I do
of course.
And I do take that responsibility very seriously.
From Kevin James.
So seriously that I feel that it's been a while since I've mentioned it.
Yes. Well, live table.
So the live table sees Surrey 16 points behind Nottinghamshire currently. Do you make that? Do you concur?
No, I make them 15 points behind.
Oh
no, hang on. No, you're right, 16.
Thank you very much. Well, that's why I'm the correspondent and you're just the assistant, as that's turned away behind square on the leg side. And that's the first runs of the morning.
I think that comes from me doing my live update live into the sports show last night before they were all out. Warwickshire.
Right.
So yes, you're correct. 16-point difference there.
Thank you.
Yes, very good.
Right, thank you. So I have Nottinghamshire at 206.
As do I concur.
And Surrey at 190.
I concur.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the table.
Yes.
Remember, I'm the senior man here as regards live table.
Yes.
Correspondence. I have Hampshire at 145.
I concur.
And Durham at 142.
I concur.
Thank you very much. Oh no, that looks close. LBW, and there's the 2nd wicket of the morning, and Matt Fisher has got rid of both the overnight batters within the space of 4 deliveries. Ben Brown goes for 21 LBW, and he has not added to his overnight total either. So both Albert and Brown gone. Matt Fisher, the bowler, that is a wicket delivery.
It is.
That's just nipped back.
This is what he did at Notts last week, and everybody was sort of saying, well, what's Matt Fisher doing? He's hitting a good line, good length, nipping it back. So it's an absolutely horrible delivery for Brown to get first up as well. So Albert gets one he's got to play at, gets an edge, low catch. Here, Fisher hits a good length, nips it back, takes out Brown's front pad. Absolutely plumb. And this is what Fisher, as I say, did last week and picked up 11 wickets. He's on a bit of a roll. Interesting.
You know, when I said earlier that, you know, Hampshire, they're batting, they're in a promising position, and I'm not so sure that they will press home that advantage. I wasn't quite, when I was talking, wasn't quite expecting 2 wickets in the first over.
But I think this is tough for Hampshire in the fact that, you know this better than anyone, Fisher here has given nothing. And Albert gets a good one first up. I don't know what else Albert can do with that, really. No. It's on a length. He's got to play at it. It's just held its line, found the edge. So, good bit of bowling. And I'm not sure what Brown does there either. No. Length delivery, just nipping back, taking out your front pad, and it's your first ball of the morning. And it means that Washington Sundar is strolling out there to join Liam Dawson. He would have been probably scrambling a touch there, Washington Sundar, to get his bits and pieces on.
Well, he might even still been laying on the physio's table having a coffee.
He could have been having
first ball of the morning.
Asleep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, allegedly.
Well, there's been some greats that have done that, had to be woken up to go out there.
Well, I can tell you, and I don't mind saying this, that I have seen a certain Mr. Gower.
Yeah, well, he'd be top of the list.
Sat back in a chair with a paper over his head, laid back.
Yes.
And he's the next one in.
Yes. Well, why was Colin Crowdley known as Kipper?
Well, that's right. And we have had to say in the dressing room, Lubo, you're in. And he would scramble out of the chair and get the paper off his head and quickly get himself ready and walk in.
And then just
seconds earlier,
out.
And seconds earlier, he was half asleep.
Yeah, well, if it works, it works, doesn't it?
True. Right, 155 for 5. It was 155 for 3 just about 3 or 4 minutes ago. As Fisher's around the wicket to Sundar, who's in behind that one, and pushes that up to mid-off. This is Washington Sundar's second and final game for Hampshire. And they need something from him. 23 and 46 in his 2 innings last week at Taunton. I have to say, he does look a good batter.
Always a good player.
He does look a good batter, having scored his maiden 100 in Test cricket up at Manchester against England.
He did.
Batted well that day as well.
Yeah, he's people talk about his spin bowling, which is very, but I think it's his batting really, isn't it?
3 for not very many in the Surrey first innings, and he's forward. Well, what an over that was. 2 wickets and 1 run. And Hampshire, who had high hopes this morning of putting quite some considerable daylight between themselves and Surrey, suddenly find themselves 5 down and a lead of 8.
So that's 31 championship wickets for the summer now for Matt Fisher. That's 13 in the last game in a bit, because he took 11 last week against Nottinghamshire. It's the first time he'd taken 10 in a game last week as well.
Congratulations.
And this is why we're seeing now why, number one, the move to Surrey, because he can be fit for every game that he needs to play. Don't make the money symbol at me again, Kevin James. It's old school. You know the way it operates in London. There's a thing called London waiting. and I think as well that it won't be too long, and it may even be, I think he may well be on that England lines. I think he may well go with the lines, because he was Surrey's best bowler with the Kookaburra as well.
Yeah. Well, he bowled very well up at the Oval, second game of the season, without a lot of luck on that last day when Hampshire had to bat out for a draw, and he was by far and away the bowler that looked the most likely to take wickets, amongst other bowlers that looked likely to take wickets.
Absolutely. So no, I'm very, very
He's
very
top
pleased for
bowler.
him because he's a cracking bloke and he's getting his rewards now for what's been an excellent first season. I tell you, they were scrambling because Washington Sundar at the non-strikers end, I have to say, pulled his trousers down to adjust his thigh guard, and Mr. Dawson has just about got his gloves in the right place now. It's going to be James Taylor from the hotel end. First ball of the morning for him, and Dawson's pushing forward. I think that's hit the bottom of the bat almost, and has flown through the slip cordon all along the carpet and away for 4. But Liam Dawson there, just a little nod towards James Taylor. But yes, definitely bottom of the bat. Just pushed forward, bottom of the bat, and it's Dawson's first boundary. It's the first boundary of the morning for Nottinghamshire here on Sports Extra 2 and the BBC Sport website and app, and we're on Sports Extra 2 all day.
Yes, we are.
Are we not?
Yes.
Lovely. As Taylor is in over the wicket, and we're also, of course, on the Hampshire live stream, which is excellent news.
And
yes.
And most smart speakers.
Yes, indeed. Well, you just have to say to your smart speaker, play Day 2 of Hampshire versus Surrey.
Ask BBC Sounds.
Ask BBC Sounds. It depends how smart your speaker is as well. I've always said that. But yes, BBC Sounds, play Day 2 of Hampshire versus Surrey, and you should be able to hear us as Taylor over the wicket he comes, and Dawson, good looking shot. Just over pitch to touch, that one by James Taylor, and Dawson will be positive. That's the way he goes about it. And driving that one away despite the dive of Tom Laws. And that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. Dawson's on to 9, 163 for 5.
And we also had quite a few messages yesterday as well, which was nice, didn't we?
Yes.
So on the X feed, which is yours.
I don't have X.
Oh, do you not have X?
No, I'm off.
Have you given it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
No,
So-
no. Well, that's why. You, honestly, you know I love you dearly.
Yeah.
But you've got memory like a sieve these days. That's why I'm writing the letters.
Of course.
Still waiting for yours.
That's right. So if you want to write a letter
Yes, please.
to Mark Church,
Yes,
care
it'll
of
be the
the
end of
Oval.
the season, and there's a few I need to reply to, but I'm getting round to it. Apparently, there's some that haven't received them due to the postal service.
Ah.
As over the wicket comes James Taylor to Dawson. Dawson's in behind it, playing this one out into the offside. Let's be brutally honest. Amelia, back me up here. Even trying to meet you for a drink last night with your correspondence is nigh on impossible. Nigh on impossible with you. And there's me being all polite. I should have written you a letter to let you know. So yes, if you want to get in touch, write a letter, care of the Kia Oval.
Yes.
But there's a much better way of getting in touch, an instant way of getting in touch with Kevin James. Also, that's not too far away from the off stump of Liam Dawson. That's come back. Good lead from Dawson. Folks have tumbled away to his left-hand side. Good start this from Surrey.
It is.
Fisher 2 wickets in his first over. And Taylor is bowling an attacking line here to Dawson. A couple of boundaries in this over. 163 for 5.
I do have an idea. If people really do want to get in touch with you about this game, that they can still write to you, but you probably won't be able to address it until we meet each other next year.
As in over the wicket comes Taylor. It's probably a good thing, really. As it's worked away by Dawson off his hip. And they'll pick up a couple of runs here. As Ralphie Albert there, on his second day of Championship cricket, does the fielding. I did see the young man last night, so many congratulations. And he said, Carl Abbott's a good bowler. And I said, yeah, don't worry. There's many who've played a lot more cricket than you have that have been done by Carl Abbott. But he said he loved it. He said he really enjoyed his first day. He said he was very nervous.
Yes.
Which he would be. But he said he really enjoyed that first day yesterday. So, yeah, good start from Surrey. And... No, they can't pull a miracle out the bag here.
Thank you very much, Mark Church. And Sanjay Murthy will come in alongside me, Kevin James, our sports marketeer. So if you really do want to write to Mark Church about anything to do with this game, Mark Church, care of the Oval, and hopefully if Hampshire stay in Division 1, the second game of next season which is always at the Oval. It's pushed out square on the offside by Sundar, start of a new over from Fisher. Then we'll address those issues relating to this game in about 6.5 months' time. Otherwise, it's Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
And they're actual letters, are they? Like on paper?
Yes, he does. So this goes back to the second game of the season where we were giving out ways of getting in touch with us at the Oval.
Yeah.
And Churchy came up with this idea about writing a letter because he didn't like emails and he didn't like X. So, and people responded, and it started the Hampshire Surrey game, second game of last season, and he got quite a few letters. Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he's had so many, he's still replying. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Really? Because a lot of people still like write. I don't know about you, Sanjay. Do you still like writing letters?
I'll answer that in a second, but does that give you any indication of Churchy's fan base kind of demographic?
Well, he's a very popular man.
Yes. I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. So I mean, I think there are others
With a certain age group.
Who?
Vickers.
Yes. Washington Sunder's playing a miss in there outside the off stump. No, well, it's a testament to how popular he is that he's still answering letters that he got sent probably weeks ago.
Months.
Yeah. So no, good on him.
And you haven't got like a stack of sort of pre-written postcards type of thing. You know, if you're famous, you just write them all out and just send them out and just write the person's name at the top. Oh, that'd be a quicker way of doing it. That's what I would do.
He might have some pre-printed postcards, which are standard replies.
Yeah,
Yes, I think
exactly.
you're
Picture
right.
Churchy at the front.
Yeah.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Picture.
Can you imagine?
As Sundar plays that out into the covers, I can imagine actually, but I can imagine Churchy if he gets another flurry of correspondence between now and I don't know, near Christmas, that he might just get a postcard with Churchy with a Santa Claus hat on, saying Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad you said Santa Claus hat because I was going down the No, I won't go down
What?
that. Sorry, no, it's I've only just met Churchy. I can't really go that low that early.
But you can see his whole persona why he's so popular.
Yes,
can't
I
you?
can. Yeah.
It's just in the short time you've met him.
Yes.
Sundar is forward, goes out into the covers. Hampshire 165 for 5.
Bit of cricket. Interesting start.
Well, yes.
Let's just move off Churchy's
Let's go.
potential
Let's move
leopard
on.
skin underwear.
It has been an interesting start. It's been a very, very good one for Surrey after probably an admission that yesterday wasn't one of their best days. But Hampshire, who needed to start well, I think it's fair to say, have not.
By lunch yesterday, I think I'm right in saying that Surrey was 79 for 5. Does that give you an indication of early morning pitch conditions here at the Utilita?
There was a little bit going on, but there wasn't a lot. Sundar pushes that defensively out on the onside. End of the over. Fisher is 14 overs, 2 for 32 now. Having been overnight 12 overs, none for 31. There was a little bit in it, but not loads. I mean, listen, early September.
Yep.
Kyle Abbott, of course, is in great form all season. And yeah, there was one or two shots that I don't think the Surrey players would be particularly proud of, but it was just one of those where you bowled line and length and the ball did a little bit, but it wasn't extravagant by any stretch of the imagination.
I was watching Matt Fisher warm up, and he was exactly that. I mean, he hit the single stump 3 or 4 times in that sort of short warm-up period, and he obviously took that out to the pitch first over, knocked over a couple of poles, and Hampshire need to rebuild through this international partnership between Dawson and Sundar as James Taylor comes in from the hotel end to Dawson, who covers up and just pushes that into the offside. Scores on the doors as far as Hampshire staying up are concerned, because I think I heard Churchy say that Notts only need a couple of points now really to seal the championship after their win against Surrey last week. But Hampshire are the ones who need now to get something out of this game. They've got to do better than Durham, is that right?
Yes, they
Or
have.
at least equal.
They started the day 2 points ahead, or the game.
Taylor in again, bowls, and it's outside. A crashing drive from Dawson, and he's nicked it straight to Dom Sibley at a wide second slip. Dawson has gone for 11 off 8 balls. Surrey have struck again, the first wicket of the morning for James Taylor. He gets a wicket of Dawson for 11, and that is not the start that Hampshire needed this morning if they needed to bat big, back long all day to get themselves in a position to win this game, Kev.
This is horrendous. I have to say, this is absolutely horrendous. Oh dear, this is not on the cards at all. Well, I can only repeat that Hampshire really did need a good day today to really get a long way ahead of Surrey and put them under pressure and ease everybody's fears.
Poor shot really from Dawson outside the off stump, and just no foot movement at all. Just throws his hands, throws the bat at the ball and nicks it straight to Dom Sibley. Walks off disgusted with himself, as he should be, given the fact that they've lost those early wickets, and this was the partnership they needed to build on. James Fuller can bat though, Kev.
Oh, for sure, and he's going to need to as well. I think with Toby Albert and Ben Brown, both two very good balls.
Yeah.
Toby Albert, you don't want a ball like that.
No.
First in the morning, good line, good length, makes you play.
Yeah.
Ben Brown got a good one, nipper from a good line of length. Liam Dawson.
Yeah. He'll be disappointed when he looks back on that, Liam Dawson, because they needed to rebuild, didn't they? And that is just not the shot that you need to be playing if you need to build a innings that are going to take Hampshire towards a decent total at lunch. But James Taylor will be happy with that. His first wicket of the innings so far, and that brings, as I said, James Fuller. He's in a bit of form this year to the crease, having a chat with Washington Sundar at the other end. You would think that Washington Sundar needs to be there for a period of time.
Yeah, somebody needs to stay with him as well. I mean, he's very much the main batter, isn't he, from now on? We're into the all-rounders now. I mean, Washington's an all-rounder as well. But, you would expect Washington in this situation to sort of bat it out and look to... Well, they need a half century from him at least.
Yeah.
And others to bat around him.
When Surrey were playing football this morning in the warm-up, they would have dreamed of a start like this, you would have thought.
Amazing.
James Taylor, that was his first wicket, 32 runs off his 7 overs. He comes in, bowls the first ball to James Fuller, who just covers up and just pops it into the offside. Do you know what this day is today? The date is a thing.
So what are we, 25th of September? Cricketing date?
No, one of those sort of numerical coincidences, if you like. Which ends up in a big word that...
let me think. Can I have a guess?
You have a go. Whilst you're doing that, Taylor comes in again, bowls. It's on the stumps, and Fuller just tucks it into the onside, where he just trots through for a single comfortably. The score moves on to 166 for 6.
Nothing to do with cricket?
Nothing to do with cricket at all.
So is it one of these that's sort of like, I don't know... World Eco Day or something?
No, it's a really bad clue because it's got nothing to do with the answer. But if it was a dinosaur, you'd think, oh yeah, that's right. But it's got nothing to do with the date at all. So, in fact, that was such a bad clue, it wasn't even worth giving it.
Well, it's not the day the dinosaurs became extinct. Or
no, I think that's
25th
tomorrow,
of September.
Yeah.
Whenever it was, that's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. It's a palindrome. 25th of the 9th, 25, 9, 25.
And that's what is it?
It's a palindrome.
Just explain that, because I'm not very good like that.
I just looked it up. James Taylor now around the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar bowls, and he just pushes into the offside where the fielder is quite short at extra cover. Yeah, palindrome. You're going to look it up now, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think it means where there's some sort of numerical balance between the numbers. We're going to have people. Yeah. Do you have mathematicians listening in, or
how do you spell it?
As you've spelled it there.
That one there.
Yeah. Yeah. Look it up. Hopefully you'll get someone saying that he's talking absolute rubbish as James Taylor comes in again. Bowls around the off stump, and that's left comfortably by Washington Sundar. There's a line outside the off stump. Good over that. Wicket taking over from James Fuller. Hampshire 166 for 6 at the end of that, a lead of 19 runs, but those 6 wickets that have gone down are going to give Hampshire a bit of trouble in terms of getting a lead that is going to be substantial enough for the Surrey batters to chase down. What you got, Kev?
So palindrome is a word, phrase, name or number that reads the same forwards or backwards.
That's a much better description than one I gave you. Like kayak, for example.
Kayak.
Yeah, that's a good word as well.
Like
underused, that. I think.
The name Bob.
Bob.
In its most simplistic form, Bob is also a palindrome. Yes, thank you, Amelia.
I can't think of Bob without saying Bob like that on Blackadder.
Right, here's Fisher again, who's done the early damage. It's another length ball, and that's played out behind the point by James Fuller. So Hampshire starting the day 7 ahead, 3 down, are now 19 ahead, 6 down. It's been a horrendous first 25 minutes from Hampshire's point of view. I've got a couple of emails here, Sanjay, which would be nice to get through. There was one early, actually, before we came on air, from Robert Lifford, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, he's talking about spin bowling here. I mean, it's all about the seam bowling at the moment. That's another length ball to Fuller. Will Jacks, Tom Hartley, Rian Ahmed and Shoaib Bashir have all had success bowling spin-in tests. Moeen Ali took 200. Despite being considered a part-time bowler. Does this not suggest that it is the 4-day game played in this country that is the problem rather than the lack of talent? Also, where in Division 1 could Shoaib end up? Will Jack should open in England T20 over Joss Butler, who is a better finisher, says Robert, who's in Emsworth. And he puts, P.S. Michael Carberry, who was with us yesterday, is my best ever wicket in club cricket. Oh, hello. Here's Fisher again. Again, it's a good length ball. Late September 1994, he was still 13, caught and bowled. He couldn't pick my slower ball. After that, my story was enhanced when he played first-class cricket and scored a triple century and also played for England. That game was Chertsey 2s against Cheam 2s. There we go, so that's a claim to fame. Spin bowlers there. Shoaib Bashir. He's on the trip to Australia, isn't he?
He is, as is Will Jacks. That's
Yes.
probably the surprise pick. I think it gives some sort of sense of where England's head is at the moment.
Certainly does. Fuller there is defending.
You know, is Will Jacks a Ben Stokes cover? You know, i.e., do they not think that Stokes is going to last the entire tour, or is it a horses for courses where Perth, for example, you're not going to play? You may not play Bashir, but actually, you know, you've got Bethel, Root and Jacks maybe doing that spin role and strengthening the batting. So, I mean, look, we've obviously got Liam Dawson out here at the moment who would consider himself, would he consider himself unlucky? He had the chance and possibly didn't take it.
Well, that's right. There's been a lot of talk about his last day performance at Manchester, which was accurate, that's for sure. If nothing else, as Fuller pushes that up towards mid-off, score remains on 166 for 6.
But Rayan Ahmed's probably the form horse that is on the Lions tour. And that's interesting as well, isn't it? How it shows how things have changed over the years, where you're basically taking 35 people out to Australia. So if someone does go down, you just, you know, they're in the same hotel, the same everything. So you know, it's ultimately it's a big Ashes squad, right? It's not,
and the Lions as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you've got the 16-man squad plus the Lions out there at the same time.
Just about everybody out there, yeah, right. Fuller again gets a length ball. He's again pushing that up towards mid-off, and that's a maiden over there for Matt Fisher, who's been quite devastating this morning. Started that run of 3 quick wickets with both overnight batters in the first over. So 166 for 6, Hampshire lead by 19.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting. I mean, I think also what is interesting is that Harry Brook, having now picked up the Test vice captaincy, Ollie Pope is probably the man in some sort of danger there. So is there a case where Bethel bats at 3, you know, and then you fit in sort of other, you know, and Jacks plays a part? So it might be quite a fluid sort of lineup. I don't think it'd be as static maybe as the lineups that we've had over the Test summer here.
Interesting, yeah. The Bethel Pope debate is the one that seems to dominate just about everything about pre-Ashes build-up at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, he's you know, it's interesting. They obviously rate Bethel a lot, and he showed that with the 100 that he got the other day as Taylor comes in round the wicket to Sundar, and that's outside the off stump, left comfortably. And this is good batting from Sundar. You can see the crispness of his feet movement there. The decision making is sharp, and that just shows the level to which Washington, you know, plays, and you know, and he's got to bring that to Hampshire, you know, across the rest of the morning session.
Yeah. And this afternoon, hopefully.
And it's after, yeah, exactly. Let's not get too carried away with ourselves. Ball by ball, Kevin, I think, is the correct answer in interviews, as Taylor comes in round the wicket and bowls, and that's a repeat of the previous ball where it's full and outside the off stump, and Washington Sundar really has nothing to do with it at all. Lovely day today. It's all a bit chilly. I've undercooked myself. I came with a t-shirt, but I did wear jeans for you.
Thank you.
And I've had to put my coat on.
Yeah,
So-
very nice coat as
Yeah,
well.
thank
I
you.
might say.
Yeah, thank you. It's it does a job. It's utilitarian, in terms of its approach to life. If coats can have such a thing. And Hampshire 166 for 6 still after that previous maiden over from Matt Fisher as Taylor in again bowls around wicket. Fuller straighter and straight to the fielder, which I think is Ryan Patel at extra cover. I've got to stop saying Fuller, given that Fuller's batting. When I did the last time we worked together on the Notts game, Fuller batted a long time, and the ball was full, and I kept saying Fuller to Fuller, and he's bowled at Fuller.
It's a
Didn't
tester.
didn't go down well. That could be a palindrome, but it's not. It's probably a different word, some sort of rhyming thing, poetic. Taylor again, around the wicket, bowls, and it's a bit short, a bit of lift outside the off stump. That Sundar does play well. He just drops his hands at the last minute, but that was surprising. It was a bit shorter. There is a little patch outside Washington Sundar's off stump, about, what would you say, a metre down from where he is in the crease. That's a follow through, I'm guessing, from the right handers that maybe James Taylor is going to try and aim at.
Yeah, if you're looking at the live picture feed, you'll
Yeah,
just see it to the right of the umpire's
So elbow.
elbow.
There's Taylor in again, bowls, and he's hit that spot again. He's got a little line going here, and Sundar has a little play at it, but just inside the line. It's a bit too short for the spinners, I thought, to attack. But it's a great spot for James Taylor to be aiming at. We've got a ball left of this over from him, which would be the we've had 51 overs so far. Looking to double up on Fisher's maiden from the previous over. In again bowls, and that spot again, and the lift straight through to Ben Folkes. No trouble for Washington Sundar. Maiden over, Hampshire stay, 166 for 6.
He's getting good carry, isn't he?
Yes.
Just as I change for Amelia Clark, Peter Collins, you'll remember him yesterday, who said that when he sort of turned on, Hampshire weren't doing very well, and when he turned off again, they were doing okay. So he's back on the emails this morning, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Myself and Michael Carberry said, well, just go into a dark room, lock the door, throw away the key and don't watch. He said he turned on late, 2 wickets have fallen. So he's keeping it on for the rest of the day. Oh, he's gone the other way now, as Peter. Right, Sanjay will stay on and Amelia will be alongside him.
Yeah, it's definitely not the start that Hampshire wanted this morning, but they do have a chance to rebuild with these two all-rounders at the crease now. Amelia,
Good morning, thanks.
How are
Sundar.
you?
Yeah, very well.
Good.
Yeah, good, thank you.
we had a long walk from the car park this morning.
We did. Yeah, it was a lovely day. As is it my over? Is it
It's
Fisher's,
you, yeah. Sorry, I
Fisher's
should.
in?
That was
That's
a
all right.
pretty bad handover, wasn't it? It's like,
Yeah, well, that was just nicely defended there by Fuller. Yeah, I think, obviously very much you and Kev spoke about it before, not the start that
No.
Hampshire will have wanted, and I think it will have come as somewhat of a surprise really to some of the maybe spectators in the ground, that just how quickly those three fell this morning. But yeah, Surrey, they've come out with a point to prove and very much going to do it. As Fisher comes in again from the pavilion end, and this is ducked out of the way by Fuller. Yeah, I think Mark Church sort of alluded to that he spoke to the Surrey team last night, and that they agreed they weren't quite up to snuff yesterday, and they've come out and they've changed that, and yeah, got two early, three early quick wickets really.
yeah, the pressure's off a bit, I guess, now to an extent for Surrey, because Notts are doing well in their match, and yesterday plus a combination, maybe it's a hangover from the Nottinghamshire game itself.
As Fisher's in again, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven by Fuller. And they've picked up another bonus point as well, which will always help.
Yep, after that wicket, the sixth wicket, so 2 sets of 3. 2 points, bonus points. I had to write that down this morning.
Yeah.
Actually, I just had to do a bit of research as to how the whole bonus works.
Yeah.
6 wickets is 2 points.
Yep. Absolutely.
But Hampshire, as you have said, they do need to. I mean, it's now the pressure's on Hampshire because of the need to stay up in County Division 1 next year.
As Fisher comes in again and bowls, and this is that was almost nicked to a slip, but it was
There's a bit of lift. Wasn't there?
Yeah,
Bit of lift. He's got his hands on his head there, Matt Fisher.
he thought that could be one.
Let's have a look on the live feed. You can see there's a little spot just outside the off stump of James Fuller. That's when I was the James from this end, the hotel end that we're at. You know, there is that spot just about fifth stump probably for Washington Sundar, the left-hander. There's some marks on this pitch that Surrey could exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was interesting to see yesterday that we weren't sure that the pitch was really doing too much in the afternoon, but I think in typical sort of September fashion that it's maybe doing a little bit this morning, and we've seen that. Matt Fisher's getting to do something. It's Fuller drives down, but no run.
How do you cope with the Fuller thing? I struggled with it last time. It was that was a Fuller ball from Matt Fisher to Fuller. We need to find a different word. Obviously, we can't change James's name, but what is it better? What is another word for Fuller?
Just full length.
We've still got the word full in it.
Yeah.
I think that's the challenge I'm going to have.
Yeah.
Did you hear my palindrome thing?
I did.
It was good, wasn't it? It's good research.
That my big add-on to that was Bob.
What?
As Fisher comes in and is defended. Hey, at the end of the day, talking about palindromes, we actually do have quite a few emails coming in to Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, just as this one's coming over.
Are they palindrome related?
They are.
Oh, look at that. Look, I've started something at the end of that over. Another maiden from Matt Fisher. That's 3 maidens in a row for Surrey. That's great bowling by them. They've found a little line and length outside both of the left-hander and right-handers off stumps that they're regularly hitting. Palindromes.
We've actually got a few people disagreeing
Excellent.
with you on the palindrome front.
Good.
A few people saying that 25-9-25 is not a palindrome.
Oh, what is it?
Because
Taylor in and around the off stump to Washington. Sundar nicked it through a gap between first Rory Burns and a wide sort of second, third slip, and that's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. Sundar is off the mark.
Yeah, so a lot of people saying that it would actually be its reverse is 52-9-52.
See, that's a technicality, isn't it?
However,
and right, by the way.
It's just signed off with B. He said Southampton captain Markram is a palindrome.
Okay, yes.
Because of the way it's spelt, which I am inclined to agree with that.
As is Bob.
As is Bob. See, sometimes the simple is just the best.
Taylor in again, round the wicket, bowls it straight at Washington Sundar, who pushes a nice looking drive up to mid-on. No run there.
It's interesting, a few people debating of which way it's no, they're all disagreeing.
Oh, okay,
unfortunately.
Good.
But they're disagreeing as to which way the numbers would be, whether it would be 25-9-52 or 52-9-25.
Well, it would be 52-9. Can I disagree?
Yeah.
If it's 25-9-25 and you read it backwards, it's 52-9-52. Oh yeah, it's not the same. Fine, it's not the same thing. Taylor again bowls and he's full, and Sundar, nice looking drive and well fielded by the bowler. Actually,
but if you were to keep the numbers in the same order, read them backwards and forwards, not read the numbers themselves backwards or the numbers backwards. So if you were to keep them in the same order, it would be, you are right. 252-9, 25-9-25. No, I'm wrong.
Well, I'm glad I started that. James Taylor is actually wearing number 25 to add another level of complexity to this fascinating debate around the wicket. Bowls and short, he's hit that little patch again, but this time it doesn't carry through to Ben Folkes at the height and speed it had done previously. It just dies on him slightly, but no problem from Washington Sundar, who stays on 4. Hampshire 170 for 6. Anything else?
Yeah, we've got one from Rob Marsh. So a few people have agreed with him here. For it to be a palindrome, it would have to be 25-9-52, and that would then read the correct way. But anyway, he says.
Hold on. Taylor again is around the wicket as he's doing, shorter, and Sundar pushes that into the offside where there is a fielder at a deep point here. Scroll through for 1, he moves to 5. How can that be? doesn't have to be the same back and forwards of 25, 9, 52
I think numbers
or
are the
whatever.
problem with the palindrome. So it tends to be letters that are palindromic.
Yeah, good. I like that.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
And because there's no disagreement as to which way round you would read them. But Rob Marsh, the reason I read his email from Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, he says an example of a palindrome is evil rats on no star live. Apparently that would
Taylor
read.
again, bowls and full, and 2 James Fuller, who just pushes it into the cover. Nicely fielded there. That's the end of that over. A single off it. No, sorry, 5 off it because there was a boundary. Hampshire 171 for 6. I see that.
And while that sentence doesn't make sense, but it does read it is a palindrome because evil rats on no star live is evil rats on no star live. If you read it backwards.
That's,
And do you know what, Marsh? I'm impressed with you there.
that's excellent.
I'm impressed with you.
And he's in Thailand as well,
Yeah.
according to his email signature. Well, that's caused probably more debate than I had anticipated. Kev was just totally disinterested. He looked it up and realised that he could possibly pronounce it, and that was the end of that. So there you go. Yeah, Hampshire 171 for 6. Amelia.
So it looks as though we're going to have Fisher coming in from the pavilion end again. Eric, who's also in Hampshire Cricket, UK again on the palindrome line, but he's saying he's loving the cricket up here in Scotland. Hope that Hampshire survive and have a great day yesterday. Typical Hants morning though, as Fisher's going to come around the wicket this time, and this is defended by Washington Sundar. So yes, well thank you all for getting in touch on the palindrome front.
Yeah,
We've got a few emails coming in there, so do keep them coming.
were you a Blackadder fan? Do you remember it?
I never
No, we're
watched
going with the
Blackadder.
too young bit, aren't we?
It's a little bit too young, unfortunately. There,
Ah.
sorry.
That's where Bob comes from.
Ah.
Well, it actually doesn't come from there, obviously, but it was. If you say Bob in that way, it's
yes.
from Blackadder.
And now learn something new. As Fisher comes in again to Washington Sundar, who's on his toes and defends that off into the leg side.
It's new, but not very useful.
Let me see if I can find. There are some better words
And then
that
Bob.
are palindromic, I promise.
But it's not much better than Blackadder, though. I probably need careful Churchy for this conversation.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's somewhat going over my head.
We can talk about tennis, Amelia,
Yeah,
because I
let's
was
talk about tennis.
listening to you yesterday about your coaching career and
Yeah.
talking about people who just basically relied on their serve, and then that was it. That was me.
Well, there you go.
I had a rocket first serve and a powder puff of a second serve.
As Fisher comes in again, this time over the wicket, defended by Fuller. The thing with the powerful serve is, with your first serve, did you get it in?
I mean, it was in the court generally. It wasn't necessarily in the correct sort of area that should have gone
Yeah.
in, but it looked good.
I've coached many a type player like that.
And then I threw my shoulder out, and that's the end of any fledgling
Yeah.
local tennis career.
Yeah, it's not exactly the most sort of shoulder, sort of happy movement is the serve.
No,
It does sort of contort your body in some odd ways.
but I look good.
Well, that's the main thing.
It is.
So Fisher in again, bowls, and this is driven all the way back, and he's actually taken the bails off the stumps at the other end, but Washington was safe.
Yeah, Fisher didn't get down quickly enough to be able to get a finger on that. That's probably one of the worst ways to get out in cricket. But your tennis career, coaching-wise, was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. I did a little bit coaching in the UK, and then started working for a holiday company, and I got sent to Spain and Croatia and Greece and everywhere. It was great, Italy, and started working with sort of English people on holiday there, but it was fantastic. As Fisher this time over the wicket and is defended into the offside by Fuller.
English people on holiday, having actually the last couple of nights watched Zara McDermott's excellent documentary, both on Thailand
Yes.
and Ibiza. Any similarities in terms of was there a crossover between people, going on holiday to Ibiza and the clubs and stuff, coming to you for a tennis lesson?
Yeah, less so.
Right, okay,
A
wasn't
bit
one of those
A bit more
things.
family friendly, I would say, the holiday company I was working for. But yes, less so on that. Fisher in again from the pavilion end. In bowls, and this is driven, and it's been stopped in the leg side. They're going to need to move back as Philip wanted a run, but Washington called him no. That's the end of the over, just the one from it.
Right, I'm off to go and talk to Kev whilst I hand over my mic to Mark Church.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. So Hampshire 172 for 6. And we welcome in Mark Church. Hello, Mark.
Good morning, Amelia. Well, it's been a busy morning out there with the ball for Surrey. Matt Fisher outstanding. James Taylor with the wicket of Liam Dawson. Hampshire have to be very careful here. Very, very, very careful. And it's just a lead of 25. We're going to get some spin into the attack now in the shape of Dan Lawrence, who took 2 for 12 yesterday. Still lovely conditions to bat. Fisher there, outstanding first over of the day. I think you just put it down to good bowling from Fisher to get rid of Albert and Brown, the first balls they'd faced today. So, yeah, Hampshire here have got a problem. Got a bit of an issue at the moment,
yes.
Hampshire, and they've got to work their way through this. Washington Sundar becomes vitally important. 6 from 23 deliveries. Fuller trying to get his head down as well now, 1 of 19 deliveries. He's moving this game on though. 16 wickets before lunch on day 2. Certainly moves the game forward. And this will be interesting to see what Lawrence can find. Coming from the hotel end. Sleeps all arms and legs. And his first delivery, well there you are, greeted by Washington Sundar. Length delivery. And just pops straight back over Dan Lawrence's head. And Fisher and Tom Lords will be the search party for the ball as it heads down towards the hotel, but that's a nice bit of batting from Washington Sundar. He was obviously, I heard people talking about this last week, batting in his India helmet with a big piece of sticking plaster over the India emblem. So he looks a bit like my foot, because I've injured my toe. So I've got a big bit of sticking plaster over my toe, and he's got a big piece of sticking plaster over his India helmet at the moment, covering up the emblem. As Lawrence around the wicket he goes, and the left-handed Sundar is forward, down on one knee.
Yeah, I broke a toe once. They're the most annoying thing.
Very
you can't
painful.
do anything.
No, you can't, but very painful.
Yes.
Very painful, and my strapping things up is not, on a medical front, is not a forte of mine, I have to say. Got a short leg in there as well, as Lawrence is in. That's a bit quicker, and that's just tucked away by Washington Sundar. Down there to deep backward square. So if you're just tuning in for the first time this morning, Hampshire starting at 154 for 3, first ball of the day. Albert caught by Burns off Fisher for 37. And 3 balls later, Ben Brown LBW to Fisher for 21. And then Liam Dawson caught by Dom Sibley off the bowling of James Taylor for 11. So 3 wickets going down this morning. It means as well that Surrey picked up another bowling point. So Surrey now are on 191 points in the live table. But as we were saying, Nottinghamshire just need 2 batting points today to confirm the title, as driving is the right-handed Fuller. Just giving that a little bit of air was Dan Lawrence. And the fielding done by Matt Fisher stood up there at mid-off. Again, it's a slip and a short leg as the catches around the bat of James Fuller. As Lawrence is into Fuller's forward, playing this very politely down into the leg side, and picked up by Ollie Sykes, who I think is under the helmet there at short leg.
Absolutely. Well, should we have a look at some scores elsewhere?
Very much
see how
so.
everyone's going?
Super.
So I'll do it after this ball. Looks like he's just going to start.
Yep, here comes Lawrence then. Over the wicket to Fuller, and Fuller's just squirting this off a thickish edge down towards backward point. There is no run. End of the over from Dan Lawrence, his first of the day. And Hampshire are 179 for 6.
So in Division 1, Essex versus Somerset. Somerset still in their first innings, 380 for 7. We've got Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire. That's one we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Nottinghamshire have just come into the bat and they trail Warwickshire by 227 with 10 wickets remaining. They're currently 31 for no loss. Worcestershire and Sussex. Sussex lead Worcestershire by 156 runs with 3 wickets remaining. And Yorkshire, Durham. Yorkshire trail Durham by 346 runs with 10 wickets remaining. And I shall do Division 2 throughout the next over. It's just having a little bit of a change in the field. So in Division 2, Glamorgan, Lancashire. Lancashire trail Glamorgan by 169 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Kent, Derbyshire. Derbyshire are 456 for 2, still in their first innings. As Fisher comes in from the pavilion end, he's going to come right arm round the wicket, and that's well dodged out the way by Washington. Carried through to the keeper. We've got Middlesex and Gloucestershire. Middlesex are 431 for 7. They're still also in their first innings. And Northants versus Leicestershire. Leicestershire with 229 all out. And Northamptonshire have just started their innings, so they trail by 429. That's, you're all up to date with the county cricket going on. Got Fisher starting in again. We've got 2 very wide slips in place. Washington got a good hold of that, and it's going to go away for 4. It was almost a little bit of a shout, as you can hear the effort put behind that one.
Well, it's worth trying him with the short ball. And it's a long old boundary there into the leg side, and Ralphie Albert is out there at deep backward square, but Washington Sundar playing that very nicely. Right on top of it and away through mid-wicket for 4. So I think it's worth trying it now and again.
Yeah.
Because Sundar will be expecting Fisher just to hit a line and length to him, but Sundar playing that one very, very nicely. Away for 4.
As in comes Fisher again, and this is a short. This is a nice ball-length delivery, and Washington had to defend that quickly.
The other player, if Washington Sundar gets in, is Rahul Chahar on his Surrey debut, because the old bowling against your international teammate ego type thing will come into play as well. So you may see a bit of Chahar bowling to Washington Sundar, which will be good fun.
Absolutely. Well, Fisher turns, turn on his heels, and he's in again. Washington on strike, and it's defended into the leg side. They'll take a quick single. Fuller will have to move fast, but he does. There's no direct hit, so he's in safely. Hampshire 184 for 6. They now lead by 37 with this partnership now. Washington on 18 off 30, and Fuller on 1 off 22 deliveries.
I'm just doing a little bit of live adding up here.
Fabulous.
Down the bottom. And I think Yorkshire now are on 149. Durham are on 142. And Hampshire are on 145. So it's all getting very tight still down there at the bottom.
Yes, those 3 wickets this morning did not help the situation. That's driven by Fuller, and that'll be a very nice 4 into the offside. That was a great shot, wasn't it, Jess?
Yeah, on the up, away through the covers. A little bit of width on it, allowing Fuller to throw those hands through it, and that's put away very, very nicely. Because still, Hampshire are 62 runs away from a batting point. And those batting points become more and more important, really. So still 62 runs away. The lead's 41 now for Hampshire.
Fisher comes in again, and that's ducked out. Nonetheless.
Yeah, he's bowled up this morning. That's a nice shot. Five off 20. Fielding off his own distance. I always think it looks like mini mounds. Another single. Moves on to six. As Dan Lawrence around the wicket he goes to Washington Sundar, and he'll drive a long single down here to long off. Tom does the fielding, tries to give James Fuller a bit of a gap with a throw to the keeper's end, but it's the end of a tidy Dan Lawrence over. And are we going to get a change in bowling now from the pavilion end? Yes, we are, and it will be Chahar into the attack. So we are going to see Chahar against Washington Sundar, which will be good fun, I would have thought. End of the over, 191 for 6, Hampshire.
Yes, indeed. I'm just reading a few of the emails that come in. We had one from Andy from Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi guys, thanks for the great commentary over this rollercoaster year. With Durham doing okay with batting points, a draw likely here. I guess we need a win here. I can't see us getting 2 more batting points, and Durham will probably pick up 3 bowling points. So we would be below both Durham and Yorkshire on bonus points alone. It's an unlikely event we end up tied with Durham, who stay up. So thank you for that, Andy.
Yeah, all I would say, Andy, is at 250 is getting important now from a Hampshire perspective. Batting point would be handy for Hampshire.
Yes.
It may be that Hampshire have to win this game. That could happen as well. So it's still interestingly poised, all this. We've sort of, in a way, with Nottinghamshire and Surrey, kept a bit of an eye at the top of the table, but the bottom of the table, as we said before the game even started, that could get very interesting. And they've put themselves under a little bit of pressure this morning of Hampshire, I think due to some good Surrey bowling. I don't think there was anything wrong with the batting. I think it was good bowling from Surrey.
As we've got a little change in the bowling here at the pavilion end, with Chahar coming in, and this just worked away by Washington. No run.
Be interesting to see how he plays this.
Absolutely.
Chahar will be tempted just to toss one up and see what he does.
And again, this is just played into a quick single. I think a couple of people have emailed just to say that we're having a bit of audio trouble on the YouTube stream. So if you are listening on there, we do apologise. It's not actually anything that we ourselves can fix from where we are, but we can let the club know and see if there's anything they can do. But thank you very much for letting us know, and we'll see if there's anything that can be done on that side.
Yeah, I think there was a little problem with it yesterday morning as well, wasn't there?
So Chahar in again, third ball of the over, and this is worked away on the leg side. Fuller didn't really quite get hold of that, but it's the man in the deep that's going to come out and field just for the one.
Yeah, Chahar yesterday, his first couple of overs were pretty quick. Then he started tossing it up a little bit more. So just taking a bit of time to get into this over as well.
As he wastes no time and is in again. This time defended by Washington.
Like that.
Yeah.
Rory Burns likes that as well. He did give that one a little bit more air. So maybe he's just loosening up as well. Chahar, his first day of Championship cricket, of course, yesterday for Surrey.
He's in again, and this is flighted slightly, but driven by Washington, who doesn't seem best pleased with that shot.
He bowled some extraordinary deliveries yesterday, where he looked like he was coming from around the wicket and then went over the wicket.
Yeah, sort of contorted himself around the stumps. This one's flighted in again and just defended by Washington. That brings up the end of the over. Hampshire 193 for 6, and I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Amelia. So yeah, it's a glorious day here in Southampton. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. Chilly out of the sun, but in the sun, very, very nice indeed. And Surrey now going with spin from either end. Lawrence from this hotel end, Chahar from the pavilion end. Washington Sundar's key here from a Hampshire point of view. James Fuller's doing a good job just keeping him company at the moment and trying to calm everything down. Kevin James is back alongside me. Yeah, at any point that Hampshire can pick up here becomes very important, and the 250 is 57 runs away, but it's like a beacon in the distance at the moment. As Dan Lawrence from the hotel end is in, and Fuller's driving. Nice looking shot from James Fuller. Just a single as Sibley comes sweeping round at cover. 194 for 6, because I was saying, Durham have put runs on the board. They picked up a couple of batting points. And, well, I suppose if that game gets tight, that would be interesting. But I think the live table at the moment is it's still 3 points between Hampshire and Durham at the moment. So as I say, a batting point or two wouldn't do Hampshire any harm.
Well, Durham are 4 runs away from another bonus point.
There you go. As forward once more goes the left-handed Washington Sundar.
I tell a lie. There were 346 all out. So they missed out.
They picked up
Yeah,
two
they didn't
batting
pick up any
points.
today because there were 2 for 7
They
overnight.
picked up 2 batting points.
Yes.
Yorkshire have picked up the 3 bowling points because it all got done inside the 110 overs.
Yep.
As forward goes Sundar, turns this one into the leg side. So yeah, I think it's 3 points now between Hampshire and Durham.
Yes.
And it's, well, 7 points between Durham and Yorkshire. But that game's interestingly poised at the moment. As around the wicket goes Lawrence, and Sundar's driving all along the carpet out towards Ryan Patel at extra cover. So as I say, from a Hampshire point of view, a couple of batting points here would be very handy. But they're, what are we now, 56 runs away from that first batting point. As Lawrence is in and Sundar's forward. That's nicely bowled by Dan Lawrence, just pushed into the leg side.
Yes, the worry is that if Durham pick up 3 bowling points, then the points tally is level
It is.
between themselves and Hampshire.
It is.
If we don't get any batting bonus points.
It is, and if they don't get to 250, that lead's not going to be huge.
Right.
So in comes Lawrence once again, and this is turned by Sundar very neatly and tidily. Looks very comfy into the leg side. And they will pick up another single. Takes Washington Sundar on to 22. Fuller has 8. Hampshire 195 for 6. And there's a chat between Messrs Fuller and Washington Sundar. Fisher very good this morning with the ball. They always talk in modern parlance about setting the tone, don't they? And I don't think you can do much better about setting the tone with the ball than knocking the two players that were not out overnight over with their first deliveries of the day in the first over. So that certainly put Surrey on the front foot on day 2.
Would you like to know Matt Fisher's spell this morning?
Yes, please.
I can give it to you. During this over, from Chahar. He's, 11 overs, none for 36. It's been a little bit of turn for him, but not much, as Sundar pushes well forward, which is something that Sundar does. So Fisher, this morning, bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11.
And if you think 8 came off one of those overs.
Yes. Sundar's forward again. So what a spell that was. The first and fourth balls of his first over, the first over of the morning.
As I say, both are not out batsmen overnight as well.
Incredible, isn't it? Down the leg side.
I want to see Sundar do his looking as if he's coming around the wicket and then leaping in front of the umpire and coming over. How, as I say, he must be a contortionist. It really is an extraordinary way of doing things.
Sundar is 22 not out currently. Oh, excuse me, again he's forward.
Bless you, Kevin James. that's come from nowhere. Well, I must admit I'm getting through the back end of a cold at the moment. I think it's a change in the weather.
Change in the weather, and I had a couple of days off in between doing a lot, and sometimes that's the worst thing you can do. That's thick outside edge. The ball rolls away down to short third man, and Sundar jogs through for a single, moves on to 23, 196 for 6, Hampshire lead by 49.
Yeah.
Those incredible figures. I'm going to write those down. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And as I say, his last over, there were a couple of boundaries in that last over, weren't there? So,
incredible.
Very, very good.
Chahar then with his leg spin. Again, almost beating the outside edge. That's turned. You could see him trying to give that an extra bit of rip out of the back of the hand. Good ball to start, or to finish the over, just the one run off it. Fuller has 8. He's curbing his natural instincts as well. Just watch this again if you're on the picture feed. We'll see. Oh yeah,
very nicely bowled.
Picks perfectly.
Yeah, very nicely bowled from Chahar. Fuller's doing a job for his side here, isn't he? His natural game is to play some shots. And he's got some, and he's been very good with the bat this season. Sort of, as you said, probably his best season, really.
With the ball, definitely.
With the ball.
33 wickets in the Championship. He's never done that before, whether at Gloucestershire or whether at Middlesex.
And came into this innings with 310 Championship runs. So, that's a very good all-round season. Dan Lawrence from the hotel end, around the wicket he comes to Washington Sundar, and that bounced on him, but he cuts it away. It's a runaway down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Wasn't completely in control of that, Washington Sundar, but that's the 200 up now for Hampshire. So the 200 up. The lead is 53. I think the key thing at the moment, what we're really watching here is, can they get themselves to 250 first up? As every point is going to be vital here for Hampshire. Dan Lawrence around the wicket he comes once again to Washington Sundar, and he's forward and pushing this one away into the offside. Just looks a good player, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he, as I say, batted quite well down at Taunton, 20 odd and a 40 odd.
Wearing his India helmet again with a bit of sticking plaster.
A big bit of sticking plaster.
Right, it's massive. Yes, it's a big emblem. As forward, he comes once more, pokes this one back up the pitch, and up comes Ollie Sykes to do the fielding. They've dispensed with the short leg now. So Ollie Sykes is in a short, straight catching position on the offside. The drive from Washington Sundar. There is a long single down the ground again for him. That's quicker, and it's just worked leg side by Sundar, who unsurprisingly is a very good player, has been bowling. And one more to the total. 201 for 6, and Fuller comes back on to strike.
Yeah, plenty of practice down in Taunton as well. There was a lot of overs bowled by Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan.
Waits over his bat once more. Does the right-handed Fuller. Got a very open stance these days as he's forward here. and turning this one down towards long on. It's almost like he's facing left arm seam every ball, isn't it? He's opened up that stance.
Yeah, I think that's something we've sort of noticed over the last month or so, that I don't know if it's got more open as the season's gone on. What's that horrible thing flying out in front? Can you see it?
I think that's a wasp.
This might
Or
come
it's
in
a
here.
massive hornet. As forward, one of the great superheroes, the massive hornet. Forward goes Washington Sundar, plays this one down into the leg side, end of the over, 202 for 6. It's interesting this morning, 37 these two have added, and they're valuable runs at the moment. And the other thing is they've eaten up some time and calmed everything down, because the dressing room would have been scrambling after that first over from Matt Fisher this morning.
Yeah. 3 wickets in the first 20 minutes. We haven't had a wicket in the last 50. Right, an email here from Ross Hillman, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It's quite a long one. Watching your, as usual, excellent broadcast this morning. Thank you very much. As a result, a couple of questions spring to mind, says Ross. We'll try and get through those as Chahar gets through his over. Let's come back. That's the googly. Fortunately, Fowler picked it, I think.
I think he well,
Just about.
I'm not convinced he fully did, but he got bat on it.
Yeah, it was on the back foot there, wasn't it? Chahar bowls again. That's the leg break. Fuller works it up to mid-off off the back foot. And there's no run. There appears to be more this morning than was seen yesterday afternoon. Well, I think we can put that down to September. I think you find that the conditions, you would expect the ball to do a little bit more in the mornings. Once the sun is out, then things all slow down in the afternoon. I think that's pretty normal. That's played out into the covers. And there's no run, and I expect the same again today and probably tomorrow as well. I'm sure Turchi agrees with that. He's nodding. Any idea what causes this when conditions seem similar? Well, that's basically early morning, 10:30 starts, remember, as that's thrashed up to mid-on by Fuller. He seems determined to maybe have a little go at Chahar here. I've also heard a few conversations on the programme regarding missing James and Vince in the Red Bull team, and what happened to Mr. Stoneman. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge there. That's clever bowling as Fuller was playing defensively there. I thought he was brought in for Middlesex to bolster the experience of the batting lineup. Well, he was, but it didn't quite work, I'm afraid. He played 7 matches at the start of the season and averaged 21. Really, I think Hampshire sort of thought that maybe it wasn't quite working. I'm sure Mark Stoneman felt the same, and so I think it was agreed that he would perhaps just make way.
He's been doing some coaching though as well.
He's been with us for the 50 over.
Yeah, that's right. I saw him at the 50 over.
It didn't quite work out, unfortunately. Nice guy.
Very good coach.
Very, yes. Hence why.
Highly rated.
So I hear. He's got his own coaching business as well in London,
Yeah.
hasn't he? Chahar bowls again. That's worked away by Fuller in front of square on the leg side. Moves into double figures, and Hampshire are 206 for 6. I notice we've also lost the toss in our last 3 matches, says Ross. Nothing we can do about the white ball, but for red ball, I would make the following proposal. The away team should decide every time as to whether they should bowl or bat first. That used to happen. Do you remember we had a season or two of that?
Oh, yes.
Late season, wasn't it?
Oh, it was another nonsensical change of something to try. I don't know. Doing again.
But it was, wasn't it? We had that.
Oh, yeah, you had the choice. We didn't have a toss. Yeah, I've forgotten about that.
No toss. That's
There was
right.
no toss.
That was pre-COVID, wasn't
You
it?
rocked
for a little while?
up, yeah, and as the away team, you could just decide what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
Absolute nonsense again. But they didn't last long, thank goodness. There's been a few things like that there's been an experiment, and everyone's realised it's not great. Now this was short and pulled by Fuller off Lawrence and in the air, but it sent Ryan Patel the wrong way at short mid-wicket. Just for a second, Ryan Patel would have thought that was going straight to him. But he moved to his right, and it went to his left. It was almost as if he didn't pick it up for a second there. But Fuller didn't really get hold of that. He would have been absolutely livid with himself if that had gone straight to Ryan Patel. As it is, he picks up 4. Fuller looks to me as if he's thinking to himself, well, I've now calmed everything down. I might play a bit more of my natural game now as forward goes Fuller. Then we went through, well, we always seem to be talking about balls, you and I, Kevin James. And do you remember the old tie flex we went through as well? Where we had a different ball in Division 2 to Division 1. That didn't last long. As forward again goes Fuller. Then we went through day-night cricket.
Yes.
That didn't last long.
No.
And I'm fingers crossed. That's it for the Kookaburra as well. I don't know why they just don't stick to what works, really. As in over the wicket again goes Lawrence, forward goes Fuller, pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run. The Hornet has taken a liking to you, Kevin James. It may be your aftershave.
It's dangerously close.
It's big.
There is an opening just to our left, but if
is.
it finds it, it's going to come in here.
Well, it's not the most intelligent, but it's a massive opening. It keeps flying straight into the glass.
Yeah. Do you think
Seeing its own reflection, isn't it? As this one's tossed up and it's whipped with the bottom hand by Fuller. Down towards long on for a single. And Fuller will move on to 15. You should see Kevin James at the moment, everybody. I'll describe it to you. 210 for 6. He is leaping from foot to foot every time he sees this massive Hornet heading towards the glass.
Do you think we should close the glass up? Because we've got an opening just to our
I'm
left.
quite enjoying watching you leaping from foot to foot at the moment. It's not going to come in, don't worry about it. As this is wristily driven by Sundar. It's a lovely looking shot. Just for a single, out towards the sweeper and the cover rope. End of me for the time being, 211 for 6. And I'm just going to go and sit in the corner and watch Kevin James leaping from foot to foot.
Sanjay Murthy coming in alongside me. Hugh Whitehead has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Enjoying the coverage immensely, although I fear the title is going the way of Notts today. That's what Churchy's predicting. About 3 o'clock this afternoon, he reckons. Have a question regarding Hampshire, though. If you sign a test level all-rounder with a test batting average of 44, why have him coming in at number 7? He's batted in the top 5 for India several times. I dare say he can do a job for Hampshire. Bizarre decision, says Hugh. Sanjay.
Yeah, I was looking at the batting order earlier and thinking exactly the same thing as Hugh. There's, I think there's a correlation. We've had some sweet treats brought up to the box here, and at the same time, this seagull-sized hornet thing has arrived.
It's huge.
There's definitely, to add to my big words of the day after palindrome, is correlation between the two. As Deepak Chahar again bowls to Fuller, and that's outside the off stump, and sort of Fuller just evades it really. He sort of drops down to his knee and just gets everything out of the way of that, which is a sensible way of playing something that you're not necessarily picking. And is not Fuller, it's Washington Sundar as Chahar bowls again outside the off stump, and Sundar just drives it to the short extra cover area. They must have played against each other a lot, you'd have thought, in the IPL, these two, Kevin. And we see if Sundar is picking Chahar as he bowls, and flighted delivery, and that's a big appeal, struck on the pad. It's probably got outside the off stump there, I would have thought. Sundar, in any case, the umpire isn't moved, and applause from Rory Burns, who's positioned at slip. Let's have a look on the live on the feed here. Yeah, he's got outside the line. Chahar again in bowls, and this time it's just sort of swept really to the leg side, where Sundar just trots through for a single to move on to 31, and Hampshire 212. 6. As Chahar doing to the right-hander, he's going to come through the umpire. So he's going to run in front of the umpire, between the umpire and the stumps. Bowling his leg spin now, bowls, and Fuller just covers up and pushes it into the offside. You don't see that very often, do you? That run up where he's bowling to a right hand, he's bowling right hand, right arm over to a right hand, and he's coming from around the umpire, or between the umpire and his bowls again, and pushes slower ball this time, and Fuller just pushes it into the offside. End of that over, 212 for 6.
I'll be honest with you, Sanjay, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No.
It'd not be worth another look. Over.
I think the umpire was
very
bemused.
bizarre. Well, I think he's just doing it just for something different, just
Keep
to put the
himself
batter off.
entertained.
Well, there's a bit of that, and I think also it's just just keep the batter thinking something different other than playing the ball on merit. Sometimes you see odd bowlers. Keith Barker comes to mind, where he'll just put a little wriggle into his run-up as he comes in. Darren Gough used to stick his tongue out and things like that. I mean, that's what bowlers do.
Wasn't there a batter that pulled out recently? The bowler was running up, he did something, and then the batter sort of pulled away.
Well, you're perfectly within your rights to. Here's Dan Lawrence with his off-spin, and Sundar plays that late, works it square on the leg side. He runs the first one quickly. But just the one it will be. 213 for 6. Hampshire lead by 66.
Yeah, the field is deep there, isn't he? To the left-hander on the square leg boundary. I think he probably saw that a bit late, Washington Sundar, and there probably was two there if they had got a wriggle on early doors, which they didn't.
Slip in and a man on the drive for Fuller. He plays that quietly away on the offside. Thank you to Dave Squires. Also thank you to Bill Seeger, who says that the commentary just sounds a little bit crackly, but I can assure you it's nothing we've done here. We've not done anything at all. And Bill says he's watching nervously. You are not the only one. This is a little nervy time here for Hampshire. That's the arm ball there. Fulham manages to work it away on the onside because it's quite full.
Didn't you lose the commentary yesterday at some point?
Yeah, we did on the BBC Sport website and that. Yes, we did for a little while. Yeah, I don't quite know why.
No, you were mid talking to Paul Terry about something,
and it went. Yeah.
Then he went. You kept convincing him to stay on for another 5 minutes, and then you lost him.
Yeah, well, we were off that for a little while, and then we were off commentary on the picture feed at the start of the day. So there you go. It sort of evens itself out at the end of the day. That's played out on the offside, and that is the 50-run partnership, a much needed 50-run partnership between Washington Sundar and James Fuller. It's come off 99 deliveries, and after that quite horrendous start to day 2 for Hampshire, where they lost Albert Brown and Dawson inside 20 minutes, these two have brought some calmness to the situation for now, as it's played back to the bowler and there's no run.
Going back to the email and the message you read out about Washington Sundar's batting position, do you think he's basically been parachuted in for a couple of games? Do you think it's just a case of not sort of messing around with a top order?
Probably a little bit about that. I mean, I guess some people would say, well, actually, it probably does need messing around with the performances and the averages that they have this season. But yeah, I mean, listen, you can't ask the guy to do too much. He's done quite a bit of bowling actually since he's been over here, and he's certainly batting in the middle order. Hampshire this year, you are certainly going to get a chance. You know, you're not going to be sitting out too much. And yeah, he's been coming in situations where it's required a calm head. Last week at Taunton and here as well, and he's done exactly that. He's provided some calmness whilst also keeping the score ticking along. And if you can combine that, that's absolutely ideal. So I guess where he is a good position, but I guess somewhere along the line you want him to come in from a position of strength, and he hasn't done that yet.
It looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the Bransgrove end here. It's going to be young Ralphie Albert, who's on his first class debut today, and he's going to be bowling some slow left arm. He is also, he's bowling slow left arm, so he's going to be more orthodox in his run up, unlike Deepak Chahar before. But the umpire is sort of a good 5 or 6 feet back, I would have thought, from the normal position up by the stumps. As he comes in again, bowls, and it's a bit quicker, and Sundar just pushes it back to him. He fields off his own bowling. First ball in first class cricket out the way. He's probably very pleased to have released that with a good level of accuracy. In again bowls, and it's down the leg side, and Sundar just pushes it into the leg side where it's fielded just for a single. He trots through to bring James Fuller on to strike. Sundar moves to 33. Hampshire 216 for 6, moving towards 250, which gives them another batting bonus point, but we don't want to tempt fate too much here. Just bring in just a slight field change as the long off comes into a more orthodox mid-off position, and the man on square is moving slightly squarer as Albert comes in against bowls, and this time it's just driven to Ryan Patel, who's fielding at extra cover, reasonably shortish, no run there. Ralphie Albert on his first class debut, now bowling, and this time this push to that man who's just been brought in from long off to long on. Good scampered single from James Fuller as he moves on to 217, and the man is now being pushed back deep onto that boundary for Washington Sundar. The mid-off for Sundar is up. It probably should have been maybe it was a bit deep to have stopped that single there as comes in again, Albert, and bowled, and just on the leg stump, and this time Sundar just pushes it quite calmly into that mid-on area. He's bowled quite well, quite tight. You wouldn't think that was his first over in first-class cricket.
I'd be nervous if I was him.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about your first over, if you can remember soon, as he comes in, Albert bowls, and just push forward in the end of that over. Good first over from Ralphie Albert. Goes for just 2 off it. Hampshire 217 for 6, Fuller 17, Washington Sundar 33. Kev, was it black and white?
I can't really remember, if I'm honest. I'm not sure when my first game was. It might have been in the old Sunday League.
Right, okay.
I think it may have been. It's so, honestly, Sanjay, it's so long ago. Really. I think to be fair, I think when you're that young, you don't kind of think about it too much.
No.
I think it's only maybe if you're a little bit older and you make your debuts, you sort of think things that are not there, really.
And also at Middlesex.
Yes, it was at Middlesex. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. My first game was against Oxford University, so that wasn't exactly a pressure situation.
Where was that at?
At the Parks.
At the Parks, yeah. And did you play at Lords?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, and not many, but a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was. So Chahar has changed ends, and that's turned,
Yeah,
and that's well played by Fuller, who's sort of ridden the spin and worked it out on the offside. And Hampshire move on to 218 for 6, lead by 71. Yeah, I think that's probably the ideal introduction into first-class cricket, actually. Oxford University at the Parks, no pressure.
No.
That was all right.
Nice place, nice teas.
Yeah.
Bit of a crowd.
There was a bit, yeah. The old students sort of wandering through the park, sort
Yeah,
of stop
nice.
there for a little while, then move on.
Everyone who's this guy coming in off his long run.
Yeah, they think, who is that? Let's see if they're taking much notice, to be honest. Eric Spring has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, if Hampshire and Durham both finish on 145 points, or basically both finish on the same number of points as Sundar pushes out on the onside, do Hampshire not finish above Durham because they have lost fewer games? Both teams will have won 2. Hampshire already have 145, and that is the maximum that Durham can get to. Well, that's, of course, if they don't draw their game. As far as I can see, Hampshire now simply have to match Durham's result, win, lose or draw, to survive. A Hampshire point would not be significant. I'm just looking at the total. So at the moment on the live table, Hampshire have 145, Durham have 142. If they are to pick up 3 bowling points, they have 145 exactly. But if there's a draw involved, then Durham and Hampshire lose, and of course Durham go ahead of Hampshire. Same if Hampshire draw this and Durham lose. So there's still the draw element. You do get the feeling there's a result here somewhere.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep there from Washington Sundar, and that will run away behind point for 4. Perfectly played all along the ground.
Yeah, there's no weather intervention, is there, over the next couple of days after this? I think it's pretty much set fair. So, and Surrey, in a perverse kind of way, Surrey getting rolled for 147 in the first innings has set it up for a result. As had the early that they got this morning to put a bit of pressure on the Hampshire batters, who have recovered well from that early setback. These 250 partnership need to push on and build something substantial to give themselves a chance of getting through that Surrey top order this afternoon, early evening.
2-2 for 6. The lead is 75 for Hampshire, and staging a bit of recovery are Sundar and Fuller, as Sundar works that up to mid-on. Takes the bat off, or out of one hand there. I'm not sure if he was quite happy with where the ball struck the bat there. Something was awry with him.
2-2-2, obviously superstitious. Late David Shepherd, and obviously sad week this week with the loss of with Dickie Bird.
Yes, that's right. Minute silence observed this yesterday morning. Lovely shot there from Fuller off the front foot. Works that out to deep extra cover. And that is 2 more to the total. 225 for 6. And Fuller moves on to 20.
Players,
78 is the lead.
players wearing black armbands in respect of the great man.
That's for sure.
Did he umpire you?
Yes, I played in several games where he umpired. Always good fun, was Dickie. That's the googly there. It's not really coming through quick. So Fuller is able to adjust. End of the over, 225 for 6. There's a change in the commentary position with Sanjay Murthy staying on, and Amelia Clark will be alongside him.
Yeah, Hampshire going along nicely now, 225 for 6. Trying to build a lead over Surrey, which is around about 80 odd, 78 at the moment. 2 experienced players at the crease. Interesting to see what Surrey do as far as trying to make a breakthrough is concerned. They've tried the seamers who did well early doors. Matt Fisher and James Taylor breaking through, and the spinners have been on now. Young Ralphie Albert will be bowling from the pavilion end. Amelia did well his first over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was nice to see.
And he comes again, he sort of gathers bowls, and Sundar just plays it underneath his nose and just drops it into the offside where Ben Folkes fields. There's a big gap on the offside here for Washington Sundar. They're obviously giving him the single to try and get Fuller onto strike against the left arm bowler, and this who bowls, and Sundar just pushes it into that big gap on the offside where it's fielded off the boundary for a single. Sundar moves on to 39. Hampshire 226 for 6. He's got funny action, Ralphie Albert. He's a slow left arm, but he's got quite a long run up for someone who's bowling that, and not at the moment appreciable turn. But we saw that just with Deepak Chahar when he was bowling from the pavilion end. There didn't seem to be as much turn as bowling from the hotel end as Albert comes again. Fuller, and see, I've done it again. And I didn't use the word Fuller until James Fuller was batting, and now I've said it. So we did really, I mean, we had a change in commentary, didn't we, where we didn't get to the end of that in-depth English language discussion as Albert comes in again and bowls, and on the leg side, and James Fuller just clips it into that man who looks like Dom Sibley, who's deep on the square leg boundary. They just push through for a single to 27 for 6. Come on, let's sort of thesaurus our way through this. We don't have to do it now because Washington Sundar's facing, so we've got a bit of time to try and find a better word for a ball that is longer in length than.
Did you have any suggestions? Hampshire Cricket, bbc.co.uk.
Sundar facing up, just drops it into the leg side where it's fielded, and no run there. Yeah, that'd be very useful because I mean I peaked with the misinformation around the palindrome earlier, so I need to get some help here as Albert comes in, bright sunshine bowls, and Sundar just gives that a fantastic level of respect, pushes it back to the bowler who's bowled well so far. It's the end of his second over. He's gone for 2 per over, and Hampshire 227 for 6. Fuller on 21, Washington Sundar on 39.
Yes, a quick Google hasn't helped us there, so hopefully the people listening, if you're in the grounds, if you're on the live stream, I know it's the quality of the sound isn't great, but hopefully you'll be able to hear us, or if you're listening on the radio. So yes, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. What is another word for a fuller length delivery?
Specifically when bowling to James Fuller. I'm all right when he's bowling to Washington Sundar because I can just liberally throw it in left, right and centre, but
what else can we use? So Hampshire now lead by 80. This partnership have been it's been integral really to the Hampshire survival. They're 227 for 6. They are a matter of 23 runs off of their first batting point, which in the current state of the table will be a potential lifeline as Chahar is going to come in from the hotel end. Just taking a moment, looks like he's going to cut across in front of the umpire and bowl over the wicket, and this is going to be a potential catch in the deep, and it has been. Fuller swept that one round the corner, and unfortunately he still remains on one knee, head bowed as if he's praying,
That's a crucial breakthrough for the Surrey bowlers. Chahar caught by James Taylor in the deep. That needed to be a more solid shot, you'd have thought, from James Ferruz, just walking his way slowly off the pitch now, head bowed. That was a fantastic partnership between the two that's been broken by Deepak Chahar there, and that really has put the proverbial cat among the pigeons as we approach the last sort of 50 minutes before lunch. Hampshire 227 for 7 now, and we don't have to worry, Amelia, about any words for Fuller given his out.
No, we don't. And unfortunately, that was, I don't want to say a commentator's curse, but I was just saying about how integral that partnership had been for Hampshire.
Yeah.
They really had been sort of a quieting period that, you know, Hampshire could just rely on, that they could just build a partnership of, you know, and be able to kick on. But unfortunately, yeah, Fuller went for a big shot, and Chahar does bowl so well to his field, and he just picked out the man in the deep, Taylor, and he took that really quite easily. It was a fairly routine catch.
Yeah, straight to him. Didn't have to move. He caught it well, James Fuller. You know, and I think that's why he was so disappointed, because you know it was the right shot to have played to the ball, and a foot either side of James Taylor at the deep mid-wicket boundary, it would have been 4. But you know it wasn't, and Taylor hung on, and Surrey just have been sticking to a plan. Spinners at both ends, and before that Dan Lawrence bowling as well. They've got the 7th wicket, and you know you would think that they've got their sights now on rolling Hampshire out before lunch. If they can get Washington Sundar away from strike as much as possible. It's Scott Curry who's come in, New England debutant.
Absolutely. So, you know, a bit of hope on him that, you know, he is a bowler, but playing for England, you've got to be able to bat well, and Chahar's going to cut across the umpire again and bowl over the wicket. And that's a tricky delivery to have on your first one in, but Curry's seen it away, no run.
It's got a very scurrying run, hasn't it?
Yes.
Deep
Yeah,
back
absolutely.
drive.
There's a lot of energy through it. As he comes in again, he wastes literally no time at all. That was a full delivery, and there's a bit of playful shouts from the slip.
I'm quite surprised with that run where he cuts through in front of the umpire that he's not knocking a bail over as he's bowling.
As he comes in again. So we saw this a little bit yesterday. That's just defended by Curry. And how we said he has to be really supple to get his body all the way round past the sort of not hit the umpire, but not hit the bails, and really sort of get his body round the corner, and not touch the stumps at the other end. And that's an attempt at a sweep there from Curry, which is an interesting shot, and he completely misses it, and it did carry through to the keeper there.
Umpire's given a no ball as well.
I think a little bit of an overstep on that one.
He's just scratching the front line there, the umpire, to give himself a view.
As Chahar comes in again. That's round over the top, and that's a play and a miss there. Curry needs to be careful here. He's not yet opened his account. He's faced 5.
And he played the first few, actually. Sorry, Amelia, with a very solid looking forward defence.
Yes, I think that's just now how he needs to see off Chahar, and that's much better there from Curry, a defensive shot. 229 for 7 are Hampshire. Their lead is 82. Washington on 39 off 17. Curry's faced 6 and yet to score.
Funny you should mention flexibility and stuff that Deepak Chahar shows there when he's with his interesting approach to the crease. Amelia, I've been doing yoga in the mornings.
Yes.
Yes, I did this morning. Just an online thing, just a subscription app. You put your mat down, and they go through sort of various incredibly difficult positions, which I'll tell you about as Albert comes in again, bowls, and Sundar has a big crashing drive at that. He looks disappointed because it goes straight to the fielder, who is at a wide-ish mid-on for no run. He stays on 39. Rafi Albert come bowling his 3rd over from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end bowls, and this time it's a straighter, and Sundar just pushes it to Ryan Patel, who is at a sort of straightish extra cover. There's a man, so not extra cover, straightish sort of mid-wicket. There's a man at long on as well. In comes Albert again, bowls and shorter, and this time Sundar sweeps. That's a great stop by Dan Lawrence at square leg, and that prevents any run there at all, because if he'd have missed that was 4 runs all the way, because he's got no protection behind square on the leg side, Ralphie Albert. Hampshire 229 for 7 as he approaches again, bowls, and Sundar just pushes it into the leg side and performs some sort of nice little hop and a skip. He was wondering potentially why he didn't run, but Ben Folkes is quick coming round from his wicket keeping position, because he obviously knows there's no fielder short on the offside at all, because there's a boundary rider only on that side as Albert comes in again, bowls, and just pushed back to him by Washington Sundar, showing the young man a lot of respect here, the Indian international, just playing a very sensible game. He's got 39 of 75 balls here, Albert, bowls, and down the leg side, and a repeat of that sweep shot. This time it evades Dan Lawrence, but James Taylor, who took that great catch to dismiss Fuller, just runs round, and they just scamper through-ish for a single. That's the end of the over. Surrey 230 for 7. Scott Curry on strike at the start. The next one, Washington Sundar goes into 40. Yeah, yoga.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's some. It's basically long hold stuff. So 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes in some cases.
Wow.
And things ache that I didn't know existed. Which is a challenge. I mean, you go to the gym and stuff, and you know what's going to hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas when you're doing yoga, absolutely no idea what's going to hurt. But I tell you what, it does.
Yeah. It's a great sense. Really good at balancing, and clearly getting around the wickets as Chahar does here. He's going to come in from sort of cutting across. This is up in the air.
It's gone all the
That
way.
has gone all the way. What a fantastic shot. Down on one knee goes Washington. As Chahar came in and the umpire signals a 6. That's a nice bit of pressure release there from Hampshire, as Albert was doing a great job at creating those dots. And Washington, you could see just a little bit of physical frustration. Wasn't able to cash in on some of them, but Chahar first ball, he knocks for 6, and he's just 4 away from his 50.
I wonder what he's thinking there, because Washington Sundar is left-handed, and Chahar's is bowling left-handed as well, but going around the wicket to him.
As he comes in again, and this is defended. Respect for a good ball. That is a huge bug that's trying to get into our camera gantry here. That was about 2. That was massive.
It's one of those seagulls that we
I
talk
think that was
about.
almost the size of a seagull, honestly. That was far too big for my liking. As Chahar comes in again from sort of across the wicket, and this is swept through. Good stop there. Sort of square of the wicket on the leg side.
As I said to Kev, there's definitely a correlation between the unopened, or they have been opened now,
Yeah, they have.
sweet treats that are behind us, and the appearance of this large monster.
Absolutely. So Chahar's given up with sort of cutting across in front of the umpire, and is just taking the more traditional approach, and this has been pushed well, but it's not going to get a boundary, unfortunately, because the fielders were there, just in front of the groundsman's tunnel.
The double garage.
The double garage, as it was likened before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Washington's opening up here a little bit against his Indian compatriot. He's, he's maybe knows he's got the pure bowlers with Curry, Abbott, and Wheel to come, and it's time for him to take on the responsibility.
Curry on strike, and that was a big shout as it's carried through, and
Big leg break.
yeah. Chance there though, getting the ball to just move a little bit, nip around Curry. Curry doesn't look set yet.
I said there seems to be more turn from this hotel end than there was from the other for him.
As Chahar comes in, last ball of the over, and this is pushed. It's going to be up in the air. It has landed safely from Curry, as I think every Hampshire supporter in the ground took an audible gasp and held their breath as that one went up in the air. And that's 238 for 7 after 72 overs. The lead is 91. Hampshire still need 12 to get their first batting point. They're out there in the middle.
The outcome of that last ball was that Scott Curry did get off the mark, but he is facing up now at this hotel end to Ralphie Albert, who will continue. It's not.
It's massive.
It's huge, but I don't think it's going to come through the gap. There are some brave souls,
I don't like it.
Churchy, Kev and Matt from
Yeah.
Hampshire Cricket, who are sitting right in front of that open window. We're to its right. I think
Yeah.
we're safe. We're going to find out.
Okay.
But first and foremost, Albert comes in, bowls, and the big appeal is hit him on the front. Is adjacent.
Oh, have a look at the replay.
No, nothing from the umpires. Let's have a look on the replay to see whether that was just going down or not.
Albert doing well here.
Yeah, look, that's going down. Albert in again, bowls with a bit of turn on the last ball, bowls, and this time Scott Curry just goes back to maybe one that should have gone a bit forward to, and just pushes it back to Albert. Yeah, he's bowling well. This will give the young man a lot of confidence. He's bowled 3 overs to 5 runs, a good shout against Curry here. Bowls, and it tosses it up on the leg side, and this time Curry just tries to push it around the corner, but he's sent back by Washington Sundar, who's waving his bat around, perhaps thinking that there was a single there, but he would have been running to the danger end, and so therefore it was probably a sensible decision. Albert in shorter, and Curry just pushes back onto the back foot, and just no run there as he just pushes it to the man station, which is Dan Lawrence is it Dan Lawrence stationed at mid-off. Albert bowls fuller and on the leg stump, and no run there as well. Ryan Patel, good bowling this from Albert. He's he's keeping the ball up there. He's not sort of giving anything sort of particularly wide of the off stump for Scott Curry to be able to throw his hands at. He has got protection as the man who is at cover is being pushed back towards the boundary. That's James Taylor. Albert again, bowls and full, and he's bowled him. That's the end of Scott Curry. Ralphie Albert with his first wicket in first class cricket. He's bowled excellently so far, and Curry has been bowled for 1. Hampshire in all sorts of trouble as we're approaching the lunch break here. That is a wonderful bit of bowling by the young man. And Amelia.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't say that's much of a surprise. Curry never looked very comfortable out there, and he really he didn't seem to be able to sort of know what to do. He looked like it was giving him a bit of trouble, and yeah, Washington Sundar has lost another compatriot round him. We are going to have a change in the commentary.
Oh yeah, I was just too busy chatting away and not realising what the time was.
Not at all. But thank you, Sanjay.
Pleasure.
And I think I'm going to be joined by Mark Church, as Hampshire have just lost another wicket, so they are now 238 for 8. That first batting point looking very far away, as it is only 12 away. We've got Kyle Abbott coming in now, as well as Mark Church. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon. Well bowled, Ralphie Albert.
Incredibly
Terrific
well bowled.
stuff from him. 4 overs, 1 maiden, and his first class wicket as well. And it's a good one there. Absolutely did.
He looked like he was bowling fantastic well. The first few overs beforehand, he looked dangerous.
Well, and the other thing is he's bowling at Washington Sundar. The majority of balls he's bowled has been to Washington Sundar, and then he's got Scott Curry up his end and has done him all ends up and knocked his off stump out. So yeah, 238 for 8. Now this gets interesting because 12 runs away from a batting point.
Yes.
Are Hampshire. Kyle Abbott can bat. We know that. It's how Sundar goes about this. In the back of his head, he'll be thinking he was taking on Chahar in the last over with that slog sweep. So the field spreads here. This is as much to say to Sundar, you want to take your single, you take your single. Kyle Abbott's seen it all before, so it won't bother him in the slightest. Chahar has his first wicket as well, getting rid of James Fuller. He's over the wicket from the hotel end, and forward goes Sundar. Stabs this one really off the front foot straight into Ollie Sykes. So yeah, fielders all back on the boundary rope now. Chahar's in. Sundar just turns this off the back foot neatly into the leg side. That slowly potters out towards Ollie Sykes. So 5 wickets have gone this morning for Hampshire. Sundar will play this one softly back up the pitch. So Sundar's got that equation in his head now. You want to be on strike for the start of the next over. After this ball, the field will move up. Forward he goes. He's got a single there. If he wants it, he takes it. So Abbott will have 2 deliveries to face of Chahar, who has picked up a wicket with his contortion bowling, where he looks like he's coming around the wicket to James Fuller and then comes over the wicket. And Fuller slog sweeping. I think it was the first ball that Fuller had faced from Chahar bowling like that. And immediately slog swept him straight to James Taylor at deep mid-wicket. And then Ralphie Albert gets his first wicket. And now 11 runs away from a batting point. The lead is 92. So it's, it's a handy lead. But they'd have wanted a lot more. Surrey are a wicket away from a third and final bowling point. Nottinghamshire are 2 down, about 79 for 2, 82 for 2. Chahar is in, and Abbott's first ball, he's pushing down the ground. He's going to take the single. This is what Carl Abbott will do because he can bat. Carl Abbott's not going to fall for this one because he's scored some very handy runs over the years for Hampshire. So I'm pretty sure that Washington Sundar may have worked out from that he doesn't need to protect Carl Abbott in the fact he's taken a single, and now Sundar, if he wants the strike, has to find a single now. He does do, because Surrey kept the field out there, which surprises me, and Sundar will stroll a single, and the round of applause is because he's kicked the strike, but Surrey sort of let him there. So it will be Ralphie Albert bowling to Washington Sundar. He's 49 not out, and 241 for 8. But yeah, as sort of first 4 overs go bowling left arm spin against an Indian test batter, it's been a pretty solid start this from Ralphie Albert. It really has.
Absolutely. Well, elsewhere in Division 1 in the County Championship, we've got Essex Somerset. Somerset finally been bowled out for 433, and so Essex can start their first batting innings. Albert coming in from the pavilion end. Left arm over the wicket, and Sundar just defends. Nottinghamshire trail Warwickshire by 176 runs with 8 wickets remaining. They are 82 for 2. That will be of great interest to anyone from Surrey listening. Worcestershire. Sussex lead Worcestershire by 227 runs as Albert comes in, and again defended by Washington Sundar. And Yorkshire trailed Durham by 322 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Yorkshire are 24 for 1. That'll be of interest to any Hampshire listeners. As Albert comes in again. Good Dennis delivery and defended by Sundar.
I've seen a bit of Ralphie Albert, but the first thing you notice, he's got lovely action. He's only 17.
It's unbelievable.
So he's going to get taller.
Yeah. As he comes in again. Bowls, and this has just worked into the leg side. They're going to take a quick single, and that does bring up Washington's 50 of 89 balls. He's steered the ship magnificently there. He's done it with 4 4s and 2 6s.
Well, he's still got a bit of work to do, but I think you have to say thank goodness for Washington Sundar from a Hampshire point of view this morning. He's been playing a different game to everybody else. 50 off 89 deliveries. And that brings Carl Abbott on to strike for the first time to Ralphie Albert.
As Albert's in again, this is around the wicket, and it's
gone.
caught and bowled. And he's gone.
Would you believe it? And it's the first delivery he's bowled to Carl Abbott. He's tossed it up, it's brave, and Abbott's drilled it, and it's a good catch off his own bowling. He's drilled that straight back into his mid-drift. Now, lunch will be delayed now. 9 down. Surrey have 3 bowling points. That's the other thing. Oh, and Hampshire is still 8 runs away from a batting point. Their lead... Well, it's 95, it's a lead, but it's not as much as they would have been thinking at start of play this morning. And, well, how does Washington Sundar go about this now? 2 good shots and you've got a batting point if you're Hampshire, but you've only got 1 wicket left. But all credit to Ralphie Albert.
Unbelievable.
First ball he's bowled to Carl Abbott.
2 for 6.
He's just given it a little bit of air, and Carl Abbott hits it straight back to him. It took a little bit of catching as well, and it means that Brad will make his way out to the middle. His job here is just keep Washington Sundar company.
Yeah.
But Ralphie Albert will get 1 delivery at him. Fascinating morning. Fascinating morning.
And it's like watching two different games compared to yesterday. Yesterday, it was all Hampshire. They bowled and batted quite well. And then, Surrey, I think in their own admission, didn't play very well. And then today, they've come out and they've been a different team.
They've come out today as a side that, has won the title the last 3 years. And I think that they've sort of said, fellas, we've got to go out there and get back in this game. Yeah. And but what is lovely is they're sort of doing it with a different attack. Fisher set the tone this morning. James Taylor's picked up his wicket. Now we're seeing Ralphie Albert.
Yeah.
So this delivery is important. I know it's only one delivery, but Wheel's got to get through this ball basically.
Albert comes in again, and this is just left alone and carried through to the keeper.
Well, you could see what Ralphie Albert was thinking. Give him one that he could get a single off. But Wheel wasn't going to fall for that, so he's let it go.
Sundar is on strike. But
this will be very interesting now. They'll spread the field.
Give him the option with a single.
Yeah, but also he knows in the back of his head, 2 good shots, that's a batting point.
Yeah.
As long as Washington Sundar understands the entire batting point principle, that has happened before with overseas pros when they haven't played county championship cricket before.
Yeah.
That they haven't quite got the full formula in their heads. So
and
I'm sure he does.
Confusing one.
I'm sure he does. If he wanders down the pitch now, looks to launch one straight back over Mr. Chahar's head and is stumped, then maybe not. But Washington Sundar is obviously a very intelligent cricketer. So we've sort of got a little game within the game here now.
Yes,
Lunch will be delayed at 9 wickets down. But this is about, can Hampshire find 8 runs? So first ball of the over, and Sundar won't take a single. Surrey have spread the field far and wide. The only 2 Surrey fielders in the postcode are the keeper Ben Folkes and Rory Burns. Everybody else will need to order a taxi to get back. As Chahar is in, and Sundar just pokes this into the leg side. See, the other thing here is, I'm sure he has been in this situation, Washington Sundar, but it's a slightly different one in the fact that there is a point up for grabs. So it does make you think about things slightly differently. Sundar's waiting once again. Chahar's into him. Sundar's forward, won't take the single. Just rolls this one out towards deep mid-wicket. The other thing is, if we continue like this, Surrey have a new ball available in 4 overs time.
Oh, goodness me.
So that could be interesting as well.
Good indeed.
Chahar's in once more. Sundar's forward. Now normally you take your single off the 4th ball of the over. Now the field will come up. So here's the tempter. This is the tempter for Washington Sundar. Does he, with the field coming up, try and find a boundary off this delivery and then nick a single off the last ball of the over? Because as I say, the field has moved up, so he's got an option now. He's got an option. We've seen him slog sweep, so they're keeping the 2 men back on the leg side boundary rope. How does Sundar play this delivery? Chahar is over the wicket to him. It's quicker, flatter. It's not a great ball. Well, it's a gimme really for Washington Sundar, and it's cut for 4. So Sundar good enough to cut that for 4, but it's not the delivery that Chahar was looking for, because it was short and it was wide. It just brought the field up. That takes a bit of that pressure off. 54 now for Washington Sundar. 246 for 9. The lead's 99.
And he needs a single here to keep the strike.
Certainly does. Although actually that was a bonus, really, from Chahar, that delivery. Rory Burns is just, he's bringing everybody up now, bar the slog sweep and the long on. Yeah, Rory Burns is basically playing the slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket to get him in the right place. Final ball of the over then. 246 for 9. Sundar can't find the single. Works it into the leg side. Oh, this is tantalising stuff, isn't it? It really is. 246 for 9 at the end of the over. So Wheel will be on strike. Ralphie Albert will be bowling from the pavilion end.
I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Yes, thank you, Amelia. Kevin James is dreaming of his jacket potato and coronation chicken, but there'll be a slight delay on that now. This is all tantalising. Mr. James, 4 runs away from what could be a very important batting point.
Yes.
Ralphie Albert, who has bowled superbly on his championship debut, and he's got 6 balls here at Bradwell. As Ralphie Albert around the wicket, he comes to Wheel, and Wheel is forward, pushing this one down the ground. So there are close catches in for Brad Wheel. His job here is either see this over out or somehow find a single. In around the wicket goes Albert, tosses this one up. It's a good leave from Brad Wheel. And taken by Ben Folkes. 246 for 9. The lead's 99, but we're just looking for 4 runs here, Hampshire. Oh, he's just about getting the bat down on this one, Brad Wheel, as he plays it from the crease. Tell you what, Ralphie Albert into his 6th over, 2 for 6 so far on his championship debut.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Brad Wheel, right-handed, just plays this quietly out into the offside.
Don't mind that.
So 2 balls to go. Really, now just see these 2 balls out if you're Brad Wheel. And Washington Sundar is on strike. 54 not out. Washington Sundar. Surrey have put sweepers back on the cover and mid-wicket boundary. Brad Wheel trying to turn this one into the leg side. Loops away down towards mid-on. So, 1 ball to go from Ralphie Albert. All Brad Wheel has to do is push this back to Ralphie Albert. And Wheel does exactly that. Just pushes it away towards short extra cover and has a defensive shot. Ever been applauded with an almost a standing ovation. End of the over. So now Washington Sundar is on strike with a full over, and Hampshire requiring 4 more runs for a batting point.
Well, I think it's timely to update the table.
Oh yes, live
the
update.
Live table, because I'm on. Yes.
Do it. Our live update table correspondent.
So right now, Hampshire have 145, Durham have 142. Yorkshire are, at this moment in time, 28 for 1. So Durham still have a chance of picking up 3 bowling points, which means they will have 145 as well. Hampshire need this bonus point at least just to, I don't know, help the situation in some small way. Now, I had an email earlier which said if Hampshire and Durham finish on the same number of points, then Hampshire have won more games than Durham.
That's the tiebreaker.
That's the tiebreaker. As Sundar is pushing forward, and there is no run. It is very tense around the ground. It's tense up here in the commentary box. Having said that, actually, I'll tell a lie, because they both won 2 games. So take that one back. Just quickly erase that from the tapes. Sundar hits in the air, and it's short of deep mid-off, but it's no run. They could have taken 1, but they decided against it. So apparently it next goes to the number of losses.
Right.
As one email they put it. I don't know that as a tie break.
I don't know.
No.
I thought they wrestled.
Well, they might do. Sundar hits that away on the offside. They could go for a single. They decide against it. So if the email earlier is to be believed, then it goes to the losses, and Hampshire have lost fewer apparently.
Oh, that's good.
If that is the case, if you know differently, please let me know, because I'm sort of swimming against the tide.
Well, mate, no. I think I looked at all of this. I think that is right.
Yeah, Hampshire have only lost 2, whereas Durham have lost 5.
And I think it almost goes to net run rate, I think, or something.
I don't
know. No.
Well, that might be one for tomorrow, and I'll look at that overnight. That's driven up to mid-on again. They could take the single, and they decide, and now the field comes in.
Batting and bowling points as well, of course.
Yes.
And if it's all level at the end of that, it's a sprint around the Utilita Bowl. Yes. And a sprint. And who does the quickest time?
Yeah. And if that's a tie, it might come down between me and you.
Oh, that'd be excellent.
To decide who stays up.
I tell you what, there's a little bit of byplay here between Chahar and Washington Sundar as well. Because Chahar doesn't let go of that delivery.
Oh.
All good stuff, this.
Is Washington going to go for the big one?
He's got the chance.
Flicks it away on the leg side. They're going to take a quick single. The throw comes in. They're home. Well, they've got the single they want. Washington Sundar will keep the strike. Chahar has a friendly pat on the back of Sundar. They're clearly enjoying the moment, clearly enjoying the challenge. 2:47 for 9. Sundar will face the start of the next over. Well, Hampshire 3 runs away from a bonus point.
They've done it well, because often in these situations you get a comedy run out as well. So a chat between the two. The other thing I mentioned to Amelia, and Washington Sundar has obviously played a game now, but I have been in the odd situation of commentary where it's looked like the overseas who might be playing the one game and strolled out in this situation with absolutely no idea about bonus points. So that always adds to the excitement, but it's obvious that Mr. Sundar does know about the 250 for a batting point.
Yes.
That single as well makes the lead exactly 100. Ralphie Albert then into Washington Sundar on the hotel, pavilion end, and Sundar's forward with the field spread again. As I say, just Folkes and Burns for company. And then everybody else is on the boundary road. Albert over the wicket he goes to Washington Sundar. Here he goes. Oh my lord, that's a horrible shot. And it's a bottom edge past his leg stump. So he is, you can see the thinking from Washington Sundar, but you can see the thinking from Ralphie Albert at 17. He's just tossed that one up and said, well, if you want to go for it, go for it. Ralphie Albert's in again, quicker this time. Washington Sundar pulls it away, but that'll go straight to Ryan Patel. 1 of 5 on that leg side boundary rope. 3 balls of the over gone. 3 runs required by Hampshire for a batting point. Ralphie Albert over the wicket to Washington Sundar, who's driving wristily but straight down to long off. Won't take the single. So that's 4 balls of the over gone. Normally, the field will come up now, but he's keeping the field back, Rory Burns. So there's a single off this ball anywhere for Washington Sundar. Ralphie Albert's in, and Sundar will take a single. Just works it away out towards deep mid-wicket. So Ralphie Albert will get 1 ball here at Brad Wheel. 2 runs required by Hampshire for what could turn out to be a priceless batting point. The lead, though, 101.
I love the way your voice just tapered off there as you said batting point.
Batting point. They are all points. You know what the points make? So there's going to be a short leg of the slip for Ralphie Albert. Around the wicket he goes to Brad Wheel. Oh my goodness, that's a good lead from around the wicket by Brad Wheel. That wasn't too far away from his off stump. But thankfully, it has gone past his off stump. Ooh,
not quite the angle.
No.
On the picture.
I think just from Ben Folkes' reaction, though, that wasn't too far away. But Wheel's thinking there was, I'm just going to not do anything here, because Washington Sundar will be on strike here to Chahar with 2 runs required for a batting point.
Interesting email here from Joe Cunningham, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Enjoying the cricket, I'm glad you are. I'm finding it a little nervy, if I'm honest. But could have liked a few less wickets this morning, that's for sure. I wanted to ask why Washington was wearing the number 100 last week. He was down at Taunton. And as a follow-up question, why it has changed this week to number 55? He wears 5 for India. He was 100 last week. I was 71 yesterday, apparently. Well, a good observation from Amelia. That's quietly pushed out on the offside from Sundar.
Maybe he has a different number every day.
Yeah, maybe he has so many different shirts, and there's numbers kicking around that he actually irons them on in shirts himself. He's played that into the ground. He wears 5 for India, but Weatherly has it for Hampshire, that's right. But I'm very confused about why he didn't wear that number, or a number, from the off. Any insight greatly appreciated? Well, absolutely none, if I'm honest. There's a googly there. Sundar's pushing forward. So well done, Amelia, for spotting that he had a different number yesterday. So he wore 100 at Taunton, 75 yesterday, and 55 today.
I always think if you walk out wearing 100, you've got to perform, haven't you? You really have to perform.
I think at number one, you do, don't you? There's one or two players around with number one. Chahar bowls. Washington Sundar goes for a huge heave. This could be caught at deep mid-wicket. Two players are under it. One catches it. And Sundar goes. It's 248 all out. There is no batting bonus point for Hampshire. And Sundar goes for 56.
I've seen it all now. That was the ball to go for it. It was a full toss. It's a good catch from Ollie Sykes. It was up there for ages. But would you believe it? Washington Sundar has gone for 56. It means Hampshire haven't picked up a batting point. It means they're all out for 258. It means it's lunchtime and Hampshire have a lead of 101. But that was the ball to go for it from Washington Sundar if he wanted to do it in one shot. But did he need to be doing that in one shot? Oh, well, it was a fine innings from him. He goes for 56, Washington Sundar, but not sure he'll be wearing the 100 shirt again. 248 all out. It means that Hampshire have a lead, and it's a handy lead, 101. Wouldn't have been what they were looking for this morning. All credit to Surrey for the way they bowled this morning. They got themselves back into the game now, have Surrey, but, well, I'm amazed by that. I'm absolutely amazed by that. It was a good catch from Ollie Sykes, but that was the ball he was waiting for. And he just didn't get hold of it. So, all out for 248. Hampshire, it means they lead Surrey by 101.
So Hampshire lost their last 7 wickets this morning for 94. Which is not ideal. The wickets shared around by Surrey. There was a couple of wickets for Fisher, who was quite devastating spell this morning. Started the rot with 2 wickets in the first over. 2 for 42 from 18. 2 for 67 Chahar, 20.4 overs. 2 for 39 from 15 Dan Lawrence, and 2 for 7 from 7 Ralphie Albert with his
Ralphie
left
Albert there.
Right, we're going to take a lunch break and we're going to get our breath back, and we will bring you live commentary of the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes' time.
certainly he's gone well this year. Obviously scored that 300 against Durham in one of the Kookaburra matches where I think Surrey amassed sort of 800 or something. He is the leading run scorer in the country this year. We were talking last time I was with you guys a couple of weeks ago, maybe a bit more than that. Kevin and I were talking about whether England would take a spare batter to Australia with them, and I doubted Don Sibley as that person, but I was wrong.
Abbott's going to come over the wicket this time, and there's a little nick. As if it was I don't think it was. It didn't come off the bat. It might have just been off the pad, but it did carry through to Ben Brown. Positive signs from Abbott, just getting the ball to do something, attacking Sibley.
Good carry from Kyle Abbott there. Dom Sibley just sort of thrusting something at it, not real confidence or foot movement in that shot, which is surprising for a man who scored so many runs in this county championship season.
Abbott in again over the wicket, in and bowls, good length, and again beats the bat and carries through to Ben Brown in the gloves.
It's the leading wicket taker for Hampshire, 51 wickets I think to date. Sixth time in the season in his county championship career that he's taken 50 wickets or more, bowling to the leading run scorer in the country. That should make up for a fascinating battle, Amelia.
It should indeed, yeah. And I mean, in our first innings, it was very much one that Abbott won, but it will be yet to be seen as to who will win this battle. As he comes in again, Sibley still on strike. Bowls, and this defended a huge shout for LBW, but I think it's too high, and the umpire remains unmoved.
He's getting a bit of shape here, Kyle Abbott, sort of ducking it back into the right-handed Sibley, which, when Rory Burns comes on strike, the left-hander, we're interested to see whether that shape encourages some sort of nick to the keeper or the slips. I mean, he's got the three slips there, all quite tight for Hampshire, for Kyle Abbott, bowling from the pavilion end.
I think the scoreboard is just taking a little bit of time to catch up, but Abbott in again, in bowls, and this is left alone by Sibley. Not having any of it.
Scoreboard, he's had a couple of courses for lunch as opposed to the quick one course that we had in between innings. We've got to walk quite a long way, haven't we, from where we are at the hotel end around the ground to where lunch is served in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
The good thing is I feel like it's a bit of it helps with digestion.
It does on the way back.
Quite as full when you get back. As Abbott in for the last ball of his over, and he's in and bowls, and this is left alone by Sibley. He's not taking any chances, and Ben Brown does a big diving stop there. So Surrey are 1 for no loss after the first over, and they still trail by 100. I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
It was a short stint, Amelia, wasn't it? And there's a reason for that. Kev was beavering away over lunch, and we had to bring his lunch back to him, which he's wolfed down in record speed to make it to the microphone after just one over for Amelia. It's a bit like when a bowler goes down injured, and yet someone's got to make up the remaining few balls. Amelia just stepped into that role quite nicely, and has now gone off to maybe peruse and see what those sweet treats are that were brought up, and she's walked past it confidently. So there you go. How was your Ploughman's?
Very nice.
Jacket.
Oh no, I was
jacket,
a potato. No, I didn't really want to wash that down because it was actually really nice.
Yeah, no, and it's very hot. I brought that back for you, and I had
You're very kind.
6 napkins to protect me from the scalding heat. Is Brad Wheel then coming in to bowl to Rory Burns on the hotel end, short, and Burns just drops it into the offside for no run.
Well, I think this is fair to say, Sanjay, that this is the most important single innings coming up for Hampshire of the season. They do not want to bowl badly. They do not want Surrey to get too far ahead. This is a very, very big second innings here. Not just for Surrey as well, actually, if they can get well ahead. Hampshire can't afford Surrey to get too far ahead.
Wheel in again, bowls to Rory Burns, and he just covers up into the leg side. Yeah, you're right, Kev. It's there's a lot riding on this. I mean, the county championship structure was voted against any change this week, so it's still 2 down, still 10 in county division 1, 8 in the division 2. 2 up, 2 down. And at the moment, Hampshire are trying very hard to not drop into that the bottom two where Durham and Worcestershire reside currently. As Wheel turns at the top of his mark in over the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who clips it with some confidence into the leg side where it's fielded by the fielder at a short-ish mid-wicket position. It's a tight field for Rory Burns. There's no one defending any of the boundaries here. There's 3 slips for him, as for Brad Wheel, as well as point, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and someone just in front of square on the leg side. There is actually a fielder down at a wide-ish fine leg as Wheel comes in again, bowls, and it's outside the off stump, and Burns just pushes that into the leg side where Liam Dawson fields. I feel, Kev, that Dawson and Washington Sundar are going to play a big role in this afternoon's proceedings, looking at the way that Rory Burns used his spinners for Surrey.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think Chahar and Raphael both picked up a couple of wickets, didn't they?
Yeah, they did as well. In again now over the wicket to the left-handed Burns. Outside just time, that's a waft by Rory Burns, but one hand comes off the bat, but no danger there. Just bowling it, just pushed it across the left-handed Brad Wheel. Good bowling by him, but I wonder if they are just there. They've obviously got the 4 seamers if you include James Fuller as well, but I wonder how quickly, especially Washington Sundar, comes on and starts to maybe occupy one end with the rotation of the seamers on the other.
Well, there looks to be a little bit there with the new ball at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, there does, as Wheel comes in again. Bowls, and it's full, and Burns wicket to wicket covers up. That's the end of a good over by Brad Wheel, maiden by him, and Surrey remain on 1 without loss.
Which means that Hampshire lead by just 100.
Just 100. Now,
Yeah.
we were talking just over lunch actually about the county championship structure and the changes, and obviously now with GMR coming in and buying what they bought of Hampshire and the changes I assume they're going to make, but staying in County Division 1 is I would have thought a major part of that plan.
Well, you'd like to think so. I mean, no county wants to drop down to Division 2 if you've been in Division 1 for a while, as Hampshire have. 2014 was the last time they were in Division 2.
Right.
As Abbott comes in and bowls, and simply as forward. He wants a single, but quickly in is Fletcher Middleton from point. Obviously, it's not done and dusted yet. When you look at the live table right now, Hampshire are 3 points ahead of Durham, but if Durham pick up 3 bonus points this afternoon in their game against Yorkshire, the points will be level tonight. Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, I guess that wasn't in the plan, but Hampshire are a team in transition in the championship, and I'm not sure that Division 1 is the place to be in transition. And that's nipped back and wrapped him on the pad. Division 2 is the place to be in transition, and Hampshire, when they were last in Division 2, had players coming through and moving up into Division 1, the likes of James Vince, Liam Dawson and co. Michael Bates, who was a very successful keeper for several years before things changed for him. But so, yeah, it's a difficult division to be bringing through young players, unproven players who you're looking to make into good players. It's a tough league, that is for sure, as Sibley works that up towards mid-on. So it won't be easy. I mean, it won't be easy either way, actually. If Hampshire do stay in Division 1, then there's a lot of decisions to make during the winter, isn't there, about what young players you can risk and maybe how you're going to plug some gaps. And that's whether with overseas players, well, there'll only be room for one overseas player next year, because Kyle Abbott has signed a new 1-year deal, quite rightly. And so you can only have one more. So, Hampshire may have to look elsewhere. That's assuming there are any players available. Sibley's forward to a good length ball. Not easy to try and plug those gaps so that you're not in this situation next year if you're in Division 1. And of course, if you drop down to Division 2 and you're a team in transition, there's no guarantee you're going to get out there anytime soon.
And is there a risk of losing players?
Well, I suppose there's always a risk of losing players. Let's be honest, there are some seasoned pros, i.e. the man bowling now, i.e. the man behind the stumps, Ben Brown. But there isn't too many others. Well, Nick Gubbins, of course, is another one. That's flicked away down. It's gone very fine. That's going for 4. Down through fine legs. Sibley's off the mark. 5 without loss. James Fuller, of course, is another proven player. But the rest are still, we're still trying to find out about them.
Yeah. Someone like a Liam Dawson, for example.
Liam Dawson as well.
It's going to be an interesting probably a few days for him, because if Hampshire do stay up, then great. The chances are he's staying. But is he one that's going to go, well, I don't really want to play Div 2, regardless of England, whether that's gone or not. Maybe he just doesn't want to be in that situation.
Well, I guess we'll find out at some point. But let's just hope that Hampshire keep their place in Division 1. That's what everybody is hoping, that supports the club, whether they're on the ground, whether they're listening to this, watching the picture feed. But from a Surrey point of view, well, they are still not out of the championship race. They are currently 14 points behind Nottinghamshire. As Mark Church said to me during the luncheon break, if Notts don't make 250 in their current game, and they are playing Warwickshire, they're 112 for 2. They won't get any more bonus points. If Surrey come through this and win, pick up 16, and Notts lose their game against Warwickshire, Surrey will win their 4th championship title in a row. So there are lots of equations going on.
Brad Wheel again bowls, and Rory Burns just clips that off his pads into the leg side where they just run 3 for 2. There was a bit of excitement from behind the stumps, but the umpire isn't going to give anything apart from runs for that. Surrey move on to 7 without loss. See, as you said, Kev, then a pivotal afternoon for both sides. I think we're saying more so for Hampshire because of the lead that they've got and what they need to do to stay up. But Surrey, as you say, if Notts do collapse, let's say, then they need to put themselves in pole position to capitalise on that, as Wheel in again bowls and into the off stump, and Rory Burns just tucks it into the offside. There's no run there. A fairly trademark flourish of the bat after the ball has gone from Rory Burns as he just walks into leg side, just does a bit of gardening, contemplation about life. I was doing that this morning with my yoga.
Gardening?
No contemplation about life. Gardening's not. I can mow the lawn.
Yeah.
But the rest of gardening is a fairly low skill that I possess. I can dig.
So you're contemplating about life. What was any answers?
No, it's pretty poor. I'll tell you 1 second as Will comes in bold. It's full, and Burns just in defensive mode, just pushes it to Liam Dawson, who's stationed the shortest mid off. Mainly ruined by my dog. So I was doing down dog, and I'm sure I heard my dog laugh as she then proceeded to show me exactly what needed to be done. So my yoga is mainly based on pain avoidance.
Right.
You're supposed to relax and contemplate and think about life and the universe and stuff, but I just go, crikey, that hurts. Can I please get up now? And 2 or 3 minutes later, I sort of roll onto my side and wish I'd never done it. As Wheeling again bowls outside the off stump and scampered through a quick single by Rory Burns. Liam Dawson is just sort of shortish at mid off, but Burns placed that nicely between him and the fielder at point. Scampers through for a single. He goes on to 4. The score is 8 without loss.
Just a moment. Umpire's just having a quick look at Brad Wheel's follow through there.
Does he get straight? Does he get on the?
Nothing that I've really sort of noticed. Some bowlers they have a problem quite regularly, but I've not really noticed that with Brad Wheel, to be honest. I've got an email here from Michael James, no relation. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. When the season's over, what do the commentary team do? And as you were saying, you were doing a bit of contemplating today. So in the off season, what are you up to?
Well, I'm new to this game, as you know, Kev. It's been a transition for me in my midlife crisis from being an accidental entrepreneur to being a commentator, broadcaster, all that stuff. So I'm just trying to get myself overseas tours at the moment to get some commentary on. As Wheel comes in bowls, it's on Sibley's leg stump, and he confidently flicks that to the fielder just in front of square legs. Yeah, so I'm going to see if I can get some work overseas.
Okay.
Let's see how that works. If not, I'm writing my second book currently, and any time I'm not spending trying to get some work, I write my book and make myself laugh. That's my basic thing.
Because you very kindly gave me a copy of your first book this morning.
Yes. Yeah, I did. Any given Saturday, I just plug it myself. As Will comes in, bowling now to Sibley, just moves across stump and just thrusts his bat at it. It looks as if he was playing a defensive shot, but he did play at that. And good over from Brad Wheel. He bowled tightly so far. He's just gone for 3 off his first 2 overs, and Surrey are 8 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 248.
So a very brief synopsis of your book.
It's a fictional village cricket side called Buntingford Smedley, and it's sort of P.G. Woodhouse meets the Vicar of Dibley meets the Detectorists, and the thrust of the story is that the ball lands in some cheese and there's a betting scandal. So there you go. That's basically what happened.
How did you think all that up?
I just it's the weird side of my personality that we probably shouldn't air on the BBC, but yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting. It kind of just came to me, sort of a flowy kind of way.
But from the pavilion end, around the wicket, wide of off stump, and Burns is watching that one go by.
However, the second one, which is called the body in the nets, there's a body in there. Actually, there's been a bit of structuring gone on, and I wrote down my chapter sort of flows and summaries and all that sort of. They're called character arcs. I read this, and wrote it all down, and I haven't followed any of it, which is quite interesting. And the book's rambling on. In this one, there is a body, but I won't go any further because.
No, that's right. No, you don't want to spoil it.
No, I don't. Because I don't know the answer.
Ah, right. So you haven't written the ending.
No.
Ah, here's Abbott again. And Burns steers that to backward a point, fielded by Middleton.
Yeah, so any given Saturday. So my plan is the Buntingford Smedley is going to be the cricket club, and its characters and stuff that kind of follow through. So I sent it to some of the guys up at Hook that where I used to play, and I think a few of them recognise an amalgam of characters. There's not one single person that is made up. Is
based.
An identical replicant, if you like, of a character there, but. One of the characters is about 2 or 3 of each of the real life people.
Just one further question on that as Abbott comes in. And, that's close to the off stump and a leave there. It just comes back at Burns. Good take from Ben Brown, moving smartly to his right. Buntingford Smedley. How did you come up with that name for a village?
Unsure about most things, to be honest with you, as far as that's
Did you wake up in the middle of the night and go, Buntingford Smedley, that's the one?
It could well have happened. Some of the characters, there's a character called Major Foxington something or other, if I can't remember. There's the Chomley Smythes, who are the local nobility, if you like. So it's very Woodhouse-esque, I think, in my names.
Oh, and Burns has just pulled out of his stance as Abbott was probably a couple of paces away from letting the ball go, and Abbott's just standing there looking at Burns, who's just saying somebody is coming in and out of a door, which of course with the sunshine out at the moment is not absolutely ideal, and that's right over the top of the site. Michael James goes on to say, this is the breakdown if the points are tied between Hampshire and Durham. Yeah, it's most wins, fewest losses, and head-to-head points, most wickets taken, most runs scored. Yeah, well, it's fewest losses will be in Hampshire's favour, that's for sure, if we get to that point. That's played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yes, it's been nervy all day today. In fact, it's been nervy coming into the game. I do detect a renewed vigour from Surrey. It has to be said, they didn't have the best of days yesterday, but they came at Hampshire very, very quickly this morning. So quickly that Matt Fisher picked up 2 wickets in the first 4 balls. The 2 overnight batters, Toby Albert and Ben Brown, and really it's been downhill from Hampshire. From then, they only added 94 for their last 7 wickets. Surrey here will be looking to build, knock off the deficit and of course build on top of that as that's played out to point, and there is no run because they have very good chance mathematically of picking up their 4th championship title in a row. We could have a scenario here which I don't really want to think about, come Saturday, if the game does go that far, that at one end of the pitch we could be seeing a celebration from Surrey for the title, and at the other end, commiserations for Hampshire for dropping down, but that's not quite imagined that one yet. As Abbott comes in and bowls, it's a length ball, it's pushed up to mid-on, bounces on Liam Dawson, who flicks the ball back and immediately he's going off the pitch. Maiden over from Kyle Abbott, 3 overs, none for 5. Surrey are 8 without loss, and they trail by 93.
It's a game of patience for both sides here, Kevin. Hampshire have got to bowl with line and length to make sure that they're not just giving away cheap runs to buy a wicket necessarily. Surrey, on the other hand, 2 experienced opening batsmen, both played for England, have got to just work out that they've got the rest of the day really to accumulate a partnership to get Surrey close to that Hampshire lead of 100, and that there is no compulsion really for them to go after this, because they have got the experience and ability to do that. Will comes in, bowls, and Surrey just pushes it into the offside, and well judged and well taken single there to move him on to 5, and Surrey at 9 without loss. It's the great test, isn't it? It's the test now of patience, of skill, and of aptitude, and just ability to read what's happening and just make sure that you're not forcing something. And I think that's possibly something that Washington did towards the end there. And look, it may well be that he's only parachuted in for 2 games. He may not have known that the bonus point system, and it's complicated as it is if you live here, let alone if you just parachuted in to play a couple of games. And he may not have known that they needed 250 at that point. It's just maybe that's the way it is. But patience is going to be the key here, as Brad Wheel just makes a slight adjustment to the slips there, being put in the right position by the captain and keeper Ben Brown, as Wheel in around the wicket to Rory Burns, who squares up and just pushes it back into the offside, where Wheel fields off his own bowling. Surrey remain 9 without loss. It's gone. Are you going to say something?
No, I wasn't. No, that's right.
No, I was maybe going to waffle on about something else.
Please do. Shall I squeeze in this email, because I'm off at the end of this over, or just about anyway. Vernon Needham makes a good point on the subject of transition. I'll come back to it after this ball.
Wheel at top of his mark, in again, bowls, and it's full, and there's a nick, and he's caught at first slip. That's a great catch, tumbling to his left by, is it Washington Sundar at first slip. That's the first wicket down for Surrey. They've gone for 9 for 1. It's Rory Burns. It's a great ball by Wheel in, and it just leaves him slightly off a length, and tumbling catch to his left. Sundar, that's the breakthrough that Hampshire wanted. Rory Burns gone for 4. Surrey 9 for 1.
Well, I missed the spectator below us that shouted something quite loud, and I must admit I missed it. I don't know if it was something that probably is just as well I missed, I don't know. But
well, the last word was Rory, so I'm guessing we can fill in the gaps on the rest of it.
Right.
But Rory Burns just the ball was full, goes back deep in the stump, just pushes the ball, hard hands. Rory Burns pushes the ball at it, and a great tumbling catch was left by Washington Sundar. That brings Ryan Patel to the crease. He didn't have a good first dig. I don't think Ryan Patel went.
He's on a pair.
He's on a pair.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So it's always I always worry when the ball catches the edge. It goes to our slip fielders, but fortunately that was taken cleanly. So Vernon Needham, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the place to get in touch with us today and tomorrow, and if this game goes to Saturday, that day as well. Good point on the transition subject. Essex had a clear out after the 2016 season and were in transition. They won the county championship in 2017.
Oh, right.
So that was a quick turnaround, wasn't it?
And look, the talents here, and we've spoken about this before, Kev, the pathways there within Hampshire cricket from a county level, if you like. There's a good structure, lots of young players coming through, and if they can survive in Division 1, and this early wicket from Brad Wheel is a great start towards securing that status for next year, then it does mean that there's enough there to allow any loss of any sort of major players really to be supplemented, if you like, by the youth that's coming through who will have the talent Wheel again round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's on the player, and that's full, and Patel just pushes it in to the leg side for no run. But is County Division 1, is it split into two divisions effectively? A bit like the Premier League in football, where those who can actually definitely win it and those who are just fighting, let's say, to survive. Was a bit tighter than that.
Well, I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Notts were in transition, really, and they went down. And now look at them. They're in, they're in with a big shout of winning the championship.
Wheel again round the wicket to Patel, who just squares up and pushes it back, fielding off his own bowling by Brad Wheel. Surrey remained 9 for 1.
I mean, it wasn't so long ago, and I'm probably talking of last year, really, where it was, you're talking of Somerset, Hampshire, Surrey, Essex were kind of the top 4.
Yeah.
And that might have been the case for 2 or 3 years. Our memory sort of fading a little bit, but that's my sort of quick recollection now. Of course, it's changing a bit. Essex have struggled a bit this year. Hampshire are struggling a bit this year.
Wheel then, final ball of the over, bowls full, and it's off the mark. Ryan Patel with a lovely drive through the offside. That's gone all the way for 4 along the ground. He's avoided his pair. Surrey moved to 13 for 1, and I believe we have a double change in commentary here, with Mark and Amelia coming in to join us in a second, where Mark is he's having a very laboured lunch, but I think he's ready to join us now. We hand over to the incoming pair.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to address this email while we change, because I'm not sure this is totally true. Keith Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, has Hampshire failed again to get any batting points and Durham got 3? This means if we win, but Durham do also, we'll be relegated by 1 point. That's not my understanding, because I'm just going to labour this point a minute, Amelia, before I let you come in.
No worries.
That's left alone, but it comes off the bat of Sibley, but it goes to the ground. Because as things stand at the moment, with Hampshire 3 points ahead of Durham, if Durham do pick up 3 bowling bonus points, then they will have 145. If both teams then win, they both will have the same number of points,
Right.
which means it goes back to a count back. They've both won 2. But Hampshire have lost fewer, which means they'll be okay. So I'm not quite sure, Keith, that is quite right. And his last point that says, regarding a new coach, we should try and get Justin Langer or Ricky Ponting, as they were great batters, and batting is clearly a very weak link. You've got to persuade them to be here for 6 months as well, of course, which is not the easiest of things, depending on their commitments down under. That's a single. Amelia Clark and Mark Church, who's had another great helping of his ploughman's. He's still eating. Amelia, you might have to do the first couple of minutes, because I can see Mark
He's
Church
still
behind me eating.
Not at all. Well, Kyle Abbott in for what is now his beginnings of his 4th over. Surrey are 14 for 1 after the dismissal of Burns, and I'm joined by Mark Church. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon, Amelia. Yeah, good bit of bowling from Brad Wheel to get rid of Rory Burns. This game continues to move forward at a rapid pace.
And that's sort of left alone, but I think it was off the pads, and it just juts out, and they will take a quick single.
Because those wickets this morning for Surrey, 7 of them. Handy lead of 101, but Hampshire would have wanted far more than that, and Hampshire not getting a batting point. That was the key thing. Look, Washington Sundar didn't know about the bonus points. Why the hell wasn't someone sending a message out to him? So I'm sure he did know
Why
about
was
that.
Brad Wheel not telling him?
Well, exactly. So I'm pretty sure he knew about that bit.
Abbott in again from the pavilion end, and he's going to come right arm over and just blocks, and it beats the bat. Carries through.
Good bowling again from Carl Abbott.
It is indeed. It feels like just mere moments ago that I was writing that the incoming batter was Patel, and that was yesterday. But I mean, the amount of notes that I've taken since is quite remarkable,
Yeah,
really.
it hasn't been the game I think we were expecting, in the fact that neither side's batted very well. I think that's probably the way to sum it up. So it's there. This game is there to be taken by the scruff of the neck by either side, really, at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, Surrey have got Patel and Sibley at the crease to try and move them along as Abbott comes in, and this is driven very nicely past the slips, and that will go for 4. Sibley out to mean business.
Well, he's got his 3 slips in there quite rightly to look for wickets, so there are gaps in the field, and simply that he wasn't completely on top of that, but it's gone all along the carpet and down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. But yeah, either side here could take control of this by the end of today. But I have to say, neither side have batted particularly well on a pitch that is offering a little bit, but not the
Not that
scores
much.
we've seen
Yeah.
so far in the game.
Not at all. As Abbott comes in again, and that's left alone by Sibley and carries through.
Certainly making it interesting, though. It really is making it very, very interesting.
Yep.
I think realistically, more interesting from a Hampshire perspective. In that, Nottinghamshire, as I said this morning, should get those 300 runs to pick up the two batting points, which would confirm them as the county champions. If they didn't do that, if somebody for Warwickshire suddenly takes 7-0, then yeah, it would get interesting. But still, all Nottinghamshire would need to do there is not lose. Even if Surrey won here, they'd still win the title. So I think more at the moment the focus will be on Hampshire and where they are and the points they need to pick up, as Brad Wheel is around the wicket to Ryan Patel. That's a beauty from Brad Wheel. Had to play at that, Ryan Patel, and that beats the outside edge and taken by Ben Brown, moving away to his right hand side. But he wasn't expecting a low scoring affair in this one,
No.
but it could be one of those. It could be, and they're usually very dramatic and very, very tense, aren't they? So, but Surrey still with work to do, trailing by 82. It's Hampshire who have the lead. Wasn't as big a lead as they would have wanted, as forward goes Patel to a good length ball, just pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. It's the most gorgeous afternoon.
It is. We were just saying about that off air, weren't we? About how we were just admiring some of the patrons that have come in today.
Very
and just,
much so. Shorts and t-shirts
Yeah,
day as well.
sunbathing.
Might be the last day for the shorts and t-shirts today. It is a gorgeous afternoon, and you would think it's a nice afternoon to be batting, really.
You would.
As around the wicket goes Wheel, and that's nicely played by Ryan Patel. Just lets it hit the bat, and that's going to run away for 4. Down to the wideish third man boundary, just let it hit the bat, and away it goes for 4 runs, and Ryan Patel is on to 8, and Surrey move on to 23 for 1.
They do indeed. Yeah, that was a fabulous shot. It was total control, use of the pace from Wheel, and just direct it really. 23 for 1, Surrey.
Mathematicians are needed at the moment, though, to work all this out. But you tend to get a little ahead of yourselves. But I mean, it's interesting. It really is. And there could still be a lot going on come tomorrow, as Wheel's in and solidly forward goes the left-handed Patel. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run because Somerset and Essex, that game's sort of taking its own course at the moment. Somerset 433 all out, Essex 57 without loss. Nottinghamshire 133 for 2. So they are 117 runs away from a first batting point. If they get to 300, they will be confirmed as champions. As Wheels in and forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one back up the ground, and Carl Abbott comes round to his left to do the fielding. Sussex in a good position because Worcestershire were all out from 1, 2, 3. Sussex made 350. John Simpson 100. What a season he's having. And Worcestershire 45 without loss. Now, the Durham-Yorkshire game.
Yes.
Very interesting. Durham 346 all out. So they did pick up 2 batting points. Yorkshire picked up the 3 bowling points. As Wheel is in, that's well bowled. Beats the edge of Ryan Patel's defensive push. Nicely bowled by Brad Wheel. End of the over. And Surrey 23 for 1, trailed by 78. So that means Durham are on 142 points. It means Yorkshire are on 149. And Hampshire, because they didn't get a batting point, are on 145. Now, bowling points wise, from a Durham perspective, they could obviously pick up 3 bowling points by knocking Yorkshire over. Yorkshire are looking for batting points. But I think more realistically, it's at the moment between Hampshire and Durham. So that's the game, and it's obviously Durham playing Yorkshire, so it's all very tight.
Kyle Abbott again from the pavilion end. He's in, and this is just guided away. Very high up on the toes of Sibley, and he just sort of manages to steer it onto his leg side.
So the key thing as well, so I'm so sorry,
No, not at all.
but if they, as J-Man was saying, if Durham pick up 3 bowling points, there'd be 145, Hampshire would be 145. If Yorkshire then beat Durham and Surrey beat Hampshire, they would both be on 145. Tie break first is number of wins, they're on the same, then it's losses, and Durham have more losses than Hampshire.
As Kyle Abbott comes in again, this is well left alone. But that's not thinking that Hampshire could pick up potentially another 3 bowling points.
Not now, we're into the second innings.
Of course.
So we're into the second innings, so all the bonus points have gone. All the bonus points have been and done. So now what you're looking at is 16 for a win, or nothing, or 8 for a draw. You know, that's something we haven't really brought into the equation yet. Of course, the other problem they have is that Durham could beat Yorkshire. Then we're going to have to look at where Yorkshire are.
Absolutely. Abbott in again. Needs to find a way through for his team. That's helped onto the leg side, and they'll go through for 1. Yes, so I mean, I can't believe this game here would end in a draw, but the way it's going at the moment, but this game has had everything, so you never know. But I would be very hastened to
Hampshire can beat Surrey here. Hampshire have a lead. It's not a huge lead, but they have a lead. Batting, for some reason, hasn't looked particularly straightforward. Hampshire could beat Surrey. Then they can
calm down,
relax a little bit.
Yeah, that's really what needs to happen here. Well, Kyle Abbott, the man who took 3 wickets in their first innings, is up again. And he is in and bowls, and that's dunked out the way by Sibley. He's not messing with that one.
Yes, but just to reiterate what our live update correspondent was saying, so if from here, if Surrey were to beat Hampshire and Yorkshire were to beat Durham and Durham picked up their 3 bowling points, it would end with both Hampshire and Durham on 145. Then we go to tie-break time. First tie-break is wins, same number of wins. Next is losses, and Durham have lost more games than Hampshire. So it'll be Durham that go down.
As Kyle Abbott comes in here, and this is, I thought I had a nick there, but obviously not. Maybe came off the pad. Maybe something isn't carried through, but if wicketkeeper Ben Brown sounds quiet, then definitely not happening there. Good crowd in today, lots of people sat in the sun, not many in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand as it's now completely flooded in shade. A few up in the pavilion, even though they are in a shady position. Sun's going to move around in a moment, and we are going to be rather warm. This is kind of the sweet spot of the day.
Lovely.
We're cool, but
you know what? I'll
too
be
hot.
sat in between commentary.
I do indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Abbott in, and it's defended, and Sibley didn't look totally comfortable with that one. He sort of had to let go of the bat with one hand and defend.
Kevin James's hornet is back from this morning as well.
I was haunted by that hornet. It was massive. I was not enjoying that. It's terrifying. It's genuinely, it's very hard to explain over the radio, but I would say it's about the length of an average thumb.
All I would say is it's not exactly Jurassic Park.
No,
but I can see why there's a bit of panic knocking around the place, but it's never going to get in here because it can't work out to fly through the open shutters.
True.
So
It keeps banging.
all it's seeing, like birds, is their reflection.
Yes.
And then it flies straight towards the reflection.
Yes.
So we're getting a change in bowling, and we're getting a change in commentary as well. Sanjay is coming back in. Amelia is back in about 15-20 minutes time. Kevin James is writing copious notes down below us, and Brad Wheel is coming around the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's forward and squirts this one off towards backward point, and there's no run. Sanjay, good afternoon to you, sir.
Mark, first time together.
Yes, indeed. And,
Yes.
And all very interesting. I think on a realistic point of view, what we're looking at more here is from a Hampshire perspective than Surrey, because Nottinghamshire should get to 300.
Yep.
But from a Hampshire perspective, they could still win this game. quite easily they could still win this game because neither side have batted particularly well yet in the game. As around the wicket goes Brad Wheel, short ball, up on his toes goes Patel, punches out towards extra cover, and there is no run. And I think that batting point could prove to be quite important come the end of this game, perhaps. Of course, we're waiting to see if Durham can pick up their 3 bowling points. But I think from a Hampshire perspective here, they've got to just say to themselves, right, we still had a lead. It wasn't as many as we wanted. We've picked up Rory Burns already. How many can we pick up before Surrey knock off another 76? As Patel, good shot. Over pitch by Brad Wheel, and Ryan Patel just the full face of the bat. And straight back down the ground for 4. Ryan Patel on to 13.
Seems more application second time round by the Surrey batters.
Well, I think they had a really bad day yesterday, and I understand it. You know, that really hurt them, the game against Nottinghamshire. They had an opportunity. They've probably not been, in terms of championship cricket, they've probably not been at their best all season, but they've put themselves there or thereabouts, and everybody was looking at the Notts game from weeks ago, and everybody knew that could be the crucial game. But they bounced back today from a poor day yesterday. As forward goes Ryan Patel and plays this back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Beautiful 4 days here in Southampton. No chance of anything but a result going either way, and patience has to be the key. I mean, the way that Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley are approaching their batting task at the moment suggests that they've had a chat in the lunch break, and they are going to bat long, as the parlance would say.
As around the wicket once again comes Wheel, and it's a straight drive that's so straight it hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and there's no. I've always said with Surrey that they naturally tick along. It's normally 4 and over, but 3, 3.5, and they have stroke makers in that middle order, but they need to have the platform to go off and play their shots, really. So I think you're right, but I think from a Hampshire perspective, this is about how many more can we pick up before Surrey knock off the 72 to get to parity as much as anything. As around the wicket comes Brad Wheel. Short ball, Ryan Patel's hooking in the air, he's fallen for it, and he'll go at quarter deep backward square, and it was the way he went against Nottinghamshire as well last week. He likes to hook and pull, Ryan Patel. They've set the trap for him. We haven't seen too many short balls. He's taking that from outside the off stump and caught at deep backward square, and he'll be livid with himself there, will Ryan Patel, because he's fallen for the trap. Brad Wheel, though, sets the trap and then bowls the ball that he wants to. Scott Curry, I think it was, did he take the catch? Curry, and now he's run off to go to the toilet in the groundsman's workshop area.
Followed by Washington Sundar.
So they've all both headed off down the tunnel.
Too many cups of tea.
Yes, indeed. But that's a wicket that Surrey, well, would dearly not like to have had happen. But as I say, Ryan Patel, he tends to just hook and pull on side. And
is he compulsive?
Not compulsive, but if it's there, he tends to think, yeah, I can put this away. But it was a little like last week's one that he's almost fetching that from outside the off stump.
And no control top edge.
Yeah.
Caught by Scott Curry in that deep mid-wicket boundary. And bear in mind that we talked about patience, and that was important for Surrey from an accumulative perspective to get the runs and to knock off those other 70-odd, 72 that are left before they reach parity with Hampshire. And he'd played really straight until that. A couple of nice little drive, a lovely drive towards us here at the hotel end, through long on for him, the left-hander. And the ball before was so straight it hit the stumps at the other end. And as he said, Churchy fell for the 3-card trick. Nice full straight ones here, have a drive. And then we'll bump one in, and we know you like to hook and pull. Thank you very much. That's the end of you, and that brings Ben Folkes to the crease. I have always felt that Folkes has been dealt a bad card by England. I think they were always looking for someone to replace the best wicketkeeper in the country and a very good bat. What's he got? He's got 2 Test hundreds in his 25 games for England. Unlucky. It is Kyle Abbott in now from the Broad Browns ground ahead. Bowls to Dom Sibley, who just pushes it to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Hampshire, Ben Brown still keeping the 3 slips in, quite a tight field. There's a short man at shortish mid-wicket, long on, long off. Just looking to see where the boundary rider is, and he's just behind square on the leg side for Dom Sibley, who tends to be a very, I think, an offside player. Plays a straight bat, obviously has played for England as well. It's 22 tests for them as Abbott in again, bowls, and Sibley just tries to drop it into the offside where Fletcher Middleton is fielding at a sort of shortish point region.
Yeah, I think Ben Foakes has been the victim of the way England play cricket. I think I was a little concerned of England's handling of Jamie Smith this summer, in the fact that he got to the last test and absolutely exhausted, in the fact that he's never kept that much before in his life.
Abbott in again from the pavilion end, bowls. That's sort of shortish is a big appeal. That looks high to me. The umpire isn't interested. Dom Sibley just asks to pick the ball up, which he does, before he just gives it to Nick Gubbins, who's that man at a shortish mid-wicket. The slips and the keeper interested, but nobody else.
There's also this whole thing that Jamie Smith coming in at 7 is able to up the rate more than Ben Foakes, and that is fine, but Foakes has a good record with the bat for England, and he is head and shoulders the better keeper as well. Yeah,
Abbott approaches the wicket now and he bowls, and driven by Dom Sibley, sort of squirty, doesn't get all of that through the offside. Fletcher Middleton chases after it, and they sort of casually stroll through for 2 as Sibley moves on to 12 off 27 balls. Surrey 31 for 2. I think sometimes the keeper and the relationship with the sorts of bowlers that the side has got and the keeper, I think, play a major part. Jamie Smith, it doesn't really stand up to anybody, obviously, apart from the spinners. But maybe sometimes that's the pressure that's missing, because folks can stand up to a lot of quicker bowlers as Abbott comes in, bowls, and this time Dom Sibley covers up someone like a Wokes maybe, or an Atkinson possibly. I mean, Jack Russell-esque, Foakes is up there and means the batter can't leave his crease, and the pressure is on them.
Yeah, I think from the Jamie Smith perspective, he was never going to put his hands up and say, well, I don't really want to keep wicket, I just want to bat. You take what you're given, and he's kept very well. I just thought he was absolutely exhausted by that oval test, and I'm not surprised, because he's never done this much keeping in his entire life, the amount he's had to do, and it's 5 days.
Abbott then last ball of the over, bowls, and Sibley advances down the track a little bit and just pushes it into the offside. Well judged and well run single. Good communication with Ben Foakes off the last ball of that over. Surrey move on to 32 for 2. Sibley on 13. Ben Foakes yet to face a ball.
I can see a scenario at some point. Well, I can see Jamie Smith ending up, when Joe Root knocks it on the head, batting 4 for England, without a shadow of a doubt. And I can also see him batting 4 for England and not keeping wicket.
Yeah.
And whether it would be Foakes they go back to, I don't know. But I think you're asking an awful lot of someone who is so naturally talented that he's able to keep wicket. But it's not something he's done on a regular basis for Surrey. And you could see even with the bat as well, that by the time he hit that oval test, he was exhausted, mentally shot to pieces. And his greatest asset, I've always said, is what's between his ears, Jamie Smith. Here's Brad Will coming in over the wicket, and Dom Sibley's forward and playing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. His greatest asset ever since he first came into the Surrey side is he is such an intelligent cricketer. He really is. He's as calm. I always said that I'd like to have had his maturity at my age. He is just one of those. And it's fascinating really, because as I say, I can see him batting four for England, ending up batting four for England, and not keeping wicket, as Wheel is in over the wicket, and this one's tucked away off the hip by Dom Sibley.
And what's the relationship between Folkes and Smith like?
Very good, yeah, absolutely. You know, just to say, one of the great men of cricketing journalism has just arrived with his walnuts. Now, I've been hearing about Ivo Tennant's walnuts all day, and that is not a sentence I ever thought I would say. But if I'm going to hear about anybody's walnuts, I want it to be Mr. Tennant's.
You're very fickle, Churchy, because previously you liked the phrase of Kev James's walnuts.
Well, yes, I just like anybody's walnuts. As forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no relationship between the two of them is really good. And but I think Jamie Smith would put his hand up at this point and go, Ben Folkes is head and shoulders as a keeper. He's done it far more, and he is. I would go as far as saying that he's up there as possibly the best keeper in the world.
Yes.
Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
But is there a potential scenario, I'll ask you in a second, Churchy.
As over the wicket comes Wheel, and Folkes is turning this off the stumps away through the leg side, and he'll pick up a couple here, 2 more to the total. 35 for 2.
That the ECB say to Surrey, we want Jamie Smith to keep.
And I can give you the answer that Surrey would give straight back to England.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be the answer.
That's not happening.
Does that have an impact on relationships, on the ability for...
Well, England wanted Gus Atkinson, and I can't remember which game, a Yorkshire, Scarborough, to play in the game to get some overs under his belt. Surrey's answer to that was, as in comes Brad Wheel, and this one's pushed into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and there's no run. A, he hasn't bowled since May. B, we've been getting Jamie Overton ready for this game, so and C, you're going to tell us he can only bowl 4 over spells. Not happening. Yeah. So Gus went and played for the second team down. And got some cricket under his belt. So yes, I can assure you what the answer would be to that one. As over the wicket comes Wheel, and forward goes Folkes, and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And the other thing with that is, the way the schedule is at the end of the over, 35 for 2, he's not going to get an opportunity to come back and play any championship cricket for Surrey. You look at the India series this year, and before the start of the India series, well, it was all going on while championship cricket was also going on. So I think it is what it is, and I think it's the way England go about things. I hope, for Jamie Smith's sake, that he doesn't get injured on the Ashes tour, heaven forbid. But then I think what they would do is turn to Ollie Pope again and say to Ollie Pope, you keep wicket. So, and with the Will Jacks one, it's a very interesting one on that. With Will Jacks, I think it's Will Jacks, the all-round cricketer. And Will Jacks can bowl. He just hasn't done a lot of it in terms of championship this year. What did he take? 6 for on his debut. 6 for on his debut in Pakistan. But my biggest thing in all of this is, can England score enough runs? And if Ben Stokes does not stay fit, then they have a major issue. Yeah,
that's very true. We've got a change of bowling here. It's a slow left arm of Liam Dawson bowling from the pavilion end to Dom Sibley. Flatter, quicker delivery, and Sibley just covers up and pushes it into the offside for no run. You know, that is the Will Jacks. You know, he covers maybe some multiple roles within England.
Well, he does, but if Stokes can't bowl these overs, England have got a major problem because they have to pick 2 players to replace him.
Dawson in again, bowls and a bit of spin, and Sibley's trying to turn that way on the leg side, a bit of a leading edge towards Nick Gubbins fielding at Cupper Point, and in the end, no danger.
And I've been quite adamant about this, that if he's not able to bowl his overs, and people will again jump all over me on this one, I wouldn't play Ben Stokes. I know he's an inspirational skipper and all that good stuff, but he's got to be able to bowl his overs.
Dawson again bowls on the leg stump and pushed into the leg side. James Fuller is warming up at backward square there. He might be coming on to replace Brad Wheel here at the Hotel End. Dawson just gathers, bowls, and a bit fuller, and this time it's pushed onto the offside by Dom Sibley for no run. Tight start this by Liam Dawson.
Well, this will be Dawson's job, won't it? And it's something he does brilliantly. He'll just tie up one end for a while now.
Up to the wickets again. Bowls and just pushed into the offside again by Dom Sibley. What is going to be interesting, I think, is the tactics that Ben Brown employs here with his two international spinners, the Washington Sundar and Liam Dawson, as to whether they bowl from the same end or they bowl at the opposite ends as Dawson comes again, quicker ball, and Sibley's been very defensive, pushes it forward, end of that maiden over from Liam Dawson, and Surrey at 35 for 2.
And I'm vacating to bring in Mr. Kevin James, who's been looking at Ivo Teller's walnuts, and I'm going to get the opportunity to do it myself now.
I mean, it's very difficult to sort of top that, really. I mean, but I did say, Kev, that Church has been very fickle. Earlier was your walnuts were the best thing in the world, and Ivo turns up with them, and he just jumps ship.
Yeah, it depends which way the wind blows with Churchy.
Yeah, yes. They are good-looking walnuts, though, I've got to say. They're in some sort of sealed bag.
Well,
is
apparently
there a story to this?
Yes, there is. Apparently there's some very big walnut trees in the village of Abridge near Rothesay,
Okay.
where Ivo lives. We've given the game away now. See if any of Ivo's fans now, they know where he lives. They'll do what Ivo's done to a certain person here at Hampshire and just stalk them outside his house.
Can you scrump walnuts?
Sorry?
Can you scrump walnuts?
I don't know.
Can you?
I don't know. Scrump walnuts. Anybody knows? Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and if you can you give us the recipe? That's something I've heard before.
No, you probably haven't. There's Fuller in now, bowls, and on the leg stump, and that's nicely tucked away by Ben Folkes. A diving stop down, restricting Ben Folkes to just a single. He moves on to 3, Surrey for 36 for 2. James Fuller batted well in partnership with Washington Sundar earlier in the day. His job now is to get another wicket. Surrey have lost 2 so far. Ryan Patel hooking Brad Wheel into the deep leg side to be caught by Scott Curry. Before that, Rory Burns as Fuller approaches, leg side again and slightly shorter, and Sibley just tucks it into that fielder who's fielding sort of a quite a wide-ish fine leg. Just one. He moves on to 15 by scrumping. Do you not remember you scrump? I know scrumpy is what the outcome of it, but did you not call it scrumping for apples? When you go basically nick apples off someone else's tree.
Yeah, it refers to does that?
I think there's a relationship between the outcome and the activity.
Is there?
Yeah, so scrumping for walnuts is probably, it sounds like a really bad emo band. To
Pickled walnuts.
As James Fuller comes in, bowls, and is again on the leg side, and Ben Folkes just pushes it to a sort of mid-on position where it's fielded by Kyle Abbott. So
Don't you pickle walnuts?
You do pickle walnuts, yeah. I'm quite liking the fact that there should be a band called Scrumping for Walnuts. You know, it's very emo-esque.
There's your latest venture.
Well, there you go. That could be exactly. No, I have no musical ability at all, and singing is certainly not. I do fancy myself as a bit of a singer, but I'm appalling at it. So I don't think we'll be selling very much. As Fuller's at the top of his run here from the Hotel End bowls, and down the leg side, a big appeal for a tickle. Is certainly interest from behind the stumps. Ben Brown especially was interested, but the man who counts in this situation says not out.
Now, thank you very much to Alex Swatridge, because I must admit, in all the ways that people could go up, down, stay up and what have you, I'd forgotten this one, and thank you, Alex, for pointing this out. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, thank you for the coverage, first of all. Have I missed something? If Hampshire win and Durham win, that would send Yorkshire down, wouldn't it? Yes, that's right, it would.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yorkshire have forgotten in all of this. As Fuller in and covered up by Folkes, line stump to stump from James Fuller here. Yeah, that is the scenario, isn't it? That we've been talking a lot about a very convoluted, you as our live correspondent, a very convoluted scenario of bonus points and stuff. But yeah, if both Durham and Hampshire win, Yorkshire are in trouble.
That's right. Now, the lots of you, several of you are sort of emailing now with various numbers. So, I'm trying not to get confusing myself here.
Fuller in, bowls, and it's shorter, and it's folks kind of on the thigh pad area. Sort of a jump of anticipation and expectation from Ben Brown, but nothing there. End of that over, which is the 14th, and Surrey are 37 for 2. Folks on 3. Dom Sibley holding firm on 15.
That's right. Now, first of all, before I go to this next email, let's just confirm the live table as it is right now, because Hampshire have 145 points and Durham have 142. Now, that 142 of Durham's doesn't include the current innings, of which Yorkshire, replying to Durham's 346 all out, are 102 for 1. So the maximum bonus points that Durham can get in the Yorkshire first innings is 3, which will bring them to 145. Liam Dawson, whose first over was a maiden, will continue from the pavilion end, and forward is Sibley, and that goes out on the offside. So at the end of this Yorkshire first innings, whenever that is, tonight or tomorrow, and the first 110 overs, of course, which bonus points can only be accrued on. That's assumed that Durham do get all 3 bonus points, so they are level, 145 each. So you go from there, because here, bonus points, there are no more. That's played out into the covers by Sibley and the no run. So that's assuming both Durham and Hampshire draw, first of all. So that's 8 points for a draw. They both have the same number of points, obviously. Hampshire will stay up because they have less defeats. That's driven up to mid-on. It's going to take a single. Total moves on to 38 for 2. Surrey behind by 63. If Durham win and Hampshire lose, Hampshire are down.
Okay.
If Hampshire win and Durham win, as our previous email says, Yorkshire will go down. So this next email, I'm not sure is right.
What's the current gap between Hampshire and Yorkshire points-wise?
It is currently, that's a good question, Sanjay. One of which I'll address right this moment.
Dawson bowls and a bit of bounce, and taken well by Ben Brown, but there is no nick from Ben Folkes.
Right now there is 4 points between Hampshire and Yorkshire, who are 1 place above.
Okay, so they've got 149.
They have 149 currently, yes. But of course they themselves have chance of bonus points because they are batting.
Yep.
It's turned away on the leg side. Folkes wants a single. Sibley, no. You probably heard that. So that's where we're at.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a little complicated, and I'm saying it slowly because I thought I had it worked out in my head, but some of these emails are making me just question things at the moment. So this one from Keith Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I've given this over between.
I'll do that for you, Kev, as Dawson in again bowls, and this time just pushed into the leg side, fielded off his own bowling. Ben Folkes is the batter currently. He remains on 3. And Surrey 38 for 2 at the end of that Liam Dawson over, which went for just a single. And Surrey just taking their time here, batting sensibly, experienced players at the crease. They've got Dan Lawrence to come in next, if that's how the order goes. And the England internationals all the way down really for Surrey here. If you bear in mind the players who are not playing for them today, Ollie Pope, the Curran brothers, Atkinson, Jamie Smith. There's still huge strength and depth for the side from South London. It will be James Fuller who will continue from the hotel end here. He's bowled just the 1 over so far for 2 runs. That was 2 singles that were clipped down to the fielder at deep third man. Bowling now to Dom Sibley on the leg side again, and this time just clipped to Fletcher Middleton, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Kev is deep in thought.
Okay, well, let me go. So this email from Keith Allen follows one from earlier that he wrote. So Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So bear in mind what we've just said, or what we've just said. He says Hampshire started 2 points ahead of Durham. That's right, they did. If Durham get maximum bowling points and win, they will get 22 from the game. If Hampshire win, they'll get 19. So Durham end up on 162, Hampshire on 161. Or am I missing something?
Fuller in again, bowls and short and just ridden well by Dom Sibley. And no danger there, just plays it into the ground. Fletcher Middleton fields, no run. Now, I'm not taking any part in this conversation. I'm just going to call what I see, Kev, because it's way past my level of intelligence.
Well, it's questioning mine. I'm sure what we've just been through is right, and yet Keith is coming at it from a different angle. So, okay. I still think that Hampshire are all right, as long as all they had to ever do was match Durham's situation.
Fuller bowls and on the leg side and slightly short and ridden again nicely by Dom Sibley, and he just walks through for a single. Couple of tall batters here for Surrey, Ben Folkes and Dom Sibley, so they'll be able to ride any bounce that the quicker bowlers have with a level of ease. There's been nothing out of the ordinary as far as bounce is concerned, especially for the quicker bowlers. I think it's the spinners that have actually, when they bowled a bit of topspin, have created that extra sort of bounce that was more unexpected. Fuller again then to Folkes, and he just covers up, plays a defensive shot, and that is a no run. Surrey remain 39 for 2, Kev.
Right, okay, so at the risk of sort of being a little bit boring for a little while, as people email in with various scenarios, Andy Wallace, Hampshire Cricket at BBC. This is really hard. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So Andy says, so my understanding of the results is regardless of Durham bowling points now, I can't see a draw here with the state of this game. I agree. Sorry if this sounds complicated, he says. If Yorkshire win, Durham are relegated. True.
Fuller, bowl, short and pulled away on the leg side by Ben Folkes. He's timed that beautifully. A diving attempt at stop by Fletcher Middleton. Down, it's not Fletcher Middleton, it is Scott Curry down there at the boundary, and that has gone for 4. Good shot, Ben Folkes.
That's for sure. Right, Andy goes on to say with these scenarios, if Yorkshire and Durham draw and Hampshire lose, Hampshire are relegated. I think that's true. If Yorkshire and Durham draw and Hampshire win, Durham are relegated. If Durham win and Hampshire win, Yorkshire are relegated. If Durham win and Hampshire lose, then Hampshire are relegated. So Hampshire need to win and we're safe. We can lose as long as Durham lose. We are safe, says Andy. Clear as mud.
Yeah, he did that. Fuller in, last ball of his over, bowl, short again, that's risen slightly, and Ben Folkes just looking suspiciously at the pitch as it goes through to Ben Brown. That's the end of that over. Surrey 43 for 2, Sibley 17, Ben Folkes on 7. I shall hand over to the lovely grape filtering Amelia Clark. Kevin, you can ask her about that.
Yeah, she's nicked the walnuts as well that Ivo Tennant brought over. So Stephen Clark has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's in Crete, 31 degrees, he says it's there. I'll tell you what, the temperature's building in here on the gantry. It looks like in my absence it continues to pay dividends, says Steve. Dare I hope that my missing influence could possibly bring a win by an innings. Steve, if Hampshire win this and you're in Crete, you might have to stay there. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think you'll be too displeased with that.
No, you won't mind. All next season, I mean. Here's Dawson around the wicket, and Sibley turns it away. All very fine. Chase for Abbott. Down towards the boundary, and it's not Abbott, actually it's James Fuller, and he can't quite get there in time. And it is 4 runs. And Sibley will move on to 21, 47 for 2. The deficit now is down to 54.
Yes, well, a positive start really from both sides. I mean, Hampshire coming out, getting 2 strong wickets. They need to keep looking though. They need to keep moving this total along. But Surrey building a partnership here with Folkes and Selby, and it's slow, but they don't need to rush here really. They've got 2 days to do it in.
Very true, yes. We're not even halfway through the game, are we, in terms of number of days. There's Dawson. Quicker ball. Sibley works that up to mid-wicket. John Stevens on the email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's in Shoreham by Sea. He even gives his address out. Actually, I might make a note of that address because it might be that Mark Church might want to write to him.
It's true.
Yeah, because he loves a letter,
Yep.
as we've been mentioning earlier. Dear commentator, says John, has the ECB decided on how many teams are relegated? Yes, it's 2. Well, they haven't decided. It's the
Staying
counties
the
that they can't come to a common consensus. So the status quo continues. So there will be 2 going down. Have a look on the BBC Sport website and app. There's an article on the cricket page to that effect. That's played towards mid-wicket. Also, another interesting article, I don't know if you read it, Amelia, is the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, of which I'm a member still. I think past players used to well, I don't say think, I know. Even if you're a past player, you're still a member of the PCA.
Yep.
And they have come out in quite strong fashion, as that's worked up to mid-on. And they've raised the possibility of strike action over the fact that there's no agreement as to having less championship matches, of which they are very strong advocates of. They are very keen that there is less championship matches. I think they put forward either 12 or 13 moving forward. Well, of course, we're going to have 14 next year. And simply plays that back to
Does that mean
Dawson.
you'll be on strike next season?
Well, no, as a past player, it works. Some people might say, "Oh, wish we would go on strike." But no, the PCA.
Interesting, yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to call that article up actually, because I was just reading that just before I came on commentary. Dawson Bowles again. It's just come in at folks. Plays that out to Ali Orr just in front of point, and that's the end of the over. So 48 for 2 are Surrey. The 2 batters out are Burns for 4, Patel for 13. Both those wickets falling to Brad Wheel, and Surrey are behind currently by 53.
A refreshing breath of wind just came through there and just cooled everything down a bit. It was all getting a bit warm up here in the gantry as the sun begins to creep round. It's a bit of an odd one. We have freezing temperatures in the morning and then boiling in the afternoon, but we're in a just sort of leaving the sweet spot of temperature at the moment and creeping into that heat up here. But it's a beautiful day, sort of just a few wispy clouds in the sky as James Fuller comes in from the hotel end, right arm over the wicket, and it's defended by Sibley, and he sort of bends double as he does so. 48 for 2 are Surrey. Sibley on 22 off 47, and Folks off 7 off 19.
Yeah, that article, Amelia, the
Yes.
Professional Cricket Association Chief Executive Darryl Mitchell says he's not ruled out the possibility of players taking strike action after proposals to reform the county championship were rejected.
Wow. That will be interesting to see how that develops then. As Fuller comes in again. Bowles, shorter delivery, and Sibley's up on his toes to defend.
Yeah, the PCA had advocated for a cut to 12 matches but supported a 13-match proposal in order to protect player welfare. Speaking on the BBC, Mitchell says he was disappointed and disheartened by the outcome of the vote. He says we'll be led by the players. The WhatsApp group last night was pretty animated and there were some high emotions.
Wow. James Fuller is just turned at the top of his run-up and comes in past the umpire. Good length delivery there, and that's been worked out onto the leg side. Just the 1 run. Surrey now trail by 52.
An interesting side note to that, if you go on the Hampshire Cricket website, I did speak to James Fuller last night, who is one of those that you would say his workload is probably one of the highest of any of the players. He bats, he bowls, he plays in all formats.
Yeah.
And I did ask him that question last night.
You did?
How he felt about playing as much as he did. I mean, he did say it was hard work, didn't he?
He did.
He admitted that.
Yeah. As he comes in again. Bowls, full length delivery, and that's back to him. And I think he just got his fingers on that, but he did stop what was sure to be a boundary, but maybe just got the tips of his fingers there. That sting a little bit. Yeah, it must be difficult because as a bowler, you know, and where he bats, there's sort of no rest for the wicket almost. He's either fielding or bowling or having a little bit of a break before he's most likely out batting again. And yeah, it must be tough sometimes just to balance that workload and also the strain on the body, and he does it very well, especially in all formats.
Yeah, so that article, well, the whole of that interview's on the Hampshire Cricket website. I put a little clip on the @Solent Sport X feed last night about him with his best county championship return of 33 wickets so far.
He comes again, shorter delivery, and again leg side, they'll go for one. Hampshire quite happy to let the Surrey team keep rotating the strike, because that brings up the 50 for Surrey, 50 for 2. They'll be looking for another wicket right about now. Break this partnership. Fuller with 1 ball left of the over. He's only gone for 2 off this so far. So, Sibley on strike. 2 slips in place. Fuller in. Bowls. And left alone. Bit of a waft as he thought about it and got it moving a little bit. And that will be a dot ball to finish. 50 for 2 after 18 overs.
Interesting carry, wasn't there? Through. It did go through. Email here from Sean Anderson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, it feels odd that the hottest summer on record has lined up with one of the bleakest county championship campaigns in recent memory for Hampshire. Somehow, despite losing only 2 matches all season, Hampshire head into this final game scrapping for survival. Only 3 teams have lost less. You'd understand if it was due to bad luck with the weather, but this was just another nonsensical decision by the ECB around the Kookaburra Bowl. Well, it was the same for everybody. Everybody played 4 rounds of championship cricket with the Kookaburra Bowl. It just felt like the whole championship was sort of put on hold, really, until September. That's played out to mid-wicket. Start of a new over from Dawson. He's bowling to Folkes. I think those that won in any of those 4 rounds got a little bit of an advantage. Easy forcing results with that Kookaburra Bowl. We watched a couple here, didn't we?
Oh, that we did.
Worcestershire all over Hampshire, actually. Got away with a draw. And I think the other one was the Notts game, wasn't it? It's played out to mid-wicket and no run. Again, a draw there.
Well, Liam Dawson, he only managed to take 1 wicket in the first innings. It was the caught and bowled of Laws. Can he take 1 here?
Yeah, we haven't seen Washington yet, have we?
No, we haven't actually. It's a very good point.
Picked up 3 wickets in the Surrey innings. I'm sure we'll see him soon. Ben Brown's just pushing Ali a little deeper at cover. As Dawson from that pavilion end comes in. Folks, whips that away through mid-wicket. Runs here. Chased by Toby Albert, I think that is.
Yeah, he's not quite going to get there. It
No,
looked
he's
like he might, but...
Ball just kept rolling.
Just kept going.
So, sorry, move on to 54 for 2, and Folkes moves on to 12, I think. Yeah, so 50 was up just now, wasn't it?
Yes.
So that will be 54.
Scoreboard slightly slow.
It is. The deficit will be down when it changes.
247.
247, yes. Best part of the day now. Sun's getting very warm. Certainly in here. Folkes watchfully pushes that out to backward a point. Still showing 50 for 2. Is that one of these moments where the scoreboard gets stuck a little bit?
Yes. There we go.
Ah, there we are. I think it's around this time of day, isn't it?
Yeah,
It seems to be
just
the
can't-
first of the sticking points.
The scoreboard's just a little bit too warm. It just wants a little. It wants a nap in the afternoon.
Folkes off the back foot again. He's pushed through by Dawson. Goes out to Orr.
Dawson, one of those that have been selected for the series in New Zealand, I want to say.
Yeah, it's a nice little trip, isn't it?
A lovely little trip. New Zealand's big on my bucket list.
Have you not been there yet?
Not been there yet, no.
Yes, you've got to do that. Yeah, what an excuse to go. Watch a
What
bit of
an
England,
excuse,
white ball
yeah.
cricket.
Do you think Radio Silent will send us?
Yeah, of course they will. Yeah, just have a word. That's pushed out on the offside end of the over. Dawson's 4 overs, none for 10. Folkes is 12. Sibley is 23. We've had 2 wickets since lunch. Rory Burns for 4 and Ryan Patel for 13. That was a late comeback to the afternoon session from the lunchtime interval because we played an extra 10 minutes this morning because Hampshire were 9 down. Hampshire all out for 248. They had a lead on the first innings of 101. I think most people here anyway, and most Hampshire supporters were hoping that lead would have been far greater, having started the day 7 in front, but with 7 first innings wickets in hand.
Yes, it looks like James Fuller's going to continue his bowling from the hotel end. We're doing, well, it looks like Hampshire are sort of employing the spin from one end and a seamer from the other to try and keep the Surrey batters on their toes. Sibley will be on strike. He's on 23. He's faced 50 deliveries. Fuller wastes no time. Straight in. 2 slips in place. He's in. Bowls. Good Yorker length delivery there, but they're going to get one as Sibley just dug that out. Fuller trying all sorts here.
He is. 3 wickets in the first innings for Fuller. Oh well, really well.
He actually bowled Folkes for just 2.
That was a great 2-ball combination. I asked him that last night as well in the interview I did with him, where the first ball just nipped away. In fact, he said to me, because I said that was a good ball before we even started the interview, I said that was a good ball that got Folkes because it nipped back. And he said, yeah, what about the ball before? And I said, don't worry, we didn't miss that ball that shaped away and then the one that nipped back. It's a classic 2-ball trick. I said, don't worry, James, we didn't miss that. Now they're looking at the ball. Here, the ball has been thrown to Captain Ben Brown, who's also having a look at the ball. And what's he deciding? Is he going to throw it to the umpire? Nick Gubbins is showing Ben Brown a particular point in the ball that he thinks is out of shape. Ben Brown says, maybe not.
He threw it up, looked at it and went, what's the problem?
I think we'll carry on, lads.
Yeah, I like that. From this distance, you can even tell what Ben Brown was thinking there. It was genuinely, you know, sorry, what am I looking at? No, it's absolutely fine. Crack on, lads. So James Fuller in again. 55 for 2. Oh, sorry. This one's driven back past him. There's going to be a chase on here by Gubbins. I think it will stop it, and it does. It's not Gubbins there. Apologies. It is
Eddie Jacks on
Eddie Jacks.
sub fielder.
Yes, because a few I think went off for a little break earlier. I love that he's come on as a sub fielder, and he was actually very heavily involved in the ball changing discussion. I like that. So 56 for 2. Oh, sorry, they trail by just 45 here at the Utilita Bowl at 2:45 on day 2. As James Fuller comes in again, this is on its way, bit of an outside edge. Go 3 for 1. 57 for 2.
I'm going to be off in a minute, so I'm just going to read this email before I go. JJ Gas has emailed Surrey Cricket, that's the old one, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. And this has thrown in a few more scenarios which I'm sorry, more complicated than ever now. I'll come to that after this delivery.
Fuller in, past the umpire, bowls, good length delivery, works straight out to the fielder.
So JJ writes, as a despondent Surrey supporter, I feel that the Durham, Hampshire, Yorkshire scenarios are too easy to understand. Right. Therefore, I shall introduce a complication. Yes, like we need one. I believe that after last week's Surrey Notts match, the match referee took a point away from Notts for a slow over rate. They did. So even if Durham pick up 3 bowling points, setting up the possibility of a tie with Hampshire.
As Fuller bowls, shorter delivery, worked offside, no run.
If both sides achieve the same result, it's still possible that the tie will be broken by a penalty. I think the penalty has already been sorted. I think Mark Church was saying. If not, I'll be honest with you, I've lost the will to live over these all these calculations, and I shall just let others who know better than me to do all the work. Because I thought I knew what was going on, but I really don't.
I feel like that at the moment. I feel like Mark Church is the only one that's actually got a full grasp of the situation. I've been lost in a haze of numbers. Fuller comes in again, last ball of the over. Shorter delivery, balls and defended by Folkes. So, well, speaking of results elsewhere, in Division 1, Essex and Somerset. Essex trail Somerset by 308 runs with 10 wickets remaining. They're 125 for no loss. That's quite the partnership they've started with there. Nottinghamshire trail Warwickshire by 75 with 6 wickets remaining. So Nottinghamshire are 183 for 4. Worcestershire trail Sussex by 118 runs with 10 wickets remaining. They're 109 without loss. And Yorkshire trail Durham by 215 runs with 9 wickets remaining. They're 131 for 1.
One, yes, that's right. Yeah, 3 wickets down will give Durham a bonus point. I'll just read this email before I go. Amelia's staying on and Mark Church will come in alongside her. This is from Andrew Farmer, Hampshire cricketer, bbc.co.uk. He says, I attended yesterday relying on your excellent coverage today. Read the discussion of promotion and relegation possibilities. Hope there isn't a test at the end. Cricket is often referred to as a cerebral game, if I got that right. Seems followers need to have a maths degree to keep up. Is there any other sport so complex in this respect?
No. Well, as Dawson's going to come in from the pavilion end, and that's defended by Sibley. Thank you, Kevin, as ever. Steering the ship here for us commentators. Organising everything as he goes. Taking it all in his stride. As Mark Church joins me, hello, Mark.
Good afternoon again.
Defended by Sibley.
Yes, well, I was just saying that I've negotiated my own bag of Ivo Tennant walnuts, which I'm delighted about. So the great man
fabulous.
is bringing me some tomorrow. He said that he brought them on the bus this morning for Kevin James. So very good of Ivo Tennant.
Absolutely. As Dawson comes in again. This is defending. It's a harsh out from Dawson, but no real encouragement there.
It's been interesting. There's some real cricket's suddenly broken out on the second afternoon. So we're sort of at the pace we should be here, really. Some very good bowling and some very good batting from Sibley and Folk so far.
As Dawson comes in again and defended.
It's a good battle between these two as well, because Dawson will do what Dawson does and Sibley will do what Sibley does. So very good battle between these two.
That's Dawson. We've got 2 balls left of the over. None off of it so far. Can he find a way through? He's in, and this is defended back to him.
They talk about players in modern terminology dialing in. They say, "Has that player dialed in?" Sibley, to me, here looks like he's dialed in.
He definitely does, yeah. He's not going anywhere, it doesn't feel like. Hampshire need to find a way to get him to as he drives that one. That's nice. He won't get a run from it, and that's another maiden from Dawson. 2 maidens, no wickets, 10 runs.
And the way Surrey will operate here is, and the way they've done it before with Sibley, is Sibley will just go at his pace, play his way, and then everybody else bats round him. That's basically the Surrey game plan. But it's interestingly poised, all this. It really is, because went into this second innings trailing by 101 Surrey, lost Burns and Patel. So now there's a sort of settling down period. Fuller and Dawson combining nicely at the moment. Abbott bowled beautifully. Wheel picked up his couple of wickets. So very interesting all this at the moment, as Fuller from the hotel end comes in over the wicket, and Ben Folkes is solidly in behind this one. Glorious afternoon as well, and again with conditions you'd think, well, this is a good time to bat. This is a very good time to bat. But trailing by the 44 now.
Well, we said that yesterday.
We did, and I think yesterday was a case of Surrey not batting well.
Do you think it was a big effect that Dom Sibley fell first, and so that they weren't really batting around him?
No, I don't think so. I think it was possibly a bit more of an effect of what happened last week against Nottinghamshire, really.
Yeah.
As over the wicket comes Fuller once again, and Folkes is driving up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So I think it was a little bit more of that. And throughout the season, Surrey, in terms of championship cricket, haven't been quite at their best, but they've been good enough to keep themselves at the top of the table. But everybody weeks ago was looking at that Nottinghamshire game and going, that'll be the pivotal game of the season. And I think it's going to turn out to be that, because Nottinghamshire seem at the moment to be heading towards that 300, and I'd say they thoroughly deserve to win the title when they get there. That's a good one from Fuller. That's nipped back and bounced. That beats the inside edge of Ben Folkes' bat, and Ben Brown's taking that off his feet away to his left. So that one really did take off from James Fuller. Nice bit of bowling. And Folkes is down to do some guarding. But from a Hampshire perspective here, it's still got a lead of 44, so there's still some work for Surrey to do. What they don't want to be doing is chasing something up over 200, I wouldn't have thought. And it all getting a little bit squeaky. As Fuller, with 2 slips, is over the wicket here to Ben Folkes, and that's well bowled. Goes the other way this time. Nicely bowled, and Folkes, he's had the previous one that's come back at him, so he's just pushed his hands towards that one a touch, because he's gone the other way to him there, James Fuller. So it's a very good bit of bowling from James Fuller.
Well, Kevin and I were actually speaking about that just earlier, and I think that was that sort of 2-ball trick that he actually got Folkes on yesterday, that we spoke to him about after the in the post-match.
Yeah, bowled Ben Folkes yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah. It was, bowled him.
Yeah. And Folkes will be aware of that as well. As Fuller is into him, Folkes drives. Nice looking shot, and it's a good bit of work up at mid-off, because that took a horrible bounce. The fielding is good. So after sort of the frantic morning and the frantic day yesterday, and we've got a quiet patch at the moment. And as I say, it's almost like normal cricket has broken out on this second afternoon. Taken a little bit of time to get there, but both sides at the moment playing the game that's in front of them rather than what might be ahead of them. As Fuller's in again, that's a good looking shot by Folkes, driving down the ground. Fuller got something on it. I think it's still going to run away for 4. So off the final ball of the over, the straight drive from Ben Folkes, Fuller getting a fingertip on it, took some of the pace off it, but it's over the rope and away for 4. Folkes is on to 17, and Surrey are 61 for 2. They trail by 20, the partnership's worth 32, and there are 8 overs until the tea break.
There is, yes, and at the moment we've got 40 overs remaining. Hopefully by tea we have 32 left. It's going to be Dawson to continue the pavilion end. Nice little breath of fresh air just blows through the commentary box. It's always welcome these hotter afternoons. I feel like if we looked carefully, Mark, I think we'd see a few sleeping heads in the ground. It's that kind of afternoon at the moment. It's a quiet period as Dawson comes in and defends his Sibley.
Well, it's actually warm out there as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It's warm out there. There's a perfectly blue sky. Sun's out. So those sat in the stands, if they're going to have a doze, as you say, now might be the
Now's
time,
to
I
do it,
think.
if they haven't already. There's Dawson in again. Waste no time. Defends his Sibley.
Yeah, Dawson's got the slip. He's got a catcher at short mid-wicket. He's got the catcher at short extra cover. And the backward point, then a ring around Dom Sibley. He's bowling with great control as always. Here is Liam Dawson.
In again. Defends.
And Dawson, you know, this is the role the spinner has to do sometimes. He's just going to try and shut down one end. And the problem he's got, though, is Sibley won't mind that at all.
No. No, we haven't seen Washington Sundar yet, so I'm sure he'll be employed soon to do some damage, but that one's just pushed out into the offside, no run.
And the other thing to mention, and we tend to forget this as well, is only the second afternoon. There's still a full 2 days to go after this one, so there's still a huge amount of cricket in this game.
Yeah.
So nobody's really in any rush.
No, not at all. Dawson in, and that's just defended onto the leg side. They'll take the 1. Sorry, quite happy to just keep rotating the strike.
It's well played by Sibley. Just taking that one off the stumps and working it into the leg side and taking a single. Just rotating the strike with Ben Folkes. Because even though Sibley's quite happy to play Dawson for hours, he doesn't want to just get stuck at Dawson's end. Wants to keep his scoreboard moving.
Dawson in again, and this is defended off the back foot by Folkes.
And you've got 2 very fine players of spin out there. Yeah, Folks has a 100 in Sri Lanka on Test debut. Sibley scored runs in the subcontinent as well. So they're both very good players of spin bowling. But I think Dawson's role here, which he's done before, of course, and one of the reasons England went to him is he can shut up an end and give you some control. But I think we are going to see Washington Sundar now coming into the attack. Almost got Hampshire to a batting point dramatically this morning before lunch.
Yes.
Washington Sundar didn't quite get them there, all out for 248, and he was the last wicket to fall. Washington Sundar, but he's now into the attack from the hotel end. So we've got spin now from either end. So there's a bit of this morning with Dan Lawrence and Ralphie Albert on his debut, picking up a couple of wickets this morning as well. Nottinghamshire, a 4 down. Nottinghamshire 187 for 4. So they should get there, shouldn't they, unless something remarkable happens up there at Trent Bridge.
And the Durham score?
Let me get to the Durham score. In fact, what I'll do in this over, I'll
Yes, let's
all
recap.
the scores. Essex are struggling. Oh no, they're not, sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. They're 135 without loss in reply to Somerset's 433. So that could be a very dull game of cricket, I think. As Washington Sundar then into the attack from the hotel end. And his first ball to Dominic Sibley is worked away out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. So Nottinghamshire, yes, 187 for 4 against Warwickshire. So they are 113 runs away from being confirmed as the First Division champions. So Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire 113 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Sussex still by 114. Sundar around the wicket to Folks. Folks will just work this one into the leg side. Takes a single, isn't it? Gubbins comes across. Now, Yorkshire are 137 for 2. So Durham are 1 wicket away from a first bowling point. So that is the latest from that one. Glamorgan, we know what's happening in Division 2. We know that Leicestershire are the champions and Glamorgan are coming up. So we know all of that. And Glamorgan are playing Lancashire. And Lancashire 299 for 5 lead Glamorgan by the 34 runs. Sibley settles over his bat once more on 27. Sundar's into him, just drifts this one outside the off stump, coming around the wicket. Sundar, and just letting that one go with the arm, just drifted away a touch as well from Dominic Sibley, firmly driven out towards cover by Sibley. Doesn't get a run. Sundar's in again, and Sibley's looking to work round that front pad, hits that front pad, and loops away into the leg side. Sorry, trailing now by 37. Derbyshire 698 for 6.
Wow.
Declared. Kent in reply, 16 without loss. Sundar's in again, and Sibley's forward. Plays this one straight down in front of him. Middlesex are going along very nicely, or have declared now, at 634 for 9. So runs at Lords. Gloucestershire are 12 without loss. In reply, should be a single here for Sibley. There is a single. Oh, we might get 2. Bit of a misfield, which enables Sibley to come back for 2. He's had this groin problem, Sibley. He's not moving that freely at the moment, Dominic Sibley. But he picks up a couple. Toby Albert with a slight misfield there. And the final game to tell you about, Northamptonshire are 146 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's 429. So we've got 6 overs until tea. At the end of that over from Washington Sundar. But yes, just to reiterate, Yorkshire 138 for 2 and Nottinghamshire 188 for 4.
And I'm going to make way for Sanjay.
Thank you, Amelia. And Liam Dawson is continuing from the pavilion end, left arm around the wicket to Folkes. Shorter delivery, and Folkes has jumped onto the back foot, pulled that all along the floor towards short straight mid wicket. And there's no run. Sanjay, good afternoon to you again.
Mark, how are you?
I'm very well, thank
Good.
you. Very, very well indeed.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It is, and I was just saying to Amelia there, proper cricket has suddenly broken out, if that makes sense. This is a bit more what we expected, I think, rather than the clattering of wickets and boundaries. It's just come into a sedate period now. As Dawson in his sunglasses comes around the wicket to Folkes. Folkes is forward, playing this one quietly into the leg side, and there's no run.
Sorry, I've got Dan Lawrence yet to come. Some real experience in this Surrey side, and they're showing out because they're playing this situation very well currently.
Yeah, and I was saying to Amelia, you've got two players who are very good at playing spin in Sibley and Folkes, and this is an example of that. Folkes has just seen that was a quicker one from Dawson, and is on the angle, just jumped onto the back foot and helped it away through the leg side for 4. Very nicely played by Ben Folkes. He's on to 22, and Surrey move on to 70 for 2.
Yeah, he's been playing that spin bowling late. Under his nose, under his eyes, Ben Folkes, just letting the ball come to him, observing what it does and playing the appropriate shot.
As Dawson's into him, he's pushing off the back foot this time, out towards cover, and there's no run. Singh made 100 on Test debut in Sri Lanka, and of course has to be able to pick a spinner because he keeps wicket as well. So he is a very good player of spin bowling, Ben Folkes, always has been. As Dawson's in again, and forward goes Folkes, plays Dawson back up the pitch on its merits. Dawson does the fielding, lobs the ball away, and 70 for 2 Surrey, and we have got 5 overs until the tea break.
Washington Sundar has bowled a single over 4 runs from the hotel end, and he has the ball again. Spin at both ends for Hampshire. Hasim Hamid has got 100 in that Notts game.
There you go,
In
that's
fact,
leading from the front.
Of the 180 odd they've scored, 2 players have got 160 of them. And Hamid is the one who's leading that charge. With Dom Sibley out here as well, I wonder what the England Lions squad specifically for the Ashes is likely to be. We'll come back to that. Sundar's round the wicket now, bowls to Sibley, who just tucks it into the leg side for no run. A very packed leg side field. 6 on the leg side, if my maths is correct. Yep, so you can see the line, and Washington Sundar is bowling round the wicket, so that makes sense. The leg stump line as he bowls, and stump Sibley pushes forward, quicker ball onto the leg stump from Washington Sundar. Yeah, I wonder, Mark, and we can talk about this, even though the spinners are on, and so it's going to turn around quickly, whether you think that Ashes, the Lions squad will be different than normal, as Sundar in again, a bit shorter this time, but Nick Gubbins is well positioned at mid-wicket.
I'm not sure it'd be an Ashes Lions fringe squad that I would be picking will be the one that's picked, if that makes sense.
Sundar shorter, rocking onto the back foot is Sibley. Again, Nick Gubbins, go and explain that. What would you do?
Well, I think they'll do something that we're not thinking about. So if Crawley, let's just say Crawley, I'm not going to say doesn't get any runs because they've basically built Crawley up for this series.
Sundar again bowls, and this time on leg stump, and it's just flicked his pad. I think that's going to run down to the boundary for 4. No, the umpire's giving runs. He's obviously got a bit of battle on that. Dom Sibley, quicker leg stump line from Washington Sundar, and a little tickle from Dom Sibley as he moves on to 33.
So you know, let's say that happened. Now personally, I would have a proper opening batter there as cover, and the bloke you're watching at the moment would probably be right up there in the number of runs he's scored. He's played Test cricket before, and he's learnt an awful lot since he last played Test cricket.
Last ball of the over then from Sundar was an on leg stump, and the man that Church is referring to, Dom Sibley, pushes it into the leg side for no run, stays of 33. Surrey 74 for 2. It was a leading question.
No, but what I'm saying is, so I would that is what I would like to see personally.
I think Hamid's in that mix.
And Hamid as well, yeah, because he's a proper opening batter and he's played in Australia and he's opened in an Ashes series, so he knows all about it. Probably what they will do is, if that happened, is all of a sudden Ollie Pope would be keeping wicket, Jamie Smith would be opening, or Jordan Cox would come in, and it would be something that nobody thought of, that it would be the positive moving forward type cricket that England play. So I think what you'll see is it would be an obvious thing. It would be the most obvious thing to have in that Lions squad a reserve keeper and also a couple of reserve batters in case something goes wrong. But I don't think it'll be what you're expecting. As forward comes Folks to Dawson and plays this one back up the pitch. So I think somebody like Jordan Cox, I think he'd probably be in there to cover off the keeping, but also if a batter goes down, that batting order would change. As forward goes Folks, punches this one up towards mid-off and there's no run. And it would be something that you've not thought of, that all of a sudden, as I say, having never opened before in first class or Test cricket, Jamie Smith would be striding out there to open with Ben Duckett or something, and Ollie Pope or Jordan Cox would have the gloves, and this one's too short from Dawson, and that's punched away off the back foot by Sibley, and that whistles off to the extra cover boundary rope for 4. And Sibley, Folks apologies, playing that away to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 26 and 78 for 2 now.
England this summer, the Test side has been consistent. In fact, if you listen to the interviews, there are 1 or 2 players in that squad that were up for grabs. Will Jacks probably took one of them, and and that was kind of it. I wonder whether this Ashes team that plays his 5 Tests isn't going to be as consistent as it has been in the English summer.
Well, it might not be, as forward goes Folks and plays this one back up the pitch.
Because the conditions across those 5 grounds are quite different. They're starting off in Perth, where it's possibly unlikely they'll play a spinner. They might pick a more bowling all-round side without a specialist spinner. And that will change as they move around the grounds, culminating in Sydney, where they're going to play both 2 spinners.
Yeah, my fear is in around the wicket goes Dawson, and this is driven by Folks in there towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Fear is probably not the right word. That's too dramatic. My one concern, and I said this with Michael Carberry yesterday, is there's so much emphasis on getting this quick 90-mile-an-hour bowlers out to Australia. Can we score enough runs? That's going to be the biggest thing. As forward goes Folks, driving out towards cover, and there's no run. Because I look at the Australia batting lineup, and actually, if you take Smith out of that, and you take Travis Head and Carey, they're not that convincing themselves.
No, they've got
in many ways. But it's on their home turf. They'll know what England won't want. They'll know what they do want. And their bowling attack, and the one name that never gets a mention is Nathan Lyon. All anybody concentrates is Stark, Cummings, Hazelwood, Boland. Actually, Nathan Lyon is the best off spinner in the world.
Yeah.
And England are going to have to negate that. And he is a bowler that will just shut up and end if needs be.
Yep.
And allow the other lot just to do what they do from the other end.
From one international off spinner to another, as Sundar comes in at hotel end, bowling to Dom Sibley, who just tucks it into the leg side. Yeah, you would say, wouldn't you, that the Australians actually side is less certain than the England side is, given the uncertainty of who
I think their batting lineup is. Yeah. I think England's top 7 probably picks its out in many ways. Bethel Pope, that'll be an interesting one.
Sundar again, then he's round the wicket to the right-handed Sibley, and this one turns, and Sibley just knocks it into the offside where it's fielded by Ed Slip.
But Australia, an opening pair, Kawadra will play because he's done it before, but who opens with him?
That's right. Sundar again bowls flatter this time, and again Sibley covers up and pushes into the leg side. No run. So remains 78 for 2.
It wouldn't surprise me if Marnus is opening the batting to fit him in somewhere. That wouldn't surprise me.
Bowls again, Washington Sundar leg side, and again turn round. Ricky Ponting published his Ashes 11 the other day, and there was no place for Marnus Labuschagne.
There wasn't. Who did he have? Constas opening with Kawadra?
Yep.
Well, they rate Constas, don't they?
They do, yeah. He's got something about him as Sundar pushes one quicker outside the off stump, and Dibley sort of flat bats it off the ground, all along the ground 2 point, where he comes through for a single. 50-run partnership between these two. Bob batted off 107 balls in just over an hour, and folks 26 of them. Dominant, even though Sibley has been there longer, he's got 24 obviously. But partnership that Surrey needed after the wickets, and Sundar again, folks just pushing it into the leg sides, pack leg side field. End of that over, 79 for 2. Deficit is just 22 now, Mark.
Yes, and a couple of overs to go to tea. So I was going to say, if anybody's having a struggle and they drop out to that side, who will come in? But the way that England operate is they'll just double down on it, I would have thought, and keep going. But I think Root everyone talks about, and he's obviously absolutely key. Duckett is key as well, because Duckett is probably the most improved player in terms of international cricket in the last couple of years, and is absolutely vital to England at the top of the order. Dawson from the pavilion end, left arm around the wicket he comes, forward goes Sibley.
I'm not decrying or belittling Zach Crawley's ability. He has his critics, but do you think that actually Zach Crawley in that side makes Ben Duckett a better batter? The partnership works.
Yeah, I think they bat well together. I think Dawson around the wicket and Sibley punches. That's a great shot. Just gets up on his toes and punches with a full face of the bat through the leg side for 4. And 4 more to the total, 79 for 2. And I've begun big 83 for 2. The more it's gone on, I've sort of more understood the whole Crawley theory. But they have built this up to this series, really. That they've kept with him, they stuck with him. But this is the series now for Zach Crawley. He's hugely talented, as this one's left alone outside the off stump and just let go as it goes on from around the wicket from Dawson. Nicely bowled, nicely played by Sibley. But this is what it's all been about. It's all built up to this, really. Ever since McCullum came in, it's built up to this. Australia away, an Ashes series. As forward goes Sibley, looks to drive. Doesn't really type this. And I'll tell you, Crawley needs a Michael Vaughan-esque series when Vaughan had that wonderful series pretty early on in his career, really. But that's the sort of series that Zach Crawley needs. And I think they do bat well together, and they do get England off the flying starts when England need to get off the flying starts. As forward goes Sibley, and they will pick up a single. My only fear is with that is that if they get on top of Crawley early in the series, where does he go from there, really? And especially he never toured Australia, not played in an Ashes series. There's a lot of them there that haven't as well. As Dawson is in, and forward goes folks, and I think the opening test in Australia is so important, even if you get out of it with a draw. And I remember when they won in 09-10, and actually the first inning didn't go well, England, and then there was the Strauss-Kirk partnership and Trott, and they never looked back. They never looked back, and actually the reason they won that series was that top 3 with a bit of KB and Pryor and Collingwood and Bell thrown in. And then a bowling attack that's fascinating, really. Jimmy Bresnan, Finn to start with, then Tremlett, and then Graham Swan. So that they did not have express pace then.
No.
But the thing they did do was they had very skillful bowlers with a world-class spinner and a top 3 that scored a huge amount of runs. Now, it wasn't quite the bowling attack that Australia are going to be unleashing on this one, but still, it was that sort of formula that worked in Australia.
Cummins is potentially not going to play some or all of the series due to injury. That would be a big loss. Washington Sundar again from the hotel end bowls, and this time Dom Sibley just pushes it into the leg side yet again, where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins. Is this last over before?
It will be.
Tea.
And I remember the 86-87 tour. where England were, well, everyone said England will win a test match, and
Yeah.
Broad scored loads of runs.
Bowls Sundar and on the leg stump. A bit of a cry, plaintive appeal from Ben Brown, but he was alone in that and nothing else to do. As Sundar again round the wicket bowls, and this time on the off stump, and Sibley just pushes it where it's fielded by Ben Stokes. You would assume that Dom Sibley is just going to cover up pretty much everything that he gets for his remaining 3 balls before tea. So that formula that you think England would need to employ to win the Ashes, Churchy, is around the wicket again, bowls, leg stump. There is a short leg.
It's a wonderful formula, but you've got to have the batters that can do it. That's
point,
the
yeah.
other point, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure England do in the way they play.
Because ultimately, Crawley, we'll have to wait and see, uncertainty at 3, which does leave Ben Duckett. So we'll have a look. Sundar bowls this time quicker through the ball, through the air, and Sibley's late on that. He squirts it out behind square on the offside. Washington Sundar is on his knees, hands on his head, as Sibley just walks through for a single, bringing Ben Foakes on strike for the last ball of this session. Surrey are 85 for 2, Foakes 26, Sibley on 40. He's batted well. Sundar then staying around the wicket, and Foakes' aggressive shot just pushes it down to the fielder at mid-on, Carl Abbott, and that's the end of that session. A good one, you would say, for Surrey after the loss of those 2 early wickets of Ryan Patel and prior to that Rory Burns. They finished this session on 86 for 2, Ben Foakes on 27, Dom Sibley on 40.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the day 2 of the Hampshire versus Surrey County Cup. You join us just after tea as the umpires and the players take the field. My name's Amelia Clark and I'm joined by Kevin James. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
Yes, we've got 32 overs left in the day's play. And that wasn't a bad last hour and 10 minutes or so for Surrey,
No,
was it?
not at all.
They were 29 for 2 at one stage at the fall of Ryan Patel's wicket, having lost Rory Burns 10 minutes before. And both Ben Folkes and Dominic Sibley have taken the score through until to 86 for 2 in their second innings, and they only trail in the match by 15 now.
They do. They've made up that ground incredibly quickly. As Mark Church said just before tea, it's like we've had some sort of proper county cricket that's just started, but it's very much sort of more, let's say, typical of the county structure in terms of the speed and way in which the batters have gone about it, but it's all proper cricket. Yes. Folkes is on 27, he's faced 54, and Sibley, he's on 40, he's faced 89 deliveries. Sibley's been there from the beginning. After the fall of Burns and Patel to both bowling of Wheel, he picked up his 2 wickets, and it's going to be Kyle Abbott to continue with the bowling as the sun beats down. My watch is telling me it's 18 degrees, but it feels a lot hotter than that. As Kyle Abbott comes in, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and this is a good delivery there into Folkes, who just defends.
So yes, shall we remind everybody of the table?
Yes.
Because I feel that the more we do that, well, certainly from my point of view, the more I get confused. Those of you, and I include Amelia and Mr. Church and Sanjay in that, probably find things a little clearer. I thought I found things clearer.
I thought I did.
But in that afternoon session...
As Kyle Abbott comes in for the second ball of the over, and this is defended, and I thought it was maybe a little nick there, but it beat the bat and carries through.
So that starts at the top.
Yes.
Where the live table has Surrey on 192 and Nottinghamshire on 206. So by my calculations, that's 14 points, the difference between the two sides. Now the Nottinghamshire situation in their game.
Nottinghamshire trail Warwickshire by 40 runs with 5 wickets. They are 218 for 5.
So not far away from a batting bonus point.
No, not at all. As Kyle Abbott comes in again, and this is defended.
So if they get to 250, that means there will be 15 points ahead of Surrey. So Surrey really would then have to win and hope that Nottinghamshire don't get any more bonus points and they win. They don't win the game, because if Nottinghamshire win that game, then they are home and dry. Of course, Nottinghamshire could draw that game, but then that's still good enough, isn't it? Yeah.
Nods Mark Church. Abbott in again. Bowls, and this is defended back to him, and I think it actually hit his counterpart there. It ricochets off, and it will go for 4 down the ground. Score moves to 90 for 2.
Well, this is a wonderful partnership as well, isn't it? Which is just settling things down for Surrey. They had a poor first day yesterday. They have come back today, that's for sure. And picking up the last 7 Hampshire wickets this morning for 94 runs added. 248 all out Hampshire. Only Washington Sundar with 56 providing any resistance today. Both Toby Albert and Ben Brown out in the first over this morning, the overnight batters.
There's Abbott in again. And this is defended back to him. He'll attempt a little kick of the ball, but he actually missed that completely, and someone else will have to do the fielding. No run.
So, Amelia, when we look near the bottom,
yes,
I think we've sorted the not Surrey situation out.
We
So
have.
currently, Hampshire have 3 more points than Durham.
Yep.
Hampshire 145, Durham 142. No more bonus points on offer in this game. But Yorkshire are 198 for 2 in their first innings. So Durham are 1 wicket away from a bonus point. Durham trail by 148.
They do. That's, that again is defended. and brings up the end of the over. Abbott's none for 18, and the Surrey score is 90 for 2 after 31 overs.
So I think we'll leave the scenarios there for now.
Yes.
Because at the moment that's fairly clear. I feel if I keep going, it'll become less so. Colin Burt emailed a little earlier, actually, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, "Hi Kev, Trump is always saying that Washington will save the day." Well, certainly Mr. Washington did save Hampshire from complete humiliation today. When you think, actually, that Hampshire only netted 94 for their last 7 wickets, Washington Sundar, who was not a not-out batter overnight, added 56 of those. So that was a very, very valuable contribution. From a very strong position last evening, says Colin, we caved in. Now, is 101 enough? Well, clearly not, because Surrey are only behind by 11 now. Washington Sundar with his off-spin bowl, and that's just neatly played by Sibley. Very fine, down towards third man. Scott Curry is after that, picks it up, throws it back, and that'll be 3 runs to the Surrey total.
Got another email here, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk from Stephen. He says, emailing from Luxembourg. Points can of course be deducted for various reasons, such as slow over rate, unlikely. Player conduct breaches. Ben Brown could punch an umpire. That's his words, not mine. So my conclusion is that the outcome isn't 100% clear until both games are complete. Great coverage as ever. All the best. Stephen. Thank you, Stephen.
Shall we just invent some points penalties and we'll put them on Durham?
Yeah.
We'll put them on Durham's account. That's turned away on the onside by Folks, and there is no run. Yeah, we've got to invent something, haven't we? Especially tomorrow if things get really dire for Hampshire. It's played late behind point on the offside by Folks. He's 31 not out from 62. Tom Sibley is 43 from 90.
Got another email from John, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I will read it after this next ball.
Sundar staying round the wicket. Bowls down the wicket, turned a fraction, turned away fine, down to fine leg. Liam Dawson's running after it. I don't think he's going to catch it. And that is 4 more to the Surrey total. They are now just 4 behind in the game. They are now 101 for 2.
Says, hi Kevin and the team, thank you for your commentaries on the cricket this season, always entertaining and a missed when we were playing at Taunton and the Oval each year. One or two questions. First, what happened to our reserve wicketkeeper Eklund? Has he ever played for the first team?
No. 97 for 2. Actually, I'll tell a lie. I'll come back to that. That's a play that square on the offside. If I remember rightly, he played a one-day cup game a couple of years ago, I think. He may have played 2. He's been playing for Dorset. Actually, he's been doing quite well for Dorset, who have had a good season, actually, in the various championships that they play in. It's played away on the onside from fairly straight by Ben Folks, 97 for 2. So he is around. But yeah, he's been basically playing a full season for Dorset.
And John's other question, he says, stay up or go down, does it really matter? Next year will be just as difficult. The batting is just not strong enough for Div 1 and needs reinforcements urgently. The fast bowling section will always need strengthening, as Carl simply cannot go on forever. And he named a few who will benefit from a season in Div 2. He says, despite the above, the comments, I hope we still stay up.
Well, of course, it's not the end of the world. There's far worse things than dropping down to Division 2. But as I mentioned earlier, Hampshire were last in Division 2 in 2014. That was the last year they were in Division 2. And, you know, around that time was the emergence of James Vince, Liam Dawson, amongst others. So maybe some others will come in.
Kyle Abbott came in, and that's just played onto the offside. They get the 1, and a good stop in the field means no more.
So it is a chance for 1 or 2 youngsters to perhaps, in Division 2, if that's to be the case, to maybe get a bit of confidence, because it is tough work for a lot of the youngsters with the bat in Division 1. It's not an easy division in which to learn your trade.
Indeed. Abbott stands at the top of his mark. Sibley on strike, he's on 43 off 90, and Abbott's in to bowl and is through, and this is thick outside edge, and it carries backwards square, but goes no further. Still 98 for 2. They trail by just 3.
I said 100 earlier, didn't I? I think the scoreboard had already gone.
Yes, I think it had actually already caught one.
It had, yeah, it caught me out, that one.
Abbott takes the long walk back to the top of his mark. Folkes is now on strike, 35 off 66. He's in and bowls is Abbott. And this is defended back to him, and he'll do his own fielding. A quick stop. Get rid of a round of applause from his slip cordon there. One-handed, bam, stops.
He's working hard here, Carl Abbott, to find an opening, isn't he?
He is indeed. He is indeed. 2 slips in place. We've got Washington Sundar as first slip next to Ben Brown. And Scott Curry as second. Scott Curry put down a catch in the slips yesterday, but managed to catch one a few overs later as Abbott comes in, and this is worked into the leg side, and it missed the first fielder, and that's going with some rate. There's a chasing fielder who might just get there, and I think maybe just did enough. He went into the shadows, and I can't quite see where the rope is. I don't think the umpire has signalled yet. I think he was just asking for a bit of coverage, and I don't think they did get 4. I think that's gone down as a 3, but it does bring up the 100 runs for Surrey. They've done it in 32 overs.
Yeah, good fielding, Toby Albert.
Is indeed. So 2 balls left of the Kyle Abbott over. Comes in over the wicket. Bowls and this. Oh, this is a caught behind, and what a brilliant little piece of work there from Kyle Abbott. A bit of an outside edge from Dom as dismissed Sibley, who was on 44. It was bowled by Abbott and caught by Ben Brown behind.
Good catch, Ben Brown. Just a little tickle. Ben Brown had to move across quickly and get low to his right, and he held on to it. And Abbott gets Sibley for the 2nd time in the game.
Doesn't he? That was brilliant. Just watching that on the replay there. Just got a little outside edge, little nick, and yeah, as you say, Ben Brown does some great work. If you're watching on the live stream, you see this in a few replays. We'll watch this all day, and yeah, great work from Ben Brown there. Really quick reactions.
It was just dying on him a fraction as well, wasn't it?
So Sibley wasn't able to quite get a half century. He departs off 44 off 92 deliveries. Bowled by Abbott, caught by Brown. And Folkes will remain, and we'll wait to see who will be the next batter in. I believe it should be Dan Lawrence. And that means that Surrey are 101 for 3. They are exactly level with the score as Sibley departs. Be mightily frustrated with himself to not be able to help them get into a leading position.
Yeah, that's what makes Kyle Abbott so difficult, because Sibley in the first innings was LBW to 1 that nipped back. And it is Kyle Abbott's stock ball. So you then find, as a right-hander, you're playing at balls just outside off stump because you think they might nip back. You're never quite sure, and that ball's just gone on, really. It's gone on with the line. So that's what makes the straight ball equally as difficult to play as well. That's why Kyle Abbott has been so successful over a number of years.
Absolutely, but that partnership of Folkes and Sibley, well, we had 29 for 2, and we've just had 101 for 3, so they put a fabulous partnership together and added a few more on the total. Am I right in that?
72.
72, thank you.
I thought you were going to say it.
No, I wasn't. I couldn't do that maths quick enough while talking. That's defended by Lawrence. I can't talk and do maths. I can just about do maths when I'm not talking. And that's the end of the over. Big round of applause rings out round the ground for Kyle Abbott. Just the 4 went for it, but also a wicket, the mighty important wicket. And Surrey are 101 for 3. You should know that by now, Kevin. I can't triple task, honestly. I was writing and talking and watching and counting. I can't do all that. I can't do maths as well. Maths was never my strong suit.
Well, it doesn't matter. The main thing is, from a Hampshire point of view, that is a wicket. That's a valuable 72-run partnership, because at 29 for 2, Surrey, newish ball, they ran the risk really of losing a couple more and really getting themselves in a pickle. But at the moment, with the scores level, it's Sundar, and that's played late behind square on the offside by Ben Folkes. He'll pick up 2 and takes Surrey into the lead at 103.43. So they're in credit now, are Surrey. It's what they can do with these last 7 wickets as to how far they get in front and make the task for Hampshire staying in Division 1 even more difficult than it already is.
Well, the Yorkshire-Durham game, Yorkshire are still 192 for 2. Durham aren't able to find a way through that third wicket to pick up their first bowling point yet.
How many overs in that Yorkshire innings?
54.
Oh, so there's still plenty more, isn't there?
Yeah.
In terms of bonus points. Sundar bowls, flicked away square on the leg side. Ben Folkes, no run.
Yes, that was something I learnt today as well, Kevin, that you were explaining, that you can only pick up bonus points in the first 110 overs. Is that correct? As he's just coughing as I ask him a question, as Washington Sundar bowls, and that's just pushed into the leg side. And just go for a 1. And bless you.
Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Sorry, question again. Sorry.
You can only pick up bonus points in the first 110 overs.
Of the first innings.
Yes, of
That's
the first
right.
innings.
And then
so
after that, it's
they've
straight
got
down.
about half of their overs gone, in which
Yeah.
they could, but plenty more to go. Nottinghamshire are 228 for 5. They trail Warwickshire by 30 runs.
Washington Sundar's got a leg slip as well as a slip in here, as that's on the line of leg stump, and Lawrence is off the mark as he works that away to deep square leg. 105 for 3. Surrey lead by 4. Email here from Dave Squires, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, listening to the discussions going on today, the one thing that has not been mentioned is the cause of all the burnout of the players is the 100. In brackets, not the championship, not the blast, not the one-day cup. Sundar bowls. It's a forward defensive. He says everything is concentrated or concertinaed, to avoid the 100 schedule, including test matches, meaning there is no rest between matches, despite its potential impact on the counties as Sundar comes in. It's getting pushed out on the offside. End of Sundar's 6th over, number 22. It is and will continue to be the problem. Well, it may be actually. 100 has an exclusive August window, and at the moment everything else is played around it and squeezed.
Yes, that is a very good point there. We've also had another email from Michael Turner. Thank you, Michael, at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, good afternoon. As a latecomer to cricket, I enjoy your commentaries, a touch of gentility in a panic-stricken world. As a newbie to cricket, I lack the historical background knowledge that you will show when I heard the reference to the strike action for the well-being of players. As Kyle Abbott comes in from the pavilion end, and right arm over, and this is bowled, worked into the leg side, no run. He said, I wonder if it would be possible to perform a time and motion comparative study for cricketers in relation to other sports. Football would be an obvious example, an all year round sport, but professional road cycling, which he also follows, has besides minor events, a sort of big 3 events per year. And he said, obviously that's an interesting point. And if the number of, in inverted commas, proper matches is reduced, does the club membership become less attractive? So a good point there raised, Mike. Thank you. As Kyle Abbott comes in, and this is defended.
I think many members have raised that issue around the country at their various clubs. It is. It's an issue. When I go around the country, I hear different views at different clubs, and that is one issue that comes up.
Nice breath of wind just came through our commentary box there, as I'm having to stand further and further back to keep my face in the shade as the sun creeps around. Abbott in again, and this is worked into the leg side, but a good stop there by Washington Sundar standing it.
Yeah, I'm just reading up a little bit more about that article on the BBC website about the Players' Union threatening strike action. Daryl Mitchell, the chief executive saying on the BBC that we are a union. I don't think any union would rule out the possibility of strike action if their members wanted it. I don't think that's where we'd like to get to, though. It's not something that's being discussed in great detail.
Abbott in, and that's worked this time. Washington Sundar can't get it, and that's worked with some Wade, and that's gone for 4. Into the leg side by Lawrence.
The overriding view from players, says Darryl Mitchell, was that the county schedule is not fit for purpose and change was definitely sought by the majority of our members. That'll be interesting, isn't it? I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 interviews that are conducted up and down the country in the next few days, and whether players want to go on the record and say blah 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 will be a different matter, but I'm sure
Indeed.
1 or 2 might sort of come out and say something one way or another. Look out for those.
As Abbott starts his run up in and bowls, and this is worked again onto the leg side, but Washington Sundar is able to stop that from going any further. Gives the ball a quick shine before passing it on.
On that thing, James Jackson emails Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says the concerns expressed by the Players' Union about workload should trouble all county cricket fans. While debate rages about alternative formats, I feel that the best players opting out of red ball cricket altogether poses the bigger threat to the future of county cricket.
As Abbott is in and past the umpire, bowls and well left there by Lawrence. Good ball from Abbott. As that brings up the end of the over, just the 4 from it. So Abbott's 1 for 26, and I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Alex Swatridge has gone down memory lane here, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and I do remember this. Sorry if discussed before, I must admit it has, I weren't party to it. But back in 2015, Yorkshire bowled out Sussex for 208, which secured Hampshire's status in County Championship Division 1 for another year. Do you believe in history repeating itself and Yorkshire bowling out Durham to keep Hampshire afloat again? Well, while matches are going on, of course, everything's possible. But I do remember that because Hampshire were up at Trent Bridge and it looked like they were down. And then that result came through and Hampshire stayed up. So, it's off the pad there. Sundar bowling to Ben Folkes. And I remember, because that result happened quite a while after the game finished at Trent Bridge, Mr. Church. And I was still at Trent Bridge doing a few bits at the end of the game. And when that result came through and Hampshire had a reprieve, for want of a better word, I looked around the changing room and only Fidel Edwards was there.
No,
because everybody else had gone back. But he wasn't on the team coach because he was being picked up to go somewhere else. So I spoke to Fidel. He was the only one there, and I said to Fidel, "You've stayed up." He was the only man I could speak to get reaction.
Literally, he'd stayed up.
He'd stayed in the dressing room waiting for this lift, and his lift was late. So otherwise I would have had nobody there to speak to get reaction about staying up. Yeah. That's how I remember
Well, it
that.
does happen like that sometimes. I remember Surrey last year won the championship and they weren't even out in the middle. They were all sat in the dressing room watching the Lancashire Somerset live stream.
It's the best way to win a championship, isn't it? That's played off the back foot to point, no run.
Well, Nottinghamshire are approaching their moment. Last I looked, wonderful innings from the captain Hamid, but he's out for 125. But Nottinghamshire knowing if they get to 300, that's it.
Sundar bowls, that's driven with a lot of bottom hand from Dan Lawrence down to mid-off. He moves on to 611 for 3.
So they are 233 for 5. Now, to make it interesting, if they were then dismissed for under 300 and lost and Surrey won, then I think Surrey will win it. But as long as they get to 300, then they're there.
Right.
They're there.
It's played into the ground by Folkes.
But I was just saying to Sanjay, I think naturally this game's going to end up in an interesting position, and I think it will be an interesting chase, and I think either way we're going to get a positive result in this now.
We're not even halfway through
No,
yet,
exactly,
are we?
that's the point. We've got so much time left in the game.
Still 26 overs left in the day. Plus 2 more days. Down the wicket comes Folkes, drives up to mid-off, picks up another single, will keep the strike at the end of that Sundar over. He's completed 7 overs, none for 25. Surrey at 112 for 3, lead by 11.
Yep, and I was just doing some mathematics for Dominic Sibley there, because that's his final innings of the season, of course. So if you add 51 to what he started with, he's finished the summer with 1,274 runs in the championship. So it's not a bad sum of that from Dom Sibley, really.
No.
And yeah, he's had a mighty fine season as Dom Sibley. He really has. So Kyle Abbott, who's also had a mighty fine season, is continuing down there at the pavilion end of the ground on this gorgeous day now. Feels like mid-July or something, doesn't it? As Abbott's over the wicket here to Folkes, and Folkes is punching off the back foot out there towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, gorgeous indeed. Peter Jennings has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I think the 100 just makes players forget how to play proper cricket, and they get out of practice. As a bowler, you can only bowl 4 overs a day and usually get walloped. And as a batter, you rarely bat for more than an hour and do very little defending, says Peter, who was born in Albrook in Hampshire, which is not too far away from here, but now living in deepest Shropshire. Shropshire's quite a rural county, so deepest Shropshire. It must be in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's very deep. Kevin Howe's territory, that. Oh, now, has this got an edge? I think it has it? Well, they've gone up for it. Has it carried? That's the question. I think there's definitely a nick on it. But the umpires are getting together for a chat to see whether this is carried to Ben Brown.
Yeah, they clearly know it's an edge.
Yeah,
this is the only
definitely
doubt.
An edge on that. Of course, we've got no TV replay. Oh, I think that's carried. Yep. And Folkes walks. He's well within his rights to stand his ground, and down to the umpires to make the decision. But it's Kyle Abbott again, and it's got rid of Ben Folkes. Good bit of bowling from Abbott. Just the one that comes back in at Folkes. And Folkes just waiting to make sure with the umpires that carried, and it did. And then Ben Folkes was on his way. So Folkes' innings comes to an end on 43. And as I say, this game, it really is an interesting one. And 112 for 4. So the lead is only 11 for Surrey. And Ball has dominated bat throughout this game, hasn't it? And out comes Ollie Sykes to the middle.
Yeah, only 1 half-century in the game, Washington Sundar.
Yep.
And only 2 scores of 40 plus in the game, Sibley and Folkes.
Yeah, and this looks a good pitch. I'm not sure.
Worries me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is a whatever it is. 147 plays 248 plays 112 for 4. But the only concern you'd have if you're Hampshire is run scoring still proving to be quite tricky. Now, if Surrey can get that lead up above, I don't know, 150, even that, the way we're going, could be a tricky old chase. So, but as I say, I think naturally this game's going to lend itself towards a result either way, and possibly before the final day, because we've still got today another 25.4 overs and a whole day tomorrow. So Ollie Sykes is out there in the middle. Terrific bowling again from Kyle Abbott. He's very, very good. And he's been doing it for such a long time as well. And the left-handed Sykes out there in the middle in his 3rd championship game, his 2nd of this summer. Batting at number 6 in this one. As Abbott is around the wicket to him. Oh, now did he get something on this? I'm not sure it carried. This time I don't think it did. To Ben Brown, it's a very good first delivery to Ollie Sykes, making him play. Yep, he's got an edge on that, and he's taking it on the half volley. Super piece of bowling again. Kyle Abbott here. He's all over the Surrey batters.
Oh, it's all got tense again, isn't it? I mean, it's been tense throughout, but I feel the level has just been raised one.
You've been extremely tense.
I wish there was a
especially when your
around.
walnuts arrive. That's when your tension ramped up. When Ivo Tennant's walnuts arrived. They're getting a short mid-wicket in now for Sykes. 2 slips in there. As Kyle Abbott is into him, and Sykes lets this one go just outside his off stump.
Kyle Abbott senses something here, isn't he? I just feel he's just picked up his pace a fraction in terms of running in. He's been running in the whole time, but I just feel there's an extra little spring in his step.
There was a very interesting quote from Peter Moores about Josh Tong, and he said that one of the best he'd ever worked with was Stuart Broad for spotting an opportunity and putting it going up 5 gears. He said Tong's the same, and we saw that last week. And I think Abbott here as well is just sensing an opportunity for Hampshire. As around the wicket he goes again, and Sykes is looking to drive, and thick inside edge up towards mid-on. He's positive by nature. Is Ollie Sykes. Down the pitch comes Dan Lawrence to have a quiet word. Kyle Abbott goes marching back. The other thing with Abbott is he keeps himself very fit, doesn't he?
Well, he certainly has in the last 2 or 3 years. Very fit, yeah. I mean, he's 38 now, so I guess you have to put in that extra bit of work, but he has. My word, he has.
He looks in peak physical condition, like you and me. As
not on the donut side.
Goes to Sykes, and Sykes is forward. And playing this one up towards mid-on. Well bowled again. Kyle Abbott picks up that wicket of Ben Folkes, who played very, very nicely there. So we had our quiet patch. Now it's just started ramping up again, this game. And it's 112 for 4, Surrey. That means they lead by just 11.
And you could feel the crowd there, couldn't you? That applause at the end. It's almost like he's raised a bit of hope around the ground. There's definitely nervous energy, nervous tension around the ground, because I have to say, for most of this game, it's, well, certainly today, I think the way Hampshire have batted today, I think the expectation of staying in Division 1 dropped. It has to be said, and that's certainly that partnership of 72 between Folkes and Sibley. I think you could feel the crowd a little subdued. Those 2 quick wickets have just changed the atmosphere somewhat. Hopes of a Hampshire victory. If they win, they're okay, but they've got to win. Here's Sundar to make sure. Sundar bowls. That's worked up to mid-on by Dan Lawrence. He's going to be a big wicket. Well, Dan Lawrence is out there. Hampshire's task is a long way from being over. Kyle Abbott, 53 wickets for the season now with those 2. He picked up 6th time, I mentioned yesterday, 6th time he's passed 50 wickets for Hampshire. He picked up 55 last year, so he's 2 away from that. 58 in 2022. A great season. I'll come back to that as that's turned. Oh, it's pushed back to the bowler by Sykes. 44 in 2023.
Yeah, brilliant.
Sundar bowl. Sykes drives. Thickish outside edge. Goes to backward a point. He'll pick up 114 for 4. You do feel at this moment any runs for Surrey, just take them. They're only 14 ahead.
Hampshire on top here because, you know, as you say, it's only 14 runs ahead.
How it's changed. Turned a fraction. It's equally turned away on the leg side by Lawrence and moves on to 8, 115 for 4. This is a very, very big last 24 and a bit overs here. If Hampshire can pick up 2 more between now and the close, they've dragged it back today. If Surrey can get through to the close with a, I don't know, was it 3 and over they're scoring at? 24, that's another, what, 70 odd runs, 60 runs? Lead of 80, yeah, they're still on that. Well, it's still a big day tomorrow for Surrey. It's pushed away square on the offside, but by then they might know their fate.
Yeah, look, I think what you're looking at now is more from a Hampshire point of view than a Surrey point of view, because Nottinghamshire look very likely to get to that 300 in the next sort of 45 minutes, I think.
On the back foot there, Sykes ended the over from Sundar, 115 for 4. Might that dictate then how Surrey play the rest of the game?
No, I think what Surrey have to do here is you have to look at this for the likes of Sykes. This is a big opportunity. You know, your side's in trouble. He's a very talented young player. So I think this is more about Surrey know Notts are going to get there at some point today. You know, everybody who watches cricket, even if they didn't, even if they got knocked over and they only got the 1 point, you know, get Warwickshire forcing a result there against Nottinghamshire, because all Nottinghamshire would have to do is draw the game, even if Surrey did manage to win this one here. So I think, you know, it's a 99.9999999% chance of not getting those 2 points within, I would say, the next 45 minutes.
Mark Church is staying on. He'll be joined by Sanjay Murthy.
So what we are looking at here now is Hampshire sort of down the bottom of the table, but they're actually in control of this now. As here comes Kyle Abbott once again, and driving is Lawrence. That's 4. Lovely shot from Dan Lawrence on the up and away through the covers, and away for 4 runs. Sanjay, good afternoon to you. And yes, Hampshire now just have a bit of control on this. Sorry, actually are 18 for 4 if you think of it that way. Had 119 for 4.
It's warm, it's tense. It's a bit like watching an episode of Death in Paradise.
Do you know what? I've never watched that programme. No. I've never watched it. I've seen it.
It's so
It used
underrated.
it used to be Ralph Little,
It did.
didn't it? But then it's the lad off My Family. That's in over the wicket comes Abbott, and this one's pushed away by Lawrence into the offside, and he'll pick up a single.
It was, originally it was Sean, I can't remember his surname, and then it was the guy of My Family.
Yes.
And then it was,
Ralph Little.
no, there was someone before.
Was there
Yeah,
really?
there was, Arlo Hanlon.
Oh yes, he was in it as well.
Red Dwarf, not Red Dwarf.
He was in it,
Father
yes.
Ted. Yeah, he was in it, and now it's somebody who I don't know. But it's underrated as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I'd like that job. I'd be good at that. Yeah. Where is it based again?
Guadeloupe, really, but it's a made-up
lovely.
island.
As around the wicket once again comes Kyle Abbott, and this one's left alone by the left-handed Sykes. He wanders off towards square leg. I was watching a documentary about Bermuda the other night. Oh, that'd be a nice place to have a little job wandering around the place, I think. Wouldn't mind that. That'd be excellent. There's a member of the Bermuda police force in his shorts, and he sort of went to everything on his push bike. Oh, the sun was shining.
I was watching
lovely.
a programme yesterday about Ibiza, which I'll tell you about in a second.
This is a bit lively. As in comes Abbott, and forward goes the left-handed Sykes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
But it was a couple of police who had jet skis, and they just basically bombed around these little coves, popping in. Have you been taking any drugs, sir?
Modern
no police.
day,
And then went
modern
off
day
again.
chips, if you
Exactly,
remember chips.
I do remember chips. Yeah,
yes,
exactly. Yeah.
Did you know
Waterborne.
those two in real life didn't get on at all?
Didn't they?
They didn't get on at all in real life, but obviously on screen, they were crime-solving police motorbike drivers. Bowled is Ollie Sykes by Kyle Abbott. It was a pretty good length ball, and Ollie Sykes has stayed on the back foot, and it's nipped back and knocked back his leg stump. So Abbott's got 3 for now. Sykes goes for 1, and Surrey are suddenly 120 for 5.
In a previous stint, I was thinking that spinners were going to play a major part in this game, but if you look at the wickets that have fallen today, all of Surrey's 5 wickets have gone to seamers so far, and early doors, the Surrey bowlers of Fisher and James Taylor knocked over the Hampshire batters, and it's obviously one of those pitches, and Abbott is on fire at this from the pavilion end. What a bowler! I think that's 54, 55 wickets for Kyle Abbott in this season. The 6th time he's gone past the 50 mark in a county season, and it's game on.
Well, it is, and it has nipped back an awfully long way, but Ollie Sykes stayed on the crease. That was his problem,
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And he ended up just trying to get the bat on it. So Ralphie Albert, on his championship debut, he took 2 wickets this morning and bowled very nicely. Now he's walking out at a slight crisis, because Surrey at this point are 19 for 5. That's what it equates to. So we had that quiet patch, and now the wickets are beginning to tumble again. So Ralphie Albert on his debut is moving towards the middle, joining Dan Lawrence. He made 6 yesterday, did Ralphie Albert. Look, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Surrey could be all out tonight.
Yeah.
And Hampshire could have a chase on their hands this evening. And at the rate we're going, it's not going to be a very long one. Albert spells 3 for 17. It's either that or Kevin James is offering me a chocolate cookie. Because he's written it on the chocolate cookie bag there.
One of the issues I've got with a long break that I had from commentary to commentary stints is these sweet treats and the biscuits that are kicking around by the coffee station, and it's not good.
I've been very disciplined.
Have you?
Yes,
Yeah,
I haven't had anything balmy ploughman.
No, that's very good.
There we are.
Yeah, I've had a cookie, a donut,
Everybody else
and
is
2 packets of
indulged.
biscuits.
So, Ralphie Albert, right-handed. Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. He's coming over the wicket to Ralphie Albert. And he's got it to come back. Albert's done pretty well
Is
there.
that kept low?
Well, I think again he just nicked it back. It's terrific bowling
Listen to the
from
applause
Kyle
from the
Albert.
Hampshire crowd.
And well played Ralphie Albert there, because that didn't hit back at him again.
Interestingly though, Ralphie Albert and Ollie Sykes, 2 young lads, have come out to bat in 30 degrees heat, are wearing sleeveless jumpers.
Yeah, maybe they're both like having their jumpers.
Well,
I understand. If I was Ralphie Albert on my debut, I'd be wearing all of it.
yes.
Just 'cause I'd be so happy to get the kit and wear it all.
We've got Washington Sundar continuing. So Scott Curry is yet to bowl in this innings. Interesting decision. Tactical, do you think, or do you think Machiavellian thinking? It's more decision making from higher up. I think that's an ECB edict to say don't bowl him too much, or he's bowled him at all so far.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sundar then around the wicket to Dan Lawrence bowls, and Lawrence nice looking drive into Nick Gubbins, who's in that short mid wicket kind of area for no run. Scores 120 for 5. The lead is 19, so as Churchy said, it's 19 for 5 in reality, with a minimum of 23 overs left today. As Sundar again tosses this one up a little bit. Oh, it's played late by Dan Lawrence there, just not picking that one at all. It was a late dip, I think, from Lawrence. He's practicing a shot square of the wicket where there is a big gap on the offside, but Sundar just make sure his field's in the right position as he's around the wicket again, bowls, and this time Lawrence again pushes it into the leg side to the ball rubbing Nick Gubbins for no run. 124 5. Interesting to see whether there is Hampshire do come out to bat this evening, Churchy. We're going to find out over the next hour or so as Sundar comes in, bowls flatter, and again Lawrence covers up, and no run there. 120 for 5 it remains.
Well, I think there's a chance with what we're seeing.
Interesting to see also whether they go pace from both ends at some particular point of the day as Sundar bowls, and again into the offside by Dan Lawrence. Yeah, I wonder if they support Kyle Abbott. How many overs has Kyle Abbott bowled in this spell? Is that what Kev showed you?
Yeah, but he's 3 for 17 since tea.
Okay.
And Surrey have lost 9. It's 19 for 3 since tea.
Sundar bowls flat and straight, covered up by Lawrence. Good over Washington Sundar there. And maiden, he's bowled 9 overs for 28. That is his first maiden in that spell, but Surrey just looking to consolidate after the loss of the wickets of Folkes and Albert.
I should think Ben Brown is quite happy with this combination at the moment. You know, he's bowling beautifully as Abbott, and Sundar is keeping this end very, very tight. So I think he's probably quite happy with this. Just to say, Nottinghamshire have their first batting point, so they've got to 250 of Nottinghamshire, so they need just 50 more runs to confirm themselves as the county champions. As Ralphie Albert waits for Kyle Abbott, who's over the wicket to him, and again he's going to test that inside edge of Ralphie Albert's bat. He's just going to try and knock his front pad off, nipping it back, and then Kyle Abbott's good enough to bowl the one that just holds its line, and he might play at one that he doesn't really want to here, young Ralphie Albert. But what a great test this is of the young man. 17 years of age, making his debut. Bowled very nicely this morning, picked up a couple of wickets, but he's sort of out there at crisis time. As Kyle Abbott, over the wicket he comes to him. Short one. Ooh, and he's hit him. I think it's on the shoulder rather than crash helmet. It came back at him. He couldn't get out the way of it. It's a horrible delivery, really, but a very good delivery from Kyle Abbott. And Ralphie Albert just getting himself composed there. He sort of tried to sway inside it, but it kept coming at him. And I think that was hit the shoulder of Ralphie Albert, so he'll have a bit of a bruise there to remember this by in the morning.
Yeah, got himself in an awkward position there, Albert.
As Abbott is over the wicket to him, there's the other one, and he has played at that one. Exactly what we talked about. It's terrific bowling. Hasn't nipped away, it's just held its line. And Ralphie Albert is expecting the ball to nip back at him, so he's playing at that when he doesn't really want to, but it's perfectly understandable. It's just very good bowling from Kyle Abbott.
Where does he play? Does he still play club cricket, Albert, or was he? Or where did he come from?
Banstead.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And I saw him playing the other day, at the Rory Burns testimonial game down there. But he was playing for the Surrey All Stars against Banstead in that one. As it's over the wicket once again. Abbott to him, and he's forward, little outside edge, but it'll get him off the mark. And it will run away down to that third man boundary rope for 4. Lawrence goes up and gives him a firm punch on the gloves. It was all along the floor. It did turn him round a touch, but it's down to the boundary rope for 4. 124 for 5.
Who made up that Surrey All Stars side?
Well, there weren't many around because it was during the Metro Bank 50 over game, and also a lot of them were off playing 100 and England. I can tell you this, that Jordan Clark, though, he went to Oval Invincibles training and then rode his bike all the way to Banstead and then played in the game. So that was terrific work as Ralphie Albert lets this one go outside his off stump.
Showing how old I am, I played in one of Martin Bicknell's testimonial matches.
There you are.
Or when was it? I reckon late 90s.
Right.
Probably.
Yes,
Over
indeed.
I think Oxted. Does that make sense?
It would have been that way, I would have thought, yes.
Shuey played and Butch.
Yes.
And, Adam Hollyoak, I think.
Yes, it would probably have been that time
Alex
as well.
Tudor.
Yes.
He, so it was a sixes thing, and Alex Tudor and I were on the same side, and we got to the final against Alex Tudor's team. I'll tell you in a minute what happened.
As Ralphie Albert waits once more as Kyle Abbott's into him. Good looking shot from Ralphie Albert.
Nice shot.
The cover drive. That's very nicely played. And that is away for 4 runs. So Ralphie Albert gets through that over in very good fashion, actually.
Yep, good composure from the young man there after being struck. Second ball, so all the way through it, Alex Tudor was bowling within himself. And the typical competitive nature of a sports person comes out. Because in the final, he was bowling rockets.
Ooh,
it wasn't
horrible.
Pleasant at all.
Horrible.
It wasn't pleasant. But it was a good, fun day out. Yeah, it was a very long time ago. That it must have been late 90s in the Sixers thing. Good to see it's always good to see stars, if you like, come out and support players and their testimonials and stuff. It's always a good thing, and it's great when you can play with them as well, because some of the skills you learn or stories you learn, probably more importantly, are interesting. Now we've got a change of bowling here. Brad Wheel is coming back from the hotel end. He bowled very well earlier. He bowled 6 overs, took 2 wickets for 19 runs. He took the first 2 wickets to 4, to Burns and Patel, but still no Scott Curry. I don't think there's an injury. I mean, he's been standing at slip for this entirety of this Surrey innings, but let's see. Brad Wheel wants something to change in the field. Ben Brown not overly keen for that to happen, but it is Dan Lawrence to face Brad Wheel as he comes in now and bowls and on leg stump, and Lawrence just clips it square of the wicket. There's a boundary rider out there, and he just strolls in and chucks the ball back to Nick
The thing
Evans.
is, Scott Curry didn't bowl a ball in the first innings either. So that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So he didn't bowl a ball in the first innings, Scott Curry, and he hasn't bowled a ball as yet in the second innings.
So I'm going with conspiracy.
Ah,
I'm going with the England that said don't bowl him.
right.
I'm going with that. I can't see any other reason why you wouldn't bowl. You wouldn't pick him if you were Hampshire and bowl him, would you?
Well,
Anyone got any thoughts? Email in. Be interesting to hear.
I would be very surprised if England are saying that already with him. That would be frankly ridiculous. I think if I was Hampshire, I'd be saying, excuse me,
Well, yeah.
you go away and come back when you're talking sense.
Bradwell bowls and Dan Lawrence just nicely guides that wide of his off stump down to a deep third man position where they come through for a single. I'm going to take on board what you said, Churchy, but can we have an alternative viewpoint as to why he hasn't bowled yet?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think he doesn't look like he's got any sort of injury. He's been in there at slip. I wonder whether it may just be that he didn't get an opportunity in the first innings because they knocked Surrey over for 147 in double quick time. And at the moment, they're not in a bad position at this point either.
Bradwell bowls, and this is just a flash outside the off stump from Dan Lawrence. No foot movement, but the ball races down to that third man boundary for 4. I think he knew there was a if it's wide, there's a gap, and just threw his bat at it. He moves on to 18. Surrey 134 for 5, and the lead now is 33 with a minimum of 20 overs after this one left. Yeah, which suggests if he didn't bowl in the first innings for the reasons you've said, Mark, then there's more reason for him to bowl in this one, I would say, because he hasn't had to bowl at all.
Yeah, but at 33 for 5, and with sort of this scenario,
Brad Wheel then over the wicket, bowls on leg side, and Dan Lawrence just chops it down as the fielder's dived and saved it from reaching the boundary. Could stop down there, and the batters come through for just a single. Lawrence goes on to 19.
If that is the case, it might just be that Ben Brown is sticking to his bowlers that have done a job for him up to this point, because they've not done a bad job.
No,
the 5 of them so far. And let's be brutally honest about this, we haven't had sort of a 150 run partnership as yet.
No, true. Wheel in over the wicket, bowls and straight down to Ralphie Albert, who just covers up defensively. Looks solid, the young man. He looks
solid.
Yeah.
He shaped up okay. I know he only scored 6, but he shaped up okay in the first inning, and he's come out at a really difficult time. This. Yeah, and so far he's looked very, very composed.
And I wonder what he bowled well, and that must have given him some confidence that he belongs at this level. And let's see what he can do as Bradwell comes in for the last ball of this over on his leg side. He has a little flick at it down leg side, but nothing there. Ben Brown takes a good stop at the end of that over. Surrey are 135 for 5. Albert on 9, Dan Lawrence on 19.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about the seamers so far in this game. Abbott's done a tremendous job. Wheel's done a pretty good job. Fuller's bowled nicely. Then you've got Dawson and Washington Sundar. So actually, it may be that Ben Brown just hasn't gone to Scott Curry yet because he hasn't felt the need to.
Yes.
Now, if Surrey had a 150 run partnership, then maybe yes. But I think at the moment he's quite happy with how it is. I'm on my way, and Amelia is coming back in to join you. But now we're going to get a bit of Liam Dawson, I think.
Yep, change of bowling from the pavilion end. It is going to be Liam Dawson with his left arm spin that's going to take over from the excellent Kyle Abbott, who's bowled, taken 3 wickets so far today. Has got through that middle order of the Surrey side. It'd be interesting to see whether Washington Sundar continues at this end. We will find out. Amelia, how are we?
We are very well, thank you. Yes.
Have you finished separating your grapes from each other?
I have. Yep.
Yeah, good.
I was inspecting them because when grapes are just on the turn, not on the turn, but you're just trying to work out if they were.
Yeah.
So I was sort of just giving them a quicker look. But Dawson is in from the pavilion end, and this is flighted and whip chipped away quite quickly out into the leg side. Yes, and I was enjoying your conversation with Mark Church about Death in Paradise.
Yes.
Being one of my favourite, well, it used to be one of my favourite shows.
I think it's stood at the test of time.
It has.
I'm alone in our family on this. Everyone else hates it.
No!
Yeah, I get dissed for watching
we
it.
love it.
Yeah,
we love it in our family. And I like Beyond Paradise now. Have you watched that?
No, I haven't. I've been wanting to watch it, but I haven't.
That's like old school Death in Paradise. It's great. Yep. As Dawson comes in from the pavilion end. And that's just blocked. Yes, it's based down in Cornwall. It's the, his character name was
It's the My Family, it's Nick.
Yes. Yes.
And Sally, who was...
Taylor. No?
No, she was briefly in The Office, and then she was in that thing with Lee Mack.
Yes, Not Going Out.
Not Going Out, she was in that, something or other. Because she came out as the girlfriend, didn't she?
Yes.
And then she became I assume the wife. Watched it.
Sally Brenton and Chris Marshall is the name.
Chris Marshall, that's the guy. Yes, good knowledge, says Google.
So you can let me have that then, but no, fair enough. That was a quick Google. As Dawson comes in again, and this is driven, but straight to a fielder.
Yes, so it's was it called Beyond Paradise?
Beyond Paradise, yes.
So it's a combination of Death in Paradise and Doc Martin.
Well, yeah, sort of, but I think it's very much, kind of, I'll explain as Liam Dawson comes round the wicket, and this is big, thickish inside edge there, and it just sort of juts off behind Albert. Yes, it follows from when Chris Marshall's character left Death in Paradise and went with Sally Brenton's character down to Cornwall, and how he's become a DI there and their life there. So it's very Death in Paradise themed, but lots of other stuff. It's not just murder, it's all sorts they have. But yeah, it's very kind of old school Death in Paradise kind of original vibes. It's a nice one actually. I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I shall pick it up. I think it sounds like you sold it well.
Yeah, thank you. BBC iPlayer. As Dawson comes in again round the wicket to Lawrence. This is a good Yorker length delivery there. And Lawrence just defends. End of the over. Just the 2 from it from Dawson. Tight as ever. 137 for 5 are Surrey.
Interesting to see what happens now. Ben Brown's having a quick chat with one of his bowlers. It's Kyle Abbott he's having a chat with. I don't think Kyle Abbott's going to swap, but it is going to be Brad Wheel who continues at this end, so it's just a change at the far end for now. Brad Wheel, he's bowled well, isn't he, so far?
He has, very well. He's picked up a good few wickets, so yeah, I'm not surprised that Ben Brown is turning to him.
His field is 2 slips now. There's a sort of short mid-wicket. There's a boundary rider behind square on the leg side as Brad Wheel approaches the crease to young Albert, who covers up nicely, and the ball just trickles out to James Fuller, who's positioned at a shortish extra cover. Tactically, Amelia, I wonder what Hampshire are going to do. I mean, they've got there is time. That's one thing this game does have, is time. But with the way that Hampshire are picking up wickets, I wonder if they would try and get a little bit more aggressive in this sort of period as we approach the end of the day, to see if they can just get a couple more wickets back in the hutch as Wheel. And a flash outside the off stump by Albert. That was a poor shot by the young man. It was short and wide outside the off stump. No foot movement, just threw his bat at it, and he was lucky not to get a nick. Yeah, I wonder if they're looking at a couple more back in the hutch before the day's over.
Yeah, I mean, they really, in essence, they kind of got nothing to lose at the moment, because yes, there's time, but they don't want Surrey to have time. If Surrey have time, they'll build an innings that's going to be even more difficult, and they take time away from Hampshire. Actually, I think, being aggressive in this moment, having those 2 slips in place, really does sort of put the pressure on Surrey.
Brad Wheel bowls, and this time it's a nick and just drops short of the man at second slip and flies down to the boundary for 4 runs. Ralphie Albert just hanging the bat out there a couple of times. He was looking quite solid against Kyle Abbott, but a couple of shots now he's been a bit loose, but he's a young man. He's 17 years old. I know what I was doing at 17 and it wasn't this.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really put that down as a drop catch. It did sort of die before the. It didn't really carry that well, so maybe he just sees the ball is just getting a bit soft.
That could have been Scott Curry in action. Did take a good catch earlier. Wheel bowls on the leg stump, and this is a better leave from Ralphie Albert. Judges the line and the length very well there, and the score remains 143 for 5. Albert's on 14. Dan Lawrence, who you sense holds a key.
Yes, yeah,
On
absolutely.
20.
Yeah, Albert, yeah, as you said very well, like I think he does just look a little uncomfortable against Wheel, and I think Will be targeting. I think you can see the aggressive field is very much at the 17-year-old, and I can't really blame them for that. I think his best bet here is just to sort of get comfortable and bat out and try and let Lawrence get on strike.
Wheel bowls on leg side, and he flick down the leg side, misses out, and Ben Brown takes a good stop to keep the score at 143 for 5. What's interesting, I think, here, Amelia, is if you look at the field, it's a very it's not dominant on the leg side 'cause it's fairly split, but the fielders who are in a more of an aggressive position are on the leg side yet, and they left a big gap behind square on the offside. There's a boundary rider, a wide third man, and I think Ralphie Albert's expecting the ball to duck in and be leg side, whereas they're throwing outside the off stump, wanting to go for it, and we're going to find out what happens here. It's Wheel bowls, and it's on the leg stump, and he just tucks it to Nick Gubbins, who's just at square leg. And I wonder whether he thinks that the scoring opportunities are outside the off stump, and that's why we've seen a couple of sort of flails, because everything else is when Brad Wheel does bowl tightly at him and on the leg side, he's got a very tight field there.
And
there's no runs.
it's such a big boundary on that side that I think they know that he's not going to go for much, because if you do go for it, the chances are that it might not reach, whereas on that offside it's just a slightly shorter boundary and there is opportunity there.
Wheel again, bowl shorter, and this time Ralphie Albert just cut the bottom edge of the bottom part of the bat, as he tries to pull it to the mid-wicket boundary. He doesn't time it at all. They come through for 2 as it's fielded in the deep there, and comes in, and the ball hits Brad Wheel in the stomach as he throws it back, which wasn't what Brad Wheel wants. But it's the end of that over. 145 for 5. Lawrence on 20, and Albert has rapidly gone on to 16.
I mean, yeah, it's sort of exactly what I was saying, although not the best shot, sort of a bottom edge, and it didn't carry that far. Yes, it did carry high enough that the fielder, although there was a shout for catch, it wasn't actually anywhere near, but it really didn't kind of leave the sort of the pitch markings where previous pitches have been, so nowhere near the boundary really. And I mean, that was hit with some force, although it didn't quite get hold of it. So you just think it is such a big boundary on this side that actually if you're going to target anywhere, you are going to kind of target that square of the wicket on the offside. As it looks like Dawson coming in, and exactly there placed, he's going for it, but he's hit straight to the fielder, so they're only going to get the 1. It's Lawrence, so he moves on to 21. It's a mighty warm afternoon here. You and I are stood in jeans because it was cold this morning.
It was. I brought a coat.
Yep. And my mum told me to pack shorts, and I didn't listen to her, and as ever.
I looked at the weather forecast as well.
Do you know what? And I was here yesterday, so I've got no excuse. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I just didn't pack any shorts. But it's rather warm as Liam Dawson comes in, and this is cut away. Square of the wicket. Great bit of fielding there by Ali Orr. No run scored.
Ben Brown's put Fletcher Middleton under the lid at short leg there for young Ralphie Albert. He comes out when Dan Lawrence is facing.
Dawson in again. Yeah, to pick up a wicket. It's doing great work. And he's number 27, and he's on his 11th over. That's some great numbers, but he'll want a wicket to add to that.
Yeah, he's not giving any air as far as Ralphie Albert's concerned. He's sort of really pushing it through, forcing the young man to play square.
Again comes Dawson, and this is really Yorker length and driven down the ground, but straight to a fielder.
Talking of Yorker length, when we were talking earlier about Fuller and Fuller,
yes,
I found some other words, and I wrote them down and everything.
We did have an email actually, but I didn't get a chance to read it out, as Dawson is just in and defended. Yes, I don't have my laptop with me, but I did read it, and someone emailed in and they said that you could say well up on Fuller.
Yes, well, now do I save these if James Fuller comes on?
Maybe.
Is that the risk I run?
Maybe. As Dawson comes in, and this is played through the offside. It's moving with some pace, but there is a fielder out there. They're going to get the 1.
But I suppose it's good practice regardless who the bowler is for cricket lexicon to to improve. Just throwing in the word lexicon there shows that there's some thought going into the whole thing.
But I do think you are going to have to wait, because as the end of the over, we are going to have a change in commentary.
Is it
So
me already?
It is you
me
already. Kevin
yes,
James
well,
is waiting
well,
eagerly.
The suspense will
The
be
suspense will
worth
have to be
waiting for, no
waited.
doubt.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Sanjay, for that. So Surrey are 147 for 5, Albert 17 off 26, and Lawrence 21 off of 28. We've got 17 overs remaining in the day, and we welcome back Kevin James. Hello, Kevin.
Yes, hello. It's gone quiet again, isn't it? Which will suit Surrey. These two have put on 27 so far after those 3 wickets fell in the space of 17 runs. Kyle Abbott reigniting Hampshire's hopes of avoiding the drop. What a spell that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Brad Wheel coming in from the hotel end. He's going to bowl, and this is short, and Albert tried to pull that, but he was nowhere near, and it just carried through to Ben Brown.
Good bouncer, that one.
It was a great bouncer.
So yeah, we've got, what is it, just under 17 overs left. 46 run lead. This has been a great game. There's no doubt about it. So much on it. Surrey coming into it hoping that they could win the championship if not slipped up. Hampshire hoping that they will stay up. Neither issue has quite been decided yet.
No, it really hasn't. The game still hangs in the balance as Wheel comes in from the hotel end and bowled, and this is defended well by Albert. Seems just a little bit more comfortable these last 2 balls against Wheel. Previous deliveries, he's just looked a little uncomfortable.
I don't know if you've read out the scores recently.
I haven't, please do.
Right, so Nottinghamshire are 282 for 6, so they have picked up a bonus point by passing 250. There's 82 overs bowled by Warwickshire, so still plenty of time for Nottinghamshire to pick up some more, but they have lost 6. They lead Warwickshire by 24 overall.
As Wheel comes in again and bowls, it's good length left outside out by Albert.
So on the live table, because I am still just about live table correspondent, it has been... Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Church. He says in my live table, Worcestershire have won the championship. Thank you. It has felt like that at times. I do believe that Nottinghamshire are now 207 points.
As Wheel stands at the top of his mark, starts his run up in 147 for 5 for Surrey. Wheel's already taken 2 today, and this is left outside.
So with Surrey on 192,
Yep.
that is 15-point difference. So yes, Nottinghamshire 1 more point, and they will clinch the title because they have 1 more games than Surrey.
Interesting.
So literally, Mark Church did predict sometime this afternoon that the championship would be decided.
He said it'd be 3 o'clock, so
Yeah.
you're slightly out there, Mark.
Yeah, he's not quite got that right. But Nottinghamshire need another 14 runs to claim the title.
As Wheel comes in again, right arm over. Bowls, this is shorter and sweat, but it got tangled up there by Albert, and it's just sort of jutted out onto the offside.
Meanwhile, near the bottom, Hampshire are still 3 points above Durham. Just have a look at the Durham-Yorkshire score. 222 for 4. So actually, no, there's 2 points between us and Durham now.
Because they picked up a bonus
That's
point.
right. So they have 143. Hampshire have 145.
Oh, it's tense. It's all very tense.
Tense, isn't it? The tension levels have been going up and down. I mean, it's been tense the whole time, but it's ranged.
As Wheel comes in again, last ball of the over. Bowls, this is short, cut away. The chasing fielder, but I don't think they're going to get there, and that's gone for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. He's got on top of that one.
That brings up the 150 runs for Surrey.
Physio Mal is running, jogging across the pitch here from the tunnel area. Who's he going to, or is he going the shortcut back to the dressing room? Is it that he can't be bothered to walk around the outside of the ground and he's just decided between overs he's going to run to the Hampshire dressing room across the playing area? Or is he attending? It looks like Kyle Abbott is walking towards him.
Yes.
I did see Kyle Abbott actually towards the end of his spell actually signal towards the dressing room, so I think there might be something there.
It's his hand.
Yeah, it's a hand.
Maybe, I think he was having a quick chat with Ben Brown, so maybe that was
Oh.
saying that earlier, just I've hurt my hand. I think also it may have been in one of his last overs, he put his hand out, one-handed sort of stop, and do you remember I said to you, I think it clipped his fingers, so maybe he just did a little bit more damage than it was actually you and I on then. So
Yes, I think you're right. Liam Dawson from the pavilion end, then, is it me? I can't remember.
it is you. Yep.
It is Dawson. Off the back foot there is always gone through point. Difficult stop though, to be fair, for Addy Orr. And let's move on to 22. Email here from Stephen Bryce, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I missed some of your commentary. It says, has any explanation been suggested as to why Scott Curry has not bowled? Funny enough, just off mic, I was having a quick chat with Mark Church about that. I would suggest that maybe they're trying to keep things tight through Liam Dawson mainly and Kyle Abbott. That's no slight on Scott Curry, but it might be the more experienced player. That's a cut away, that's going for 4. That is a nice looking shot from Ralphie Albert, who's playing a sterling innings here for his side, because the lead for Surrey now has increased to 55 and Albert on to 25.
Indeed it does. Yes, 5 gone so far off this over. Probably one of the more expensive from Dawson so far. It's none for 33 off what is now his 12th over.
Brian Budd has also emailed on the same subject. As I say, I think it might be because they want the experienced bowlers at the moment in such a tight situation with a lot on it, of course. It's played out into the covers. That's my explanation. Others may disagree.
Well, it would make sense, wouldn't it, really, just to sort of, keep things as tight as possible, because Surrey will want to try and run away with this at some point.
Sure. It's a cut away. Has he found the gap? That's a good stop. That is a very good stop from Toby Albert, diving low to his left in the area where there's not too much grass.
Albert stopping Albert's ball.
Yes. Good stop. Scoring remains on 156 for 5. 15 overs in the day after this. Sunshine still beating down here, not a cloud in the sky.
Yesterday we were getting a bit of relief from a few clouds.
It's pushed to short extra cover by Ralphie Albert. 17 years of age, eh? In a very, very tight situation. Playing well. Dawson's got the slip in, that's got Curry. Albert's forward, it goes out towards backward a point. Dawson completes 12 overs, wicketless, none for 33. And Surrey have a lead currently of 55.
Well, Albert will be very happy with his innings already in this second inning so far, because in the first one when he came in on 83 for 5, well, he got out, sorry, he came in at 76 for 5. He was bowled by Abbott for just 5. So he's already added 20 to that previous score.
Yeah, this is a good partnership already after those 3 quick wickets. So these two have put on 36 currently. Doesn't sound a lot.
No.
But Surrey at 120 for 5 were in deep, deep trouble, courtesy of Kyle Abbott.
So we're going to have Brad Wheel again from the pavilion end. Oh, not the pavilion end, the hotel end, apologies. Stood right in front of me. So Wheel going to start his 10th over. He's 2 for 38. Can he add a 3rd wicket to his total today? As he comes in to Lawrence, who's on strike, right arm over, and this is left alone outside the off stump. 14 overs left in the day after this. It's very warm.
Yeah.
And not even just because of the tension.
Yeah, I think the draw has been taken out of the equation for Hampshire here, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
Because really they, well, depending on what Durham do, I mean, if Durham lose their game, then Hampshire are okay, but I don't think you can rely on that. I think if there's to be a result, Hampshire need to be on the positive end of it.
His Wheel starts his run up and comes in again. Right arm over bowls. Oh, and this is beat the bat and carried through to Ben Brown.
Good delivery, that just straightened a bit off the pitch.
Did, yeah, nice to see. 156 for 5. We've had 47 overs gone today. 14 remaining after this over. Surrey's lead is 55. Most spectators now in the ground are quite happy to be sat around here by the hotel in the sun. Many, I imagine, having a bit of a doze. As the Wheel comes in. good, and this is driven, but there is a chasing fielder. I don't think they're going to get there, and this is very nice in the off. Oh, he's taking it over the boundary rope. It was an unfortunate moment there, and that was a nice cutaway through the offside. I'll just watch that again by Lawrence. Yeah, a lovely shot there.
Just open the face.
160 for 5.
Yeah, so Dan Lawrence is a dangerous player. They need to, if Hampshire have any thoughts on winning this game, they really don't want to let Dan Lawrence get a foothold in this second innings.
No, he went for 36 in the last innings, bowled by Fuller, caught by Gubbins, as Wheel comes in again. Bowls short, and this is right down the ground on the leg side. They'll just go for the 1. 161 for 5.
It's good running from Dan Lawrence there. Clearly Kyle Abbott's not the most mobile at the moment. He's fairly close in there at mid-on, and they were still taking a comfortable single.
Yeah, they've obviously noticed his mobility issues, or he's uncomfortable in some way. So 2 balls left of the over. 5 have gone from it so far. Started off with 2 dots, boundary and a single. As Wheel comes in again. Shorter, pulled up, and that's not quite gone for for the boundary, but they'll just get the single from it. With the sun coming at us here, I'm losing the ball slightly in through the windows.
Very bright, isn't it?
Yes.
Those windows that were nice and pristine about 3 months ago are starting to show
a bit dirtier.
signs of a bit more dirt.
Yes,
they are.
and it's a little bit sort of within the dirt. It's hard to always see, especially as the ball goes into the shadows, but we'll do our best. Another single from that ball as the last one comes in from Wheel. And this is just pushed into the offside. Good stop there. Square of the wicket. 162 for 5. Surrey, their lead is 61.
Wheel 10 overs, 2 for 44. Got the first 2 wickets. Rory Burns and Ryan Patel. Burns again caught in the slips. He was out, so caught Washington Sundar in the first innings. And Patel caught by Scott Curry, pulling Brad Wheel away into the deep on the leg side. Email here from Barry Collier, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. A lot of people this afternoon were just talking about the schedule, and obviously the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, coming out last night saying they weren't happy with the outcome, that the status quo of the county championship will continue for next year. Applause for Scott Curry coming on. He has yet to bowl a ball in this game. 1 or 2 of you have emailed about that, so there you are, you got your wish, as have some in the crowd. Scott Curry's had a particularly good white ball season. It'd be nice if he transfers it into this championship. Down the leg side first up, though, to Ralphie Albert. So Barry Collier is following on from those comments about the packed schedule. I can only agree with earlier mentions about the adverse effect that the 100 is having on county cricket. Not only the 4-day game, but also the 50-over competition. A few weeks ago, we had the ridiculous situation where Hampshire were denied a home quarter-final in the One Day Cup due to a venue clash with Southern Brave in the 100. Even though by that time the Brave could not qualify for the final in that competition. As Curry bowls, he's wrapped on the pad, it's just going down the leg side. Good start from Scott Curry. Undoubtedly, says Barry, any reduction in the number of 4-day fixtures will make a membership less attractive. That's also been mentioned, isn't it? As someone who committed to a life membership a few years ago, I feel slightly cheated by the way things are going.
The only thing I would say about that is, although the men in the Southern Brave weren't able to qualify for the final, the women were playing on the same day and they were able to qualify for the final, and that is why.
Scott Curry comes in, and I've got a big announcement to make as that ball goes over the rope. That'll be 4 runs down to fine leg. Albert moves on to 30. Nottinghamshire have moved on to 302 for 6. That is another batting point, and that means that Nottinghamshire have clinched the 2025 County Championship title. Congratulations to them.
Oh, a few, I can hear a few applause in the grounds, I think, those that are listening.
So that is it. Surrey cannot win a championship for the 4th consecutive year. Down the leg side again from Scott Curry. Good diving stop low to his left. by Ben Brown. So I suppose it just leaves us to not only congratulate Nottinghamshire, but myself and Mark Church will get straight on the phone and congratulate the Nottinghamshire commentator at the earliest moment. That might be about next month. No, congratulations to them, I'm sure.
Well deserved.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, it has been well deserved. That's pulled away out on the leg side by Albert. Quite. If the message has reached the batters out in the middle, probably not. Has it reached the Surrey dressing room where it's only happened in the last few minutes? I'm sure they've been following. So that news will filter through very, very quickly indeed. Here at the Utilita Bowl, 167 for 5, there is still one issue to be resolved. And that now is whether Hampshire stay up in Division 1 or events conspire against them. I don't think we're here Saturday, so I think over the next day or so, or just under a day, whether Hampshire are still in Division 1 again, outside the off stump and left alone by Dan Lawrence. So, Amelia, I think you've got a break.
I think I have. I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
You are. So, well, it's unusual not to say Surrey are county champions. That's been a while. I can just see some comments on the BBC text feed attributed to our very esteemed BBC Nottingham colleague.
Well, look, congratulations to Nottinghamshire, and they thoroughly deserve to win that title because, you know, they will end up winning the most games of the season. They will also have won that pivotal game last week against Surrey. So congratulations to them. They've stuck on to Surrey the whole season, and I think probably Surrey haven't been at their best throughout the season, but they've managed to keep themselves in the hunt. And then, as I say, that game last week was absolutely pivotal in the season, and congratulations to Nottinghamshire. They're in that strange position now. The game's still going on, but they know they've just won the title. Who was it? I think it may have been Surrey. It's typical Surrey, this. Many years ago actually, where whoever was the 12th man in the middle of the game when they won it walked out with a tray of glasses of champagne.
Really?
and sort of called an impromptu drinks break to celebrate. But I wonder how Nottinghamshire are doing that at the moment, because it's a strange one really, and it's a second batting point that's got them there. As Washington Sundar into the attack, back here at the Utilita Bowl, and coming around the wicket to Ralphie Albert, who's played extremely well for these 31 runs. 17 years old, on his championship debut, strolls in there with Surrey in all sorts of bother, with Carl Abbott bowling beautifully, and he's 31 or 43 deliveries. And he's forming a little partnership here alongside Dan Lawrence, and Surrey's lead now is just the 66. They're getting a leg slip in now for Washington Sundar, who's coming around the wicket to Ralphie Albert. Good shot. It was dropped in short, and he's just jumped onto the back foot and crunched this away through the vacant extra cover region for 4. Okay, it wasn't the best delivery you've ever seen from Washington Sundar, but it still needed to be put away, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two, of which Albert has 35 with the senior partner at the other end. So he bowled really nicely this morning, picked up a couple of wickets, and now the young man is 35 not out. And this is impressive stuff. It really is. Under pressure against a good attack. As he's forward here to Washington Sundar, just trying to work around that front pad. It hits the front pad and just bobbles away towards short leg. The other thing I noticed when I did the stats for the Surrey Nottinghamshire game last week, as this one's whipped into the leg side by Ralphie Albert, they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Their bowlers have shared it around. There's a couple in there with 30 odd wickets this season, a couple in there with 20 odd wickets this season, and then batting wise, Hamid's gone past 1,000, Slater's up at around 850. They've all contributed this season, and it's been a real team effort from Nottinghamshire, and it's their first championship since 2010.
And they're 7th.
7th overall, and the first one since 2010.
Yep. And nobody will be more delighted than a certain Mo Abbas,
Oh, absolutely, yes.
because he came so close here for several years, and he's finally done it with Notts.
As around the wicket goes Washington Sundar, and that's a significant run for Dan Lawrence as well. I think I'm right in saying that single takes him to 8,000 first-class runs. So there's a little milestone, well, quite a big milestone really, for Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 28. Ralphie Albert comes back onto strike on 36 from 47 deliveries as well. So he's ticked along here. There's Ralphie Albert. As Washington Sundar's into him, he's sweeping now, but they've got a man just behind square at 45 on the leg side. It's the lack of fuss and the demeanour of Ralphie Albert I like. As I say, he's just strolled out there, and let's be honest about this, Kevin James. He looks as if this is a young man with 30, 40 championship games under his belt, rather than a young man strolling out there in his first game, and especially in a pressure situation as well, against an attack that, you know, has put Surrey under a lot of pressure.
Certainly has. Now, a 72-run lead with 5 wickets still remaining is, well, it's not good, but a partnership or two, pushing that up to around maybe 150. Gosh, wouldn't that be nervy? As if we haven't had enough of that already. Scott Curry bowls to Lawrence, who pushes that out into the covers. Email here from Brian Budd, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says this game could end tonight,
Think so
or certainly on the third day, with a Hampshire win and Division 1 survival, except, says Brian, a potential points deduction for a substandard wicket. Well, I don't think so. I don't think we're in that territory. I'll be surprised if that's being looked at. There's a drive out into the covers once more by Lawrence, no run. I don't think anybody's even mentioned that really, apart from you, Brian. But I suppose we have to wait for official confirmation on that. Yes, there's been...
Not for this wicket.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I'll go. If anything like that occurs, I will march over and have a quiet word myself. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this pitch.
No.
It's a good cricket wicket, this.
Yeah, it is. Two teams that have made some mistakes. That's outside the off stump, left alone. But generally, Surrey came here wanting to win the title. It's gone now. But even so, they haven't played their best cricket overall.
They haven't, and I think what you have to remember is, you know, winning the 3 on the spin in the modern era is pretty good going, and you know they're probably going to end up second in the championship this season. You would have thought.
Yeah. Curry again from the pavilion end. That's a drive wide of diving mid-off, and that's going for 4. Nice shot. Dan Lawrence moves on to 32, 177 for 5. That lead is pushed up to 76.
Don't get me wrong, it will hurt. It will really hurt, especially after a long season going into the last 2 games of the season, and you're there or thereabouts. And that will hurt, and that will take a bit of time to get over as well. But you know, that they have been the side to beat over the last 4 years.
Yeah. So pulled away down towards fine leg by Lawrence. Moves on to 33, 178 for 5. After that flurry of wickets, we haven't had a wicket now for nearly 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, 58 the partnerships were. Very good partnership. And Gareth Batty's mantra has always been, we've got to keep getting better, because the other sides will be trying to beat us and catch us up. So we got to keep getting better, and they probably haven't this season, and Notts have. So that's fair enough.
Yeah. Curry again bowls. Length ball almost plays it onto his stumps. Ball bounces back towards Ben Brown. 178 for 5. It's really nice on the BBC text feed that you're quoted.
No, it's
as with regarding Nottinghamshire winning the championship.
Oh, there we are. Well, no, absolutely, quite right too. There we go. Well, at least it's sometimes they add a couple of lines in there, bless them, which they're allowed to do, just because my stuff's usually absolute rubbish. But yeah. Well, as I say, look, Nottinghamshire are going to end up, even if they don't win the game they're playing in, they're going to end up with 6 wins this season. Now, Surrey, if they were to win this one, would end up with 5. But it was that game last week. That was the thing. And they were good enough to win it. And fair play to them. And as I say, take nothing away from what Surrey have achieved in the last 4 years. Winning 3 on the spin is a huge thing to do.
Gets harder every year to win it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the point. And as I say, Gareth Batter's always talked about, year on year, we've got to get better. We've got to keep getting better. We've got to keep getting better. They possibly haven't this year. Not have. As here is Washington Sundar. Not going to get that. Looking for the LBW shout. Trying to turn that away into the leg side was Dan Lawrence. You can see how strong the sun is, because when he twiddled his bat there, it's glinting away in the sun. It's the most gorgeous evening here. It does feel like mid-July rather than September. Washington Sundar's in again, around the wicket to Lawrence. He'll get a single here. Just turns his wrists on this one. Down towards long on, and they'll pick up a single. But yeah, just looking at those stats again for Notts, and Hamid's got another 100 in this one. But going into last week, 1,108 runs. Slater, 909 runs. Freddie McCann, 701 runs. Joe Clark, 582, has had a quiet season but made runs today. Jack Haynes, 796. Lyndon James, 716. As Washington Sundar, around the wicket he comes. Forward goes Ralphie Albert. And then in terms of the wickets, Lyndon James, who took wickets last week, went into the game against Surrey 19. Patterson, 24. Tong, 23. Pennington, 21. Brett Hutton, what did I have Hutton down as? 28. As around the wicket goes Washington Sundar. And that's punched by Ralphie Albert up towards the deepish mid-on, and he won't get a run. Of course, Mohammed Abbas was not fit, but 26 wickets from it. So a very good bowling attack, picking up wickets and sharing them around, and then top 6, 7 all scoring runs as this is flicked off his hip by Ralphie Albert. It was uppish, oh dear, and it's going to run away for 4 runs, and just for a second there, the diving fielder Ali Orr at short fine leg lost his trousers, but he's done very well as he jumped up to run after the ball and pulled them up again. And that's 4 more to Ralphie Albert. He's on to 40 here, Ralphie Albert. And Surrey move on to 183 for 5. The lead moves on to 82 with 10 overs remaining today after this one. Partnerships were 63 between Dan Lawrence and Ralphie Albert, of which Albert has 40. Of the 63. There's Dan Lawrence thinking, right, senior partner, he doesn't have to really bother because Ralphie Albert has just got out there and, as I say, played like someone who's played 40 championship games. Washington Sundar's into him again. He's whipping him this time. Out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll stroll a single. Will Ralphie Albert. And he moves on to 41 from 53 deliveries. He keeps the strike, and Surrey move on to 184 for 5.
You were talking about drinks on the pitch earlier, Churchy. Mohammed Riaz has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I think the drinks on the pitch was when Surrey won the championship in 1971.
It might well have been, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think the game was against Hampshire at Northlands Road. There's a famous photo of Mickey Stewart and Arnold Long holding a glass of
That's
something.
it, man. Yeah, he's quite right too. I think sort of 12th man duties, and brought out a tray of glasses of champagne.
Lovely.
It's a nice way to do it.
That's something our BBC colleague up at Nottingham would have done. Run straight down. Always had a waft outside. That's Albert, 184 for 5. The Surrey total. As Scott Curry starts a new over.
It's probably out there at the moment doing live interviews while the game's still going on. No, fair play to Nottinghamshire. As I say, they're a very good set of blokes, and also Peter Moores is, and Pete Moores now with 3 different counties has won the championship. The hell of an effort that. Lancashire, the head coach of Sussex, the Chris Evans, Red Green, Lancashire, and they won it. And now it's head coach of Nottinghamshire. So it's quite a fair bit. I think it's also worth going down last year, weren't they? They were
moves on to 45, and the lead for Surrey now is 87.
This really is good from Ralphie Albert. I think it's just the entire composure of this.
Came in at 120 for 5 when Surrey had lost 3 wickets for 19 in the middle of Abbott's, well, at the back end of Abbott's spell of 3 for 17. And he has played a blinder. That is for sure. 17 years of age, 45 not out. Faces Scott Curry. Edged, and I don't think that's carried to second slip. Toby Albert.
He's got a bit about him, Ralphie Albert. He really has. 'Cause as I say, he got the ball this morning and picked up a couple of wickets, bowled very tidily.
Picks up Scott Curry and Kyle Abbott.
And also, he was bowling at Washington Sundar as well. He's knows how to play spin bowling. And here, he's come out at a horrible time.
Curry in again and bowls. He's tried to cut that away and misses. Looks up at the sky.
Yeah. Yes, he's attempted a Caribbean S drop there, hasn't he? Off towards square leg. But what's really interesting with this is that Dan Lawrence, he's wandered down now just to probably just have a few words of encouragement. He certainly hasn't had to guide him through this partnership, has he?
68. It's a difficult time to put on a start for a partnership, even though it hasn't been much for Surrey in terms of winning the championship, but it's just making the job harder for Hampshire. Down the left side, there's a half shout for a catch as Ben Brown flings himself to his left. That is the end of the over. There was 9 to do. Mark Church is staying on, and Sanjay Murthy will come in alongside him.
And you don't want to get ahead of yourselves, of course, but it's just the composure of this young man at this stage to come out and play like he is, and the way he bowled this morning as well. And as I say, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but I remember the first time I saw Ollie Pope bat, and I remember the first time I saw Jeremy Smith bat, and it was just the way the and as I say, Rafi Albert here looks like to play rather than this.
He's outside this given there. It's like a 45 Washington Sundar. He's from this talent bowl. It just pushes it out to strike. It's the 98 for 5. Of 87. It was left this Washington Sundar. It's leading edge from no danger there. Really great. Ralphie Albert so far as Washington Sundar bowls. There's a firmer shot on the next man who's positioned there for exactly that. He's played brilliantly. Well, he's batted well. And Sundar comes in, tosses this one up a little bit, and straighter drive from Dan Lawrence. Causes one quickly, sets off. It just goes to Brad Wheel, who's at mid-off, and a single vert to the total, 189 for 5.
Just with the Yorkshire-Durham game, Yorkshire have a batting point, Durham have a bowling point.
Okay, so that's...
So by tomorrow morning, we'll have a much better idea of what we're looking at.
Hampshire win. There's not discussion, is there?
No,
At the end
absolutely
of the day,
not. Yeah, that would be
You'd imagine-
handy.
Yeah, you'd imagine that's
16 points would be extremely handy
there.
from a Hampshire perspective.
Yeah.
The one thing you don't want to be doing here, Hampshire, is losing this game. And
No.
a draw at the minute looks a long way away.
It does. There's definitely a result in this as Sundar is now over the wicket to Albert, bowls on down leg side a little bit, and he just flicks it nice into the leg side. Good stop there by Gubbins, who hasn't moved from his position at mid wicket. He's got to stop that. I mean, there is a boundary rider there, deep mid wicket, but it was a good stop nonetheless. Sundar bowls again, leg side and full and driven, and the same outcome as last time. That is the end of that Washington Sundar over. His 12th. He's taken no wicket for 41 so far. Surrey 189 for 5, Albert on 45, and Dan.
And the other thing is the weather forecast is pretty good for the next day. days, so you don't think weather's going to come
No,
into this
not gonna
whatsoever.
play
So
a
we're
part.
going to get a result in this game
Yeah.
either way.
So this comes down to Hampshire getting either tonight a wicket. A wicket tonight would be fantastic. The batsmen coming early in the morning, or early wickets. That happened. This happened the first 2 days of this match. There's been sort of 2 or 3 wickets early. Because that will give Hampshire what they want. I don't think it's the case of what's a good score on this because there's so much time.
If these two get through this game, we've got I think we'll get a quick signal. So tomorrow, he's to get through the game and then get through another 12 tomorrow. We'll be as well for now. It was a very boring draw this, and the other two they lost here. They would. This is slightly different now. Of course, this is short. And away is Ralph here. Very the wrist on this. You'll get a single down towards long leg, and as I say, it will hurt. It will definitely hurt. Last week really hurt. But they're still in a position here in a strange old game of cricket to win the final game of the season, and they want to definitely. You can see how hot it is out there because Ralphie Albert, you can see his shirt number through his jumper. As Curry over the wicket, he comes to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence loves that shot. It's gone across his stumps. It's probably a very straight delivery that from Curry, but he's just gone across his stumps and helped it with those wrists down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4.
Let's have a look at the live feed when the replay comes up to see if there's any shape from Scott Curry.
75 this partnership worth now. Crucial runs.
Yeah.
Takes the lead up to 94.
Yeah, they were 19 when they came together.
Curry's over the wicket once again to Lawrence, and there he goes again, standing up straight and trying to work that through the leg side. Dan Lawrence, end of the over, 195 for 5. Dan Lawrence is a player I absolutely love watching bat. I think he's a wonderful player. I really do.
Again, going back to England, did he have as many chances as you think?
No, I don't think he did, and also I think the problem for him was sort of thrown in to open the batting when he'd never really opened the batting at all, and he was doing it in Test match cricket. And I think he also felt that he had to play a certain way. And you know, Dan Lawrence is a wonderful player, and Surrey have seen that this season in both the T20 and the Championship.
It's Washington Sundar then to bowl to Albert. Bowls, and Albert has a flay at that. It hits Washington Sundar. He's looking at his fingers.
Drop catch.
It was a drop catch.
Yep.
I mean, he's hit it hard straight at him. Ralphie Albert just inquires after his health. He's on the ground still. Washington Sundar. He's showing his hand to Ben Brown. He's walked up. He looks all right.
He's coming off.
He is going off.
Yep.
Yeah, the physio is trotting on. But yeah, he's going off. Washington Sundar. That's it. Flush on the hand.
The top Indian news story tonight now on the 6 o'clock news. But fingers crossed, that's just precautionary for Washington Sundar. But it was smashed back at him, and he got both hands to it. But he going straight off here is Washington Sundar. But as I say, fingers crossed, he's probably not right. But I think this is just precautionary for Washington Sundar. Perfectly understandable.
He's not looking at his hand as he's walking off. He's not ringing it. Yeah, let's hope that is. Liam Dawson is going to complete this over that currently stands at 1 ball, which is start Washington's 12th. Have a good round of applause from the crowd here for the departing Indian international.
As I say, it's 6 o'clock Indian news
Yeah.
tonight. But I think you would wait till there's a proper diagnosis of that. I think that might just be precaution.
Yeah.
Get off, get it looked at, and if anything needs to be done, like get it in ice and see how it is in the morning.
It's actually going to be James Fuller, which Liam Dawson had wandered over to. He looked like he was going to take over the rest of that over, but it is James Fuller who bowled earlier and is coming back from this hotel end to finish off that over that Washington Sundar started. Albert's on 47, but it is going to be Dan Lawrence who is going to face. Now this is my chance, as Amelia and I were talking earlier, that I had this issue, Churchy, that every time that James Fuller bowled a full delivery, it was Fuller by Fuller, and I just couldn't get myself out of that sort of loop.
It's
but I've got some written down now.
Well
so
done, different words.
It's going to be Sanjay Bingo here as Fuller approaches the wicket, bowls it short, and Lawrence just covers up and pushes it into the offside for no run. This is the start. He'd bowled 5 overs previously, James Fuller, for 16 runs, so economical, which 3.1 runs an over. Surrey going at 3.5 at the moment for their 196 runs they've scored in the second innings, giving them a lead so far of 95 for the loss of 5 wickets. The very impressive Ralphie Albert is at the crease with the much more experienced Dan Lawrence, who is facing up to Fuller now, who bowls, and this one is short and outside the off stump, and nicely played by Dan Lawrence, but there is a fielder out at the deep point extra cover kind of area boundary. That is Fletcher Middleton, who throws the ball back in, restricts Lawrence to a single.
Commentating on Rob Wainwright bowling to Wayne White.
No, you see
that was never an easy one.
No, this is your East 5-5-4-4
You get moments like this. Yes, you certainly do.
Now what we need is James Fuller to not bang it down halfway down the track, so I can practice one of the 3 that I've written down. I did narrow it down. I listed about 6 or 7, but I've gone for these 3. He comes in and bowls to Ralphie Albert, and it's outside the off stump, and Albert just pushes it into the offside. You know, Ralphie Albert wasn't even born when Liam Dawson made his professional debut.
Well, at 17, there's going to be a few like that, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Out there with him.
Who's warming up? Kyle Abbott is going through some sort of bowling motion.
It's extraordinary to think then that would be 2008, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's just wrong.
2008.
That's just wrong.
Goodness gracious.
How can someone have an opinion when they were born in 2008? As Fuller in bowls now, and this one is up there on the leg side and just squirted to the fielder position behind square. Up there was one of them, Churchy.
Very good.
I'll cross that one off because I've done that one.
Cross that one off.
Yeah, and if he does it again, I'll go to the one that.
Don't tell us all yet.
No, I'm not going to.
No, don't give it away.
No, because the problem I've got is if he bowls. Well, he won't do it now because there's only a couple of balls left, but I don't want to run out too early.
No, don't go too early.
No,
it's like when you give out all your stats before the game starts, and then you've got nowhere to go.
No, exactly. So I won't be doing that, and I'll keep. I'm hoping that this one is short outside the off stump. But let's see, as Dan Lawrence on 41 is facing James Fuller. He bowls and it is short.
Oh my lord!
He sort of had a swipe at that to try and pull it through the leg side. Dan Lawrence has missed everything and gone through to Ben Brown for no run. Oh, he did miss everything, didn't he?
Yeah, kept a bit low, I think.
There's been a couple like that as well that have kept a bit low. from the other end, though. I think from the pavilion end, but no loss, no danger there for the Surrey batters. 198 for 5 after that Fuller over. Albert remains 48. Dan Ronson 41.
Yeah, I'll do one more over with you, and then we will bring in Amelia.
Amelia's coming in.
You, and you two will probably take us up to stuff. I get this from Ben Brown, though. He's going to bring Kyle Abbott back into the attack.
Yep.
He knows he needs a breakthrough here, so he's gone to his main bowler, Kyle Abbott, who's bowled beautifully today again. But he desperately now, Ben Brown, needs to break this partnership tonight. The last thing he needs is these two still there tomorrow morning.
And it was Kyle Abbott from that end, from the pavilion end, to Ralphie Albert, where the ball kept low a couple of times. So let's see what happens as we approach the end of the day.
And Ralphie Albert will have learnt from that first innings. He's going to try and nip this back at him early on. He's in. And Ralphie Albert flashes at this down towards the third man boundary row. It's going to go for 4, and that's going to bring up his 50. Well batted Ralphie Albert on his championship debut with Surrey under all sorts of pressure. Ralphie Albert goes to 52 from 68 deliveries with 10 boundaries, and just a little signal back to the dressing room with all the Surrey players coming out onto the balcony to applaud. What an innings this is from this young man.
Nicely recognised by this knowledgeable Hampshire crowd as well, knowing that this young man, 17 years old, is on debut, and the value of this knock.
Abbott's over the wicket to him again, and there's your one that comes back, but he's in now, so he's got sort of his angles right, Ralphie Albert, and he plays that away into the offside. So the lead is 101 now for Surrey. The partnership between these two is worth 82, but it's the composure of this young man that stands out. It really is.
I mean, Dan Lawrence, who's on 41 himself, his role now is to coach Albert through.
It's almost like to keep Albert company at the moment. As Ralphie Albert punches away down towards third man, he will get a single here. And that will move Ralphie Albert on to 53. But yeah, just the composure. That's the thing.
Yeah,
the
Dan
composure.
Lawrence, I mean, he'll be telling Ralph, right, we're here tomorrow. This is our job. You know, if it's loose, hit it by all means. But you know, nothing flashy, nothing loose. Our job is to stay 5 down at the end of play, which is 5 overs away, and just start again tomorrow.
Well, they talk about taking an opportunity. He's certainly done that here. As Abbott's in, and this is whipped into the leg side by Lawrence, and they're going to get a single here. It's a tired bit of fielding that from James Fuller, I have to say. Poor chap. And they pick up a single, and that will bring Albert back onto strike.
Sun's starting to set over the Shane Warne stand here, and it has been a beautiful day, but the breeze is starting to just pick up a little bit, and yeah, it's one of the wonderful days cricket we've been
good game there
to witness.
It's turning into a very good game. As this is short from Abbott, he's hooking top edge from Ralphie Albert. That's going to go for 4. So Ralphie Albert, not exactly where he's intending, but he's gone for the hook shot from the short ball from Kyle Abbott. Top edge straight over the keeper's head for 4. Ralphie Albert moves on to 57. And Surrey's lead now is 107.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Abbott tries that again, because he's hit him once, and the second time he's bowled it, he's hooked it, but with no control. Be interesting to see what he does this last ball of his over.
Just the one slip now for Ralphie Albert, as he's in again. Another short one, but he's ducking underneath it. Well played, Ralphie Albert.
I think you've read that.
Yeah, and he's just ducked underneath that. It's the end of the over. 5 to go tonight. 208 for 5. That's me done for the day. And Amelia Clark will join you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Churchy. It's been a pleasure working with you. I'm on seagull hunt. Amelia and I like a chat about seagulls as the day comes to an end. She's rolling her eyes at me in a do we have to do this kind of way, but let's see if we can do. 208 for 5, Surrey here. It's a good lead they've built up of 107. They had a lead of 19 when this partnership started, and it's approaching, it's 12 shy of 100 here Ralphie Albert, a fantastic 57 of 72 balls. You know, he's ably supported by the England international Dan Lawrence, 42 of 42 of 52, as James Fuller will continue from this end in bowls to Lawrence, who just pushes it beautifully on the offside, just slightly square. The fielder comes round, cuts it off. Very tired tumble out in the deep. It looks like Ali Orr out there. He puts that back in, and they run through 4-2. Lawrence moves to 44. I can't see a wicket coming. Can you?
No, it does look like these two are very settled out there. They are very comfortable, and they're seeing the ball like a beach ball. You know, there's not a lot that's disturbing them, really.
James Fuller over the wicket, approaches 4 as and he's driven. That was my opportunity and I blew it. So I forgot the words I'd written down. But we'll try it again this time. If he does bowl that ball that is up there, as they say, and I've used that one, so I can say it again.
Yeah.
And 210 for 5. James Fuller bowled into a field that's reasonably split. There are 5 on the leg side to Dan Lawrence. He likes that wristy flick, just walking across the stump. Let's see what he does as Fuller bowls again. Short and one-handed pull from Dan Lawrence. He's got hold of that, has he?
It's not
No,
gonna
because
go.
there's a fielder out there in the deep, and that is the substitute fielder who's come on for Washington Sundar. I need to remind you that the first ball of Sundar's previous over, a great drive back from as Churchill breaks part of the Utilita Bowl. Drive back to Sundar, hit him on the hand as he tried to catch it, and he's gone off for some sort of precautionary check. Fuller in bowls, inviting length from Fuller, and that's just pushed into the leg side where it's fielded by Carl Abbott. He shies at the stumps and fielded, well, actually it's gone through the fielder diving Nick Gubbins at
I like it.
mid-wicket to Ali Orr.
An inviting length.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the second one. I shall cross
Yeah.
that one off now as well. I've got one left on my on my James Fuller bingo card. But of course, no one can remember the first one, so I might go around again because I've only
Absolutely.
got 3.
Yeah.
So it's not the best bit of research, but it's better than saying Fuller bowls Fuller, which
Indeed.
has been my standard to date. Surrey 213 for 5. Albert 57. Dan Lawrence and 47, approaching 50, but it is Ralphie Albert to face Fuller, who bowls, and it's just short. It's a fantastic little shot off the back foot, stands up tall and punches it through mid-off for 4. That is a shot of quality and confidence, Amelia.
Isn't it just? And I mean, 9 gone from this over alone of 5 balls. He's not sort of intimidated by any of the Hampshire bowling that they've thrown at him.
He's a full face of the bat. He gets in line, and he just gives it everything. And there's no risk there. It's just a quality cricket shot for this young man, who I need to remind listeners is 17 years of age, as James Fuller approaches now, bowls and just covers up.
He's also on his county debut.
County, exactly. Bowled well. Took 2 wickets on his bowling. His sort of his left arm orthodox, but quite a long run up. Sort of for older listeners, sort of Derek Underwood would be. I'm not going to even look at you when I say Derek Underwood, because that would just be. I'm going to look to my left where Kevin and Churchill are sitting. They'll know what I'm talking about. Derek Underwood came off a long run. He was right arm off spin, but he bowled. He bowled quicker than that. In fact, Kev probably faced him. It's ended that over whilst I'm rambling on. 217 for 5.
It is indeed. We've got 4 overs left in the day. Surrey lead by 116. They've built this partnership well. Oh, there's been bowled. What a fantastic one. Abbott came in, and that is it. That is the end of Lawrence.
That is exactly what Hampshire needed. We were just saying off in the last over, where was the next wicket going to come from? It comes from that man, Carl Abbott, who has been fantastic all day long so far. He bowls Lawrence for 47. That is an absolute cracker of a delivery. And Hampshire, they're back in this again. Surrey lead by 116, but there's only 4 wickets left for Hampshire now. Kyle Abbott's 4th of the day, 4 for 49.
Absolutely, what a fantastic shot. I mean, if you're watching that on the replay, he just got the ball to turn a little bit. It pitched outside off, it just came in, nipped back in behind Lawrence and took out his off stump and absolutely sent those bails flying. He will receive a big standing of applause, not quite a standing ovation. He goes on 47. He's one of many Surrey batters to just fall in the 40s. It was Sibley on 44, Folkes on 43 and Lawrence on 43, but a man that is not doing that is Albert, who's out there on 61, the 17-year-old on his county debut.
He's the highest scorer of this match so far, individual. First person to get past 60. Washington Sundar, the only person to get past 50, and then a few in the 40s as Tom Laws comes out.
He's done that on 61 off 74. And that is, as you said, Sanjay, exactly the wicket that Hampshire needed. Just before we said we didn't think it would come, but you can never say never when Kyle Abbott's bowling, and just got something to happen there.
And good decision from Ben Brown to make that change at the far end, take Scott Curry off, bring back his main bowler for the wicket, and he delivered.
So that's 4 for Abbott. He's 4 for 49. Going into his 14th overs, there's a lot of 4s going on there.
It's a bit like the 4-5-4 East 5-5 that
Yeah.
Church and I were talking about earlier. It's confusing for everyone.
So he's going to just still adjust his field a little bit more. I think they're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the incoming batter, Laws, who was dismissed in the previous innings by Dawson. It was a caught and bowled and he had to go for 12. There's 2 slips in place for him now. Looks like Hampshire suddenly got a bit of energy as Abbott comes in over the wicket, and that's left alone.
Bit more pace in his stride as he ran in there. A bit more purpose from Kyle Abbott, buoyed by that wicket of Dan Lawrence. Yes, say Amelia, 4 for 49. Yeah, Toby Albert's come in to a first slip position with Scott Curry at second slip, a position that he has pretty much occupied for the entirety of this Surrey innings.
So Kyle Abbott standing at the top of his mark for the 3rd ball of the over. 3 left of the day. Abbott bowls, and this is defended, and they think about 1, but they're not. I mean, you've got to commend Lawrence. He and Albert, who is still there, they came together at the dismissal of Sykes, who was bowled by Abbott at 120 for 5, and Surrey looked in quite the pickle. And they put together a score that is now 217 for 6. So almost 100 runs added to the score together.
And I wonder what these 2 batters are going to do now, Laws and Albert. Both young men. Does Laws protect the 17-year-old? He's the man in, and they need him tomorrow.
As Abbott comes in, and this is driven, and his compatriot will have to move out the way. No run. 3 dots.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is it's not like exposing Ralphie Albert, the guy, the young lad's got 61 runs, but as with Dan Lawrence, you'll see just that great ball. Kyle Abbott coming in, bowling a Jaffa, and that's the end of Albert. Surrey are in serious trouble, but it's not like the batter Tom Laws is a tail ender by any means, so he can bat in his own right. Let's see what he does.
As Abbott comes in again, he'll be looking for that 5th, and that's driven all the way back up the ground, and Abbott will do his own fielding and sort of gives it a bit of a kick.
Yeah, let's see. And the Washington Sundar situation, there's no reports really of what has happened. Or
yeah,
what
I imagine he'll stay off for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Just rest overnight, and
Absolutely.
We didn't really know or see what hand it was, whether it's going to affect his bowling or not tomorrow. But I'm sure that will all come out overnight when they've checked him out sufficiently.
Absolutely, and we'll see whether he's back in. Hampshire will be desperate for him to be fit for tomorrow. As Abbott comes in again, right arm over. This is defended, and it's just nipped out. They'll just go for the 1. That's a big round of applause there for Kyle Abbott, as he only gets 1 off of that over, but he also got a wicket.
I'm off, Amelia. That's the end of my day's stint here today.
Thank you, Sanjay.
And I shall hand over to the most excellent Kevin James.
So Surrey on 218 for 6. 59 overs gone in the day, 3 remaining. Surrey lead by 117, and we welcome back Kevin James. Hello.
Oh, for the umpteenth time today, just when I thought this game is once more away from Hampshire, Kyle Abbott pops up and gives us some renewed hope.
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. Surrey 218 for 6. The lead 117. It's doable.
Well, I've just been talking to Churchy off camera.
Off camera?
Off camera? There's no camera here. Saying that I think 150 lead would be a cracking day's game tomorrow. Cracking day's cricket. I think 117 isn't bad.
Not at all. As Fuller comes in from the hotel end, and this is just defended. No run.
Yes, it was important from a Hampshire point of view. Dan Lawrence was the man, not taking anything away from Ralphie Albert. He's played absolutely superbly. 17 years of age. 61 not out. He's played quite superbly.
Yes. But it does feel that maybe 17, lack of that experience as it gets more and more tense, that maybe concentration slips, mistakes are made.
Yeah.
As Fuller comes in again. That's defended. Fuller yet to pick up a wicket today, but he hasn't been too expensive. He's none for 27. He's into his 8th over.
And just to repeat, Washington Sundar is off the pitch, having had a ball drilled back at him. And he's being looked at by the physio. I think it's what, fingers?
Well,
He's all right to bat.
Oh, I think at this point, take them together, put them in the glove, get out there.
That's right.
As Fuller comes in again, third ball of the over. Good length delivery, defended by Laws. I think he's very much of the mind that he's going to see out the evening.
Well, what a day it's been.
Yeah, what a day.
It has. It's, well, not the fact that we're coming towards the end of the season, but the fact that the day started in so much hope for Hampshire. 7 wickets in hand, 7 runs in front, and didn't happen. Didn't happen this morning. Lost their last 7 wickets for 94, lead of 101. It should have been more.
As Fuller comes in once more. Bowls, good length, a little bit short maybe, but it's left alone.
And then Surrey 29 for 2. And then that 72-run partnership between Sibley and Ben Folkes was ended, and then Kyle Abbott with a quick fire spell, 3 for 17. Rothesay 120 for 5. And then we had that other partnership worth what, nearly 100.
Nearly 100, yeah.
Between Lawrence and the man out there at the moment, Ralphie Albert, and then Kyle Abbott having to come back and do it again.
Yeah. Fuller in again. And this is good length, just worked away onto the leg side. Will just be the 1. 219 for 6. The lead goes to 118. There is a matter of 13 balls left in the day.
Well, another one tonight would be handy.
Wouldn't it just? And Albert would be even better.
Yes.
But commend where it's due. Surrey have put together some nice partnerships and they've got themselves very much back in this game. Hampshire didn't have a massive lead, but they've chased it down very quickly and got themselves in a healthy position of 118 lead. So it's Albert on strike, 17-year-old. He's 61 from 74. 219 for 6 are Surrey, as James Fuller just is getting ready for the last ball of his over. Hides the ball behind his back as he comes in. Albert on strike. Bowls. Short delivery. Ducks underneath as Albert. End of the over. 219 for 6.
Yeah, they pushed an extra fielder deep out on the leg side. That was always going to be a bouncer, that one, thinking that Albert might have a go at that because he hasn't been shy. Having a little hook or a pull at the short deliveries. But showing a bit of maturity there as well, the 17-year-old. Ducking underneath that one.
I think you've got to have a level of maturity to be playing at this level at 17.
Clearly Surrey have a lot of faith in him.
Well, 61 for 74 in your debut. He's proven himself worthy.
Certainly has. He's certainly kept Surrey in the game, even if it means that they're not going to win the championship. Just to repeat, Nottinghamshire have claimed that first championship title in 15 years. Be a big party up at Trent Bridge tonight, I'm sure, as Abbott comes in from the pavilion end and bowls. It's played back past him. They'll take a quick single. Laws moves on to 3. Every run vital here for Surrey in terms of, well, in terms of what, I don't know, but it certainly
Winning.
makes, well, that's right, we're winning the game, yes, you're right, but in terms of
What they're playing
Hampshire's
for,
situation,
yeah.
it's just, every run makes that task just that little harder to win the game. Should we just have a quick look at what's happening at Headingley?
Yep.
Because Yorkshire are 298 for 5 against Durham. That's worked towards mid-wicket by Albert, and there is no run. 299 for 5 Yorkshire. They're on the verge of another bonus point. That'll be their second. Durham 1 wicket away from another bonus point, which will draw them to within a point of Hampshire. So it's interesting. I've been thinking about this up at Headingley, that it would be ideal for those two sides to draw and think they're okay. But they can't be sure that Hampshire are going to lose this one. Because if they were sure that Hampshire were going to lose, they would try and sort of bat out and not try and do anything silly and push the game along. Oh, that's nipped back. That looks very, very close. Not out, says the umpire. Was there a little inside edge on that one? Was it a fraction high? My initial thought there.
Yeah.
That's nipped back from Abbott. Let's watch this again on the replay. And
I think it's just leg, I think.
is it too much, do you think?
Yeah, I think it just nipped back a little bit too much. From where it pitched, I think it would have been just there.
Yeah, just an outside leg stump. Kyle Abbott, I have to say, after a very big appeal, didn't look too disappointed walking back. I think he kind of knew after he thought about it. Just watching that again from behind the arm, yeah, it's just done a bit too much, and it's bounced a bit. Good delivery though. Pushing forward again, that's gone out to point. Ralphie Albert on 61 here. What a job he's done. What a memorable debut for him. If he does nothing else in the game. Picked up 2 wickets in the Hampshire innings. Scott Curry and Kyle Abbott helped wrap up the...
He went for a little walk then. He walked about 4 strips away from the wicket. I was thinking, where are you going, Albert? We're not done yet.
There's still 8 balls left in the day. Abbott turns into his 15th over here, 4 for 51. In again, that's again just come back a fraction at Albert, but he works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller.
7 balls left of the day.
Yeah, day 2. There will not. I'd be very surprised if we're back here Saturday.
As will I now.
Yes. There'll be something remarkable in this game if we're back here Saturday. But you never know. Abbott then, the last ball of his 15th over, the last ball of day 2 for him. He's had another good day. In again then, bowls to Albert, and that's his played up towards mid-on. That's the end of Abbott's spell. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 51, and it included a spell of 3 for 17 just after tea when Sibley Folkes and Ollie Sykes all perished. First 2 caught behind. Sykes bowled 44, 43 and 1. Abbott with that spell of 3 for 17 really got Hampshire back in amongst, well, it rose everybody's spirits.
It did, indeed, yeah.
And then came that partnership of 97, and everybody got deflated again.
And then he came back and
Yes.
took another. Yep, so it's going to be James Fuller to see out the day. 6 balls left, just before 6 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl. Surrey lead by 119, and he will very much be hoping to keep that under 120. Keep it where it is for the last over of the day. As he comes in, past the umpire, right arm over, short ball. Worked away on the leg side. Almost taken on one leg there. And I think that may have gone for 4, as the chasing fielder seemed to have given up. And it has, as the scoreboard says. I lost it in the... behind the windows and in the shadows. I had no hope.
Very much in the shadows. Yes, it didn't quite get as high as I think Fuller was aiming. It was a short ball. I think Fuller was trying to get it a little high. It was quite an easy shot in the end for Laws. Now they put another one out in the deep behind square on the leg side.
So, not the start James Fuller would have wanted from his last over of the day. The lead now 123, 1, 2, 3. Fuller comes in, bowls short, and it's behind. It may have beaten the bat, that.
It did. He's gone for a drive off the back foot. It came back. I'm not sure whether that's beaten the outside or the inside edge. Could have quite easily been a nick. So the lead is 123. The two people around the ground now making their way towards the exits. Nerves shredded. They'll go home for a lie down on the couch and a stiff drink, I'm sure.
Fuller in again. Shorter. Worked around to the offside, but the fielder's there. They won't get any run.
So Fuller just cursed himself with that delivery. I don't think it was quite the delivery he was looking to bowl.
Three balls left of the day. At 61 overs of the Surrey innings. A few more today of the Hampshire batting innings. Fuller taking his time this evening. As he comes in, gains speed past the umpire, bowls short again and works out to the offside. The fielder's out there, so they'll take a very slow single, almost walking that. 2 balls left.
Well, I shouldn't think there's a soul on the ground unless they're a Surrey supporter. I'm not sure how many are here, actually.
I think there's quite a few below us, actually.
Yeah, I think there's usually a few that travel down for this fixture, but I should imagine the majority that are left here are willing James Fuller to pick up a wicket in these final 2 deliveries.
Never leave before the end, you never know what happens.
That's right. Never leave a professional game before the end.
225 for 6, 2 balls left. Fuller hoping for just a little slip in concentration as the day brings to a close. 2 balls left. He's in and bowls. There's another shorter delivery, and Albert ducking underneath.
That's good play. He's been looking to pull and hook a few times in his innings, but now he realises that he's got a chance of coming back tomorrow, and he's ducking it.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him. Well, 1 ball left. A few spectators making their way out of the ground now. Still keeping one eye on, but starting to walk round to the exits. 1 ball left. Leaders are currently 125. And James Fuller comes in for the last ball of day 2. He's in bowls again, a shorter delivery, worked onto the offside. And there will be no run scored. So that will be the end of day 2. Surrey are 225 for 6. Their lead is 124. And they will be back tomorrow with 4 wickets left. With Ralphie Albert being the pick of the batters today on 861 off 82. Kevin James, your thoughts?
Well, yes. Well, you can't call this game. That's to be honest. Is there going to be a Surrey victory or is there going to be a Hampshire victory? One of these 2 teams will win. And for one, it'll mean an awful lot more than the other. But it's been a day where I guess we feared the Hampshire batting yet again might not function, and it didn't. They had a wonderful opportunity to get further ahead than they did in the first innings of 101, losing their last 7 wickets today for 94. Some good bowling from Matt Fisher right at the start, right in the first over, first and 4th ball, both Albert and Brown gone, the overnight batters. Hampshire was pinning a lot of hopes on getting away to a good start. 56 from Washington Sundar out of the 94 they added today, which was very, very important. Let's hope his finger injury, which has caused him to leave the field, is okay tomorrow, because they're going to need his runs tomorrow. But Ralphie Albert, what an innings from him. Absolutely terrific stuff, 17 years of age. And he will be back tomorrow, 61 not out. And Kyle Abbott yet again keeping Hampshire in the game with 4 wickets, 4 for 51, including that spell of 3 for 17 after tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Amelia will be back. I will be back. Mark Church will be back. And we've got Gemma Green with us. Tomorrow we'll bring you live commentary from 10:30. Don't miss it.